Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anomekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Pardon me. And there it is right there. Let me remove that from the screen. So there it is right there. Holy, holy, holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother savior. So Nnamdi Kanu, their mother's savior. Let's get straight into it and start it off immediately. And by the way, we're going to be doing a big session on Nnamdi Kanu. I think in the next 3 days thereabout. Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Uh, Tenancy, David, well, you know, well, if I'm your auntie, then I'm your auntie. I don't quite know. Is that a Bobrisky aside that you're throwing in my direction? Um, so we're going to be doing a big session on Nnamdi Kanu on the 20th when the verdict comes in on that particular character. So we'll be doing that session, but this session now especially wrapped around the Nnamdi Kanu, the Nyesom Wike narrative and the goings on within the PDP space. So before we get into that, good day to you, good to be in your company. Or that, good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Click on the like button if you would. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It should be, I'll send it into the comment section again, but it should be one of the first items visible in the comment section. But let me send it anyway, just so it's immediate to hand. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via this hyperlink right here that I'm sending in. It says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink, it will bring you into a studio space, and then you can be part of the conversation. So do that. Yeah, share the links of the platform just as widely as you can. Say hello in the comment section, and then acknowledge your presence and say hello back. All those things. Like, share, subscribe. Share the links just as widely as you can. super chat towards the stream, say hello in the comment section. So do all those things. They call them calls to action. So do all those things. Let's just get started, shall we? Let's get started. So now the PDP had their convention just as early as a couple of days ago, and at that convention, and say hello in the comment section. Did I say that? Let me actually acknowledge the hello so far as we carry on. We have Dikpe Fab saying hello, so hello to you, Dikpe, and then we have David, uh, uh, or is it Oshilaja? David Oshilaja saying hello. He's calling me Auntie David. So we have David Oshilaja saying hello. So hello to you, David. So as you are coming in, keep saying hello in the comment section, and I'll pause to acknowledge your presence. That's Bosun right there. So Bosun or Shunleti right there. Good to see you, Bosun. And that's Sheson Fashia right there. So keep saying hello, and I'll acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So we're going to be talking about the PDP convention recently took place. The upshot of that convention was the suspension of Nyesom Wike as a headline, but then a whole raft of other people suspended as well. So we're going to be wrapping the conversation around that, and we're going to be dissecting then what this means and how that impacts on politics to come. We have Lucky saying hello. Hello to you, Lucky. So without further ado, let's just get started. Let's bring this up, and then we kick it off from here. So this was the moment that the suspension was announced by Bode George, no less a figure. So let's kick it off from here.
Motion the expulsion of the following persons from the People's Democratic Party for anti-party activities and gross breaches. The following members: His Excellency Wike, His Excellency Ayo Fayoshe, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Honorable Umar Batur, Adeyemi.
All right, let's just bring it back a bit actually, because we first have to acknowledge the reasons for the suspension before we go to the people being suspended. So they are suspending them for gross anti-party activities. So those are the reasons: gross anti-party activities. So now you have to then so that's the reason, and then they're going to list the suspendees. So you want to then try and marry the reasons for the suspension with the suspendees, and then you want to see that if that is justified or not. So that's the first baseline of establishment. We want to try and marry the reasons: gross anti-party activities. So that's the reason for the suspension. We want to try and marry those reasons to the people being suspended, and as a baseline of establishing fact or not, we want to then conclude if it's justified or not.
Expulsion of the following persons from the People's Democratic Party for anti-party activities and gross breaches. The following members: His Excellency Wike, His Excellency Ayo Fayoshe, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Honorable Umar Batur, Adeyemi Ajibade, SAN, Muhammad Abdurrahman, Senator Mao Ohabua, Honorable Austin Wachuku, Abraham George Turner, and Chief Dan Obi. Regards and respect the eyes of the public on account of despicable conduct of the former governor of Rivers State and these men he recruited to help him destroy the party, contrary to Articles 58, subsection 1, subsection B, and subsection I of our Constitution. I, Chief Olabode George, hereby move that this convention should expel this person so mentioned above from the People's Democratic Party.
All right. So he hereby moves that this person's so mentioned should be expelled from the PDP. So that's the position of Bode George right there. Um, so that is the position of Bode George. And by the way, if you are not already subscribed, please be subscribing. So that's the position of Bode George. So he listed a whole raft of names, but standing out of those names are Nyesom Wike primarily, Ayo Fayose by extension, and then some other name like that. Is it Wanyamu or some other name? There were three prominent names that actually came out, but Nyesom Wike and Fayose especially, that's where this particular move is targeted at. So now, gross anti-party activities, essentially the summary of why these people were suspended. So is there sufficient enough in their conduct to justify whether that suspension sticks or not? And there's every possibility that that suspension will not stick. But is there sufficient enough in the activities of these people to justify that suspension based on the reasons given? That's where the question is. So now, if you look at Nyesom Wike in the last cycle of elections, and he has come out, this is his own admission, by the way, in the last cycle of elections, he deliberately and at great expense and effort campaigned against his own party not to win the presidency. He said that. So that in and by of itself is sufficient enough reason to expel him from the party. So is that justifiable reasons why these people were so Ayo Fayose as well, at every media opportunity, all he ever does is to rubbish that party. So there's sufficient enough grounds to justify that, but will that suspension stick? Is where the wider question is. So we take the conversation on and we move it in this direction.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Horizon News. Well, the People's Democratic Party has expelled the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose, and the party's former National Secretary, Samuel Anyanwu. Others are Umar Bature, Adeyemi Ajibade, Mohammed Abdurrahman, Senator Mao Ohabua, Austin Wachuku, George Turner, and Chief Dan Orbing. Their expulsions were announced on Saturday at the party's national convention in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Chief Olabode George, former National Vice Chairman South, moved the motion for their expulsion on the convention floor. The motion was immediately seconded by Honorable Samila Buga, chairman of PDP, the Bauchi State, giving it overwhelming backing. The disciplinary action adds to the series of shakeups within the party as delegates push to restore unity and enforce strict adherence to party rules ahead of future elections.
Well, meanwhile, the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed his expulsion from the PDP as a non-issue and derided the party's national convention, describing it as a mere disco party. Speaking through his senior special assistant on public communications and social media, Larry Olayinka, Wike said that attendees at the convention arrived in Ibadan to revel, socialize, and indulge themselves, beginning their December festivities in November. He said the event lacks seriousness, characterizing it as a mere disco party attended by individuals recovering from alcohol, adding that the intoxicated mood of the participants explains the nature of the statement emerging from the convention.
The one thing you have to credit Wike for is the quick-wittedness of his response. His response is usually sharp and cutting. That's the one thing about Wike.
For more on this development and a recap of everything that transpired yesterday at that PDP convention, we've now been joined by our Rice correspondent, Mary Chinda. Good morning, Mary. How are you over there?
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
I'm doing well, exhausted, but I'm well.
I can imagine. It was a long day. It was a long day yesterday. But how did it all pan out? The convention held, even though we didn't see INEC monitoring. And then the big bang.
You know, that in and of itself makes the convention a nullity. The constitution states that when a party is having their convention, INEC must have representation there. So whatever is adopted at that convention, if INEC is not in attendance to supervise, to superintend that process, it makes the whole thing a nullity, a jamboree, as Wike described it.
It was a long day yesterday, but how did it all pan out? The convention held, even though we didn't see INEC monitoring. And then the big bang, 11 officers or 11 members of the PDP have been expelled after a motion moved by Chief Olabode George. What actually happened? What led to that important decision? And how do you think that the atmosphere is over there, given that this is a big one that very few people were expecting?
Well, it was a bang for everybody. A lot of people, of course, except the leadership of the party. Of course, former chairman of the party, Umar Damagum, the governor of Oyo State, Sheyi Makinde, and of course, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed. They were all in on it, including the governor of Zamfara State. But what we saw yesterday.
And by the way, if they are suspending Wike et al. Or for anti-party activities, why wasn't Sheyi Makinde suspended as well? Because all of the reasons that they've suspended Wike for suspend Sheyi Makinde as well. Sheyi Makinde was one of the principal actors in that G5 group that undermined the party's presidential pursuit, presidential onslaught, their presidential push in 2023. So if they are suspending Wike for exactly acting against the party, their host, Sheyi Makinde, at that Ibadan convention was equally as culpable.
The expulsion of the said expulsion of the FCT minister is also pointed to the seeming lack of unity within the four governors that even were there yesterday, because we all watched with shock as the governor of Adamawa State, Amodu Fintiri, who was the chair of that convention committee, walk up stage and announce that INEC was not at the convention venue to monitor the process, and wonder if that convention should go on. And then he left that decision with the delegates, as though to say, at this point, I do not think that this convention should go on as an elective convention. I guess those were moments when, between or amongst them, the governors, they were beginning to have some disunity, some rancor, and then after he said that, he went back to the VIP stand. And then moments later, PDP chieftain, Chief Olabode George, came up stage and moved the motion for the expulsion of the FCT minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, the national secretary of the party, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Chief Danobi, and others, national legal advisor, George Turner, and others. Mostly, all of those in the Wike camp. And next thing, we notice that the chairman of the National Convention Organizing Committee had taken a walk from the convention, dissociating himself with the convention. And minutes later, we find the tweet.
So you can see then just why Wike is describing it as just a drunken jamboree. Even within that convention, a lot of the senior actors were moving in terms of their body language to dissociate themselves from the decisions being made. So the whole thing is a farce from start to finish.
PDP chieftain, Chief Olabode George, came up stage and moved the motion for the expulsion of the FCT minister, the Barrister Nyesom Wike, the national secretary of the party, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Chief Danobi, and others, national legal advisor George Turner, and others. Mostly, I mean, all of those in the Wike camp. And next thing, we notice that the chairman of the National Convention Organizing Committee had taken a walk from the convention, dissociating himself with the convention. And minutes later, we find the tweet where the chairman who put together that convention is saying, I will not associate myself with the expulsion of so and so and so. So it gets to tell about what is really left of the PDP. From several governors to, governors decamping, and then 4 governors were physically present. The governor of Osun State was conspicuously absent there. He only sent his deputy to represent him. So we had 4 governors, and even amongst those 4 governors, they were divided. Governor Sheyi Makinde being the host governor stayed all through. Governor Bala Mohammed stayed all through, and of course the governor of Zamfara stayed. Even when we interviewed him afterwards about what he thought about the outcome of the convention, the expulsion and everything, he said, "Oh, it was good." But then, out of the 4 governors, only 3 were in on it. The other one had taken a walk, leaving, dumping the convention, abandoning his convention because he did not agree with the decision of the other governors, the chair of the party, as at that time, Umar Damagum, even though at the time of announcing this, the Umar.
So the Umar Damagum has actually been confirmed now as the permanent chairman of the PDP. So he has been confirmed. But what does that even mean in terms of because to all intents and purposes, this is just like we have in the Labour Party as well. This is just a faction of that party making a factional decision, which is not backed by law because INEC was not in attendance. So the whole thing just a farce, and it tells you then that the PDP, it continues to internally combust, it continues to hemorrhage from within just because of the ego-led sort of management structure that they have.
Damagum-led NWC had been dissolved, but he did not agree with the expulsion. And I hear that the FCT minister's aide has been, has dismissed it, saying that was a charade or a party or something. But the mood of most of the attendants yesterday, the delegates rather, at the point where INEC, they did not find INEC. Yeah. Was that of what exactly are we doing here? But of course, some of the delegates carried on with voting. I was almost made to believe that INEC was there. But myself and other journalists, we kept insisting, could he show us, could he show us, could he take us to INEC, could we just see proof that INEC was here? And, the party at those moments could not, point a finger to say, oh, this is INEC, they've come, they've, and all of that. So it was just what it was.
Thank you very much, Mary. Now, let's ask some questions. Of course, the minister's aide has responded saying that making light of the convention yesterday. So, in your opinion, how important is this convention, particularly as half of the PDP governors that we currently have were present at the convention, and how significant is the Minister Nyesom Wike's expulsion from the PDP, particularly considering the G5 governors we had in last year's election, and the fact that Governor Seyi Makinde was a part of that? How significant is this split, and how significant is it that Nyesom Wike has been reportedly expelled from the PDP?
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly want to share my opinion, but I'll share the pulse of political observers who spoke to us, at the convention and even over the phone, trying to analyze this yesterday. Yes, we know that in 2023 or before 2023, we had Governor Wike leading the G5 governors, where we had Governor Okezie Ikpeazu and Governor Seyi Makinde, Samuel Otom, and one other governor from Enugu State, Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. However, we see this expulsion is coming at a time when political observers are keenly expectant that the PDP maybe has a chance to put its house in order, come to the negotiation table with all aggrieved parties and see how they can agree on certain things just ahead of 2026. Because 2026 is the campaign year ahead of the 2027 big presidential election year. So this is coming at a time where people, keen observers are expecting that there should be conversation. Oh yes, you've held a convention that, of course, is still in court, and there are going to be litigations even after this. There are court judgments saying don't hold the election, don't hold the convention rather. But of course, there's another court, interim court order saying, okay, you can go ahead until December. One will give a judgment. So this is quite a sensitive time for the PDP. And I tell you what, the chairman who emerged, the SAN Tanimu Turaki, in his speech yesterday had mentioned that he was willing to speak with the aggrieved parties. And then that left people wondering, which of the aggrieved parties are you speaking about? The aggrieved parties that have been expelled from the party, or what other factions are you willing, to speak to? But for him,
He cannot speak to the aggrieved parties now if they are no longer members of the party. So, on what authority or what would be the basis of that conversation? You've expelled them to the party. You've expelled them from the party, which is to make them just removed from the party, and then you want to go and speak with them on the basis of what? To try and smooth in what out? They are no longer members of your party. So what will be the parameters of that conversation? What will be the subject matter when you've already? So it's just this usual back to front sort of thing that you see with the PDP.
This is a big tax. According to all that he said in his opening speech, it was a big tax, and he's saying that the new NWC would be equal to the tax. I tell you what, again, and this was yesterday, most of the positions in the NWC were already zoned, right? And those zones had endorsed members, certain members. In fact, most of the members of that NWC. That entire election yesterday was just for two offices. The office of the national chairman, which of course is a big deal for the opposition party at this time, and the office of the deputy national organizing secretary.
All right.
That was what all of that convention was about. Hours of voting and all. And it was just for those two offices.
All right, Mary Chinda, thank you for your coverage. I mean, I watched the convention a little bit, and it appeared to be a voice vote. There was people a resounding yes for Wike's Wike and the others their expulsion. And you, like Adesua has mentioned, Wike has responded through his spokesperson. He said that the convention lacks seriousness. He also mentioned that, you know, the party, describing it as a disco party attended by, and I quote, people recovering from alcohol. Now, we know that Wike's expulsion is particularly significant given his current position as FCT minister in President Tinubu's APC government. And I haven't heard what you said about the evidence that the party presented to support his expulsion, particularly. I know that Chief Bode George described Wike's conduct at in the PDP as despicable, quoting Section 40 of the Constitution. That's one question. The other is, do you know the story about Ayo Fayoshe's expulsion? Do you know the story behind it? I know he's been quite controversial, but a very prominent member of the PDP for years. What specifically led to this action against Fayoshe as well?
I mean, it's not unconnected to the fact that Ayo Fayoshe is in the Wike camp. And he's been quite vocal about his stance on the PDP, you know, and the fact that he just did not agree with, you know, the Damagum-led NWC and the convention. I mean, it's the same thing with that of the national secretary of the party, who 2 weeks or 3 weeks before the convention was suspended, and then he and his faction too suspended the chairman of the party at that time, Umar Damagum, the national publicity secretary. It's all a game. It's all, you know, it's all the infighting. You know, the crisis is just deepening, you know, within the party. For everyone who was expelled, who was in the Wike camp, it was basically because of their stance, you know, the internal, or better still, what the party would describe as anti-party activities that is not unconnected to the Wike factor.
All right, Mary Chinda, thank you for your reporting. Thank you very much indeed. We'll follow up on the story.
All right, so let's pick up the analysis from our TVC. So let's move it on to here.
Barrister, what's his name now? The EFCC boss. We wish you Godspeed. Barrister, what's his name now? The EFCC boss. Ola Olukoyede, we wish you well. Okay, then to our next story. You know, let's talk politics now.
And by the way, the link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come in.
In spite of legal and counter-legal pronouncements, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Saturday held its 2025 elective national convention at the Lekon Salami Stadium at Adamasingba, Ibadan, Oyo State. Perhaps one highlight of the charged atmosphere was the decision to expel FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, Samuel Anyanwu, the National Secretary, Ajibade, Ayo Fayoshe, Austin Wachuku, and others for anti-party activities. The big idea is to restore unity, discipline, and focus on the 2027 general election. But Governor Ahmadu Fintiri of Adamawa State has kicked against the expulsion of the FCT minister. As far as he's concerned, the action is capable of plunging the party into an unending crisis. According to Albert Einstein, intellectual...
The party is already in crisis, so it's more a case of deepening the crisis rather than plunging it into one. In fact, all of the opposition parties are actually in crisis. The Labour Party, the ADC, the PDP certainly. So all of the lead spaces in opposition, and as early as just barely 18 months to the next cycle of elections, there is no indication that there's any form of structure or organization within the opposition space.
To solve problems, geniuses prevent them. Let's share the story from our man Theophilus Elama. Let's go there.
Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, played host to party faithful of the PDP, despite a court order. This faction says they are going on with the National Convention, using the Oyo State High Court ex parte motion as alibi. What was expected to be a straightforward election of party executives suddenly took a dramatic turn as the expulsion of key members dominated the convention. Delegates did not anticipate the timing of the announcement. For journalists covering the event, information circulated rapidly, though many details remained unclear. Then came the defining moment. Party chieftain, but the delegates did not
I never knew Natasha Akpoti was, of course, she's a member of the PDP, but there she is in presence at that convention. So that was Natasha Akpoti right there.
anticipate the timing of the announcement. For journalists covering the event, information circulated rapidly, though many details remained unclear. Then came the defining moment. Party chieftain Bode George stepped forward and broke the news.
The expulsion of the following persons from the People's Democratic Party for anti-party activities and gross breaches. The following members: His Excellency Wike, His Excellency Ayo Fayoshe, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Honorable Umar Batu, Adeyemi Ajibade, SAN, Muhammad Abdurrahman, Senator Mao Ohabua, Honorable Austin Wachuku, Abraham George Turner, and Chief Dan Obi. Regards and respect the eyes of the public on account of despicable conduct of the former governor of Rivers State and these men he recruited to help him destroy the party, contrary to Articles 58, subsection 1, subsection B, and subsection I of our Constitution.
The declaration triggered mixed reactions among PDP governors, some startled, others unfazed. Before long, responses began to pour in.
What we need is entrenched unity of purpose and better resolve and courage to soldier on beyond the election of our national officers. In the absence of INEC, and as contend with merits of litigation for and against this convention, as the chairman, NCOC, it is not within my prerogative to go on with this exercise. It is for the delegates to decide. In the case of Imo,
So even the chairman of that particular convention is rejecting. You heard him. Is rejecting that motion to suspend all these leading members of that party.
It is not within my prerogative to go on with this exercise. It is for the delegates to decide. In the case of Imo, Abia, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers, convention is hereby moved to dissolve the entire structures, ward, local government areas, and states. To authorize the publication of the foregoing to serve as notice to the whole world.
Well, I guess, it's one of those situations that we have to deal with. It was a collective decision by all the members of the working committee.
It wasn't a collective decision, though, because a lot of the senior figures within that within the party and certainly present at the convention, they were distancing themselves from that decision. So it wasn't at all a collective decision.
And some governors that are here. So I think it's part of the process of reforming the party so that going forward we'll not have issues.
This is the convention. It's not an individual that is expelling any individual. But people are tired of indiscipline, of destructive elements that are causing so much disaffection. And so the convention took a holistic decision. And that is why now, it is not for me to talk. Definitely, the convention has done well to look inward to make sure.
So that's Bala Mohammed, of course. A lot of you would recognize. That's Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State, who is a virulous critic of Wike, and who, if he had his way, would even have Wike jailed. So that's Bala Mohammed, governor of Bauchi State, endorsing the rogue decision made.
That all disparaging issues and those that are giving the party problems are removed.
Despite the tension, the convention pushed on with its agenda. Voting commenced, and soon after, a winner emerged. Now that decisions have been made and a new national chairman have been elected for the People's Democratic Party, the party now has the responsibility of reconciling aggrieved members while also ensuring.
So how much would that how firmly, should I put it that way, how firmly would that decision hold with INEC not present? So how do they make the registration with INEC, these new decisions and this new party executive that they've now allegedly elected, how do they register it formally with INEC when INEC was not present at the process as required by law?
Ensuring that the party becomes a formidable force in Nigeria's polity. Theophilus Ilama, TVC News, Ibadan, the Oyo State capital.
Thank you. Mayor, these are times that try men's souls.
Yeah, let me start by saying that PDP, the way PDP is going.
The problem in the PDP is man-made.
Yes, a former governor of PDP said PDP is in ICU. I believe that PDP is not only in ICU, it will take God's grace for them to, for them to be able to survive it. Because the way the party is going, things are even worse than before the convention. Number one, there is a subsisting court judgment that says that the convention should not go on. There are three judgments. The first judgment, when the federal Abuja High Court says it will not go on, they went to.
This is one of the areas that the Nigerian state should really address as a matter of urgency. All these procuring court judgments for your own political leverage. So there was a judgment stopping the convention. Then there was a quick judgment just on the eve of the elections, allowing it to carry on, and then there might well be a third judgment that even takes. And these judgments are coming from courts of equal jurisdiction. So I'm not quite sure if the law even supports that, but that's the system we have at the moment.
Convention should not go on. There are three judgments. The first judgment, when the federal Abuja High Court says it will not go on, they went to Oyo State. And Oyo State High Court says that they can go ahead with it. Yeah. But Lamido also went to court, and another judgment says they should not go ahead with it. And it is right in law that when there are judgments with
coming from
when there's a judgment with
courts of coordinate
the jurisdiction, then it means that the last judgment is the one that is valid.
Okay.
So since the last judgment says that they should not go ahead with that convention, ab initio, what happened in Ibadan was not just a social gathering. Okay. In the face of the law, it's just a social gathering.
Yeah.
Governor Makinde just invited his friends and he entertained them. In the case of the law, the convention did not, because INEC was not there, because they should not go ahead with it. So you cannot put something on nothing. So whatever decision was taken there is a nullity.
BK, we know that one of the underpinning requirements for a healthy democracy is respect for rule of law. So at this point, what can a school set student say?
Honestly, I'm waiting to see what will happen at the PDP national headquarters tomorrow.
Hey.
Let us see who will occupy the place. Because I agree with Bukola Saraki that this convention should have been postponed.
Okay.
Yes, people like Governor Makinde wanted to ensure desperately that the convention went ahead so as to pull the rug from underneath the feet of people like Nyesom Wike, who did not want it to happen. But with somebody like Sule Lamido, a fiercely loyal party man who had never left the party from inception in 1998, somebody who was even one of the founding fathers of the party.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He wanted to contest. The party leadership barred him from contesting for chairman. The argument, although they didn't explain it, I understand. I was told that it was because they saw him at the ADC meeting. After the PDP had said it would not be part of the coalition.
Yeah.
Sule Lamido had no business going.
So that in itself is an anti-party activity. If Sule Lamido rather, not Lamido Sanusi, is the Emir of Kano. If Sule Lamido is fraternizing with the ADC outside of the party's position, that in itself is an anti-party activity. So why was his name not on the list?
Going to attend the ADC meeting with Atiku and others.
So at that point, there was suspicion.
At that point, they no longer trusted him. So they were not going to allow him to contest because he could even emerge as winner of the chairmanship seat. But I still believe that they should have allowed him to contest, because what does it cost you to stop him from winning? He doesn't have the collective clout of those governors. They should just, instead of allowing Sule Lamido to go to court and stopping the convention. And the last judgment by Justice Peter Lifu, was that the convention must not go on unless Sule Lamido was on the ballot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they decided to obey the order of Justice Akintola. There are 3 cases.
Mm-hmm.
The one instituted by Wike's people, which was decided by Justice Omotosho.
Yeah.
And the judge affirmed that the convention should not go.
And by the way, that Justice Omotosho, he will be coming into play in a very prominent way over the next 3 days or so. So the Justice Omotosho that put the brakes on the first break on the PDP convention, giving Wike the verdict for the convention not to go on, that is the same justice in charge of the Nnamdi Kanu case. So he will be coming into prominence. He'll be in the spotlight in the next it'll be in the spotlight on the 20th when the Wike judgment will come. And by the way, if you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you are not following, please follow. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard that brings you in. No one in the studio at the moment, but we carry on.
People, which was decided by Justice Omotosho.
Yeah.
And the judge affirmed that the convention should not go on because the signature of the secretary was not on the notice.
That's it.
For the convention. They also claimed and convinced the court to the effect that the statutory number of days that the party should give INEC by way of notice was not met. So Justice Omotosho had no choice but to say, no, you can't do this convention until you have honored the letters of your own constitution and the Electoral Act.
The laws, at least we're saying this so that the everyday Nigerian would understand.
Yes, because some people just believe that, the ruling party does not want As you can see, Sule Lamido does not belong to any of these factions.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was just fighting for himself, that there was no reason for them to stop me from contesting. And that was why he decided to go to court. At the point when Sule Lamido was allowed to go to court, and they couldn't convince him, they were talking to him for this, but they couldn't convince him to withdraw the case. They lost the moral authority to go ahead with the convention. You could say, okay, people like Wike, yes, we want to deal with them, want to stop them. But with a party man who is not aligned with the different factions, how do you explain that? Now, Adeleke, one of their few governors left, refused to be part of this. The Plateau governor, who is also still in the PDP, said he does not have a hand in these expulsions that they've done. It's the same thing that the chairman of the convention proper, Amadou Fintiri, governor of Adamawa State, also dissociated himself from it. I think that the fact that the courts stopped the convention should have convinced them not to go ahead with it, especially when someone like Saraki said, look, let us not do this, because whatever you do, what they should have struggled to do was to get a superior court, because all of the courts given those orders are courts of concurrent jurisdiction. A superior court, maybe the appeal court,
made a pronouncement.
They should have gone before the an appeal court to get it, to countermand all of those orders and give them the legal teeth to go and do that convention.
You know, when you said a justice, former CJN, talked about erecting a beautiful building on shifting sand.
Ground, yes.
So you are wasting money and wasting time.
This whole effort, whatever proceeds out of this, when you had a lawful order of the court telling you don't go ahead, and you are unable to set aside such orders. You know, when the fire the Yabelo matter, at that time when I was saying that the EFCC was wrong to attempt to kidnap him or arrest him at a time when he had a restraining order. People said all kinds of things. But the EFCC, in its wisdom, eventually listened to me. And they had the two judgments that Yabelo had, restraining them from picking him up. The EFCC eventually had those judgments set aside. Once Yabelo saw that those judgments had been set aside,
they differ too much to this Babatunde Otitoju on that TVC. We are not talking about Yahaya Bello now. We're talking about the PDP convention. But let's just carry on.
On his own, he went. He surrendered, because at that point they had received a kind of legal backing for his arrest. So, and he didn't want that to happen. So this is the way it is. Go and get an order of the superior court, setting aside the order saying don't do this convention. Because at the end of the day, you've done it. What has it amounted to? We want to see whether you elect leaders and all that, because they are wasting time. Election is coming in Osun. Election is coming in Ekiti. If they don't resolve these issues and have a proper elective convention, whatever they do, whoever they nominate, the courts will not recognize such people, and they will lose those states even before the election proper.
That's it. Mayor, the everyday Nigerian, who I typify by pointing at the man at the bus stop, keeps looking at this thing. As you said, they will say, we told you. But this is playing out before our eyes and the eyes of that man.
Yes, because the party has not been able to solve their problem. because when you do a convention that is not on solid ground,
tainted.
and then on that convention you expel some people, and key.
All right, so that's the analysis. So you can see then why Wike or the Wike camp is dismissing this thing just offhand. That is just a jamboree. There's no legal backing. There's no INEC presence, and that invalidates those two spaces. Especially, the court told them not to carry on the deed, and then INEC was not present to superintend the process, which is a requirement of law. So those two spaces already invalidate anything that goes on there. So it becomes a nullity and just a jamboree, as Wike described. So there's nobody in the studio at the moment, so I'm going to play you just one reaction from a Yoruba guy that is taking a nuance that this is just an obedient assault on the Wike narrative. So I'll play you this clip, and then if nobody turns up, we'll reconvene in the evening.
It is Southeasterners that started this rumor that Wike is grabbing people's land in Abuja. It is Southeasterners.
All right, that actually speaks to a different space. There's one other storyline actually that I wanted us to bring forward. Is the narrative of officer that affronted the Wike at the land dispute in Abuja. So apparently, allegedly, there was an attempt at his life. This is what's been alleged. It says FCT police officers clash with Lieutenant Jerima over cover plate number. So this guy now is in the eye of the storm and is very much being targeted. In a dramatic showdown, the FCT police command interrogated Lieutenant A.M. Yerima of the Nigerian Navy after observing that his vehicle number plate was deliberately covered. So, these are people that act impugnously outside of the law just because it's a Fulani man. If you that the law does not, and it's a military officer, if you that the law does not bind him. FCT police officers clash with Lieutenant Jerema over covered plate number. So, in a dramatic showdown, the FCT Police Command interrogated Lieutenant A.M. Yerima of the Nigerian Navy after observing that his vehicle number was deliberately covered. The footage shows police officers confronting Yerima, demanding he explains why his plate is obscured. Yerima responds by insisting on his rank, claiming he's an officer. But the police, you see, this is the thing now. You being an officer, does that place you above the laws that guides and governs civil society? That's the thing. Yerima responds by insisting on his rank, claiming he's an officer. But the policeman pushed back firmly, asking him to properly identify himself. As the interaction intensifies, Yerima is seen arguing that he should not be questioned, insisting the officers are doing wrong. The incident comes on the heels of a recent high-profile clash between Yerima and FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, which has dominated headlines. During that earlier encounter, the military personnel allegedly blocked Wike and his team from accessing a disputed parcel of land in Abuja's Gaduwa district. The confrontation sparked nationwide debate on civilian authority and military obedience. In a related development, reports emerged that Yerima was trailed by unidentified individuals on Sunday in unmarked vehicles in Abuja. He allegedly evaded them through sharp driving maneuvers. The matter is now under investigation, raising fresh questions about his safety and the wider implication of the land dispute. So here is the incident now where the officer is telling the police is above the law.
Video upon his wrong deed. He came with a car plate number covered, and we stop him. He says he's an officer. Yeah. Identify yourself, and he cannot identify himself. The best thing he could do is to start insulting everybody.
Do you now accept that what you did is wrong?
You are the one that did wrong things.
Go and report.
You are the one doing wrong things because you said you are an officer.
What you did is wrong. You are driving an unmarked, unregistered vehicle. The police stop you to identify yourself, but what they did is wrong. So, is that sense of entitlement that we get from the Nigerian military?
The best thing he could do is to start insulting everybody.
Do you now accept that what you did is wrong?
You are the one that did wrong things.
Go and report.
You are the one doing wrong things because you said you are an officer, and we asked you to identify yourself, and you could not do. The best thing you could do is to telling people that everybody are nonsense.
No, I didn't even see him. I didn't see.
All right. So that was Officer Yerima considering himself to be above the law. So I'll send the link again. Actually, so that's the presentation. We're talking about Wike and the convention. I'll send the link again. I'll play the Kegite music. If no one turns up, we'll shut it down. So we play the Kegite music. See if anybody turns up.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikukuneru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So jumping on at the last minute to the rescue, AY. So AY, Alpha, Kilonshele, I was just about to bail.
Yeah, good morning, woman. Oh, I'm the only person here.
Yeah, you're the only person here so far.
I just heard you working for your Oga at the top. You are busy this morning, eh?
Which Oga am I working for?
You don't know your Oga at the top.
But how am I working for the Oga? Is it Yerima or Wike?
Is the same person. No, Tinubu is the same person. Wike. All of you are working for now to destroy PDP. That's what is going on.
But is the PDP not destroying
that's
itself,
what I really
though?
wanted to comment.
Yeah, is the PDP not destroying itself?
I'm gonna explain it. I know very well what is going on.
Okay.
Here, right. So Wike, PDP, to be honest, I'm actually very surprised. They are just suspending Wike and his men yesterday. It's surprising because I've followed PDP since the creation of PDP. I've never seen this type of thing before. PDP have had men that are very strong, very strong. Like they are gonna kick you out. Evil struck chairman, like some of the past chairman. Wike, I know, like he was a major sponsor at some point, but obviously he's doing the job of his paymaster. This is what Tinubu actually want him to achieve. Tinubu, that's his modus operandi. If you know Tinubu, one of his styles to destroy opposition completely. He did that in Lagos. That's the way he's operating. So Tinubu was the bad guy. Tinubu and his men, Fayose, all of them. So say with Tinubu, Wike was the bad guy. So I think he has achieved that already. So I think he has achieved that. That is why you see Wike in Rivers is in charge of both APC and PDP. This is his plan. So now, if in the end the court said, you know what, the suspension stand, the convention stand, the new governing body stand, then you will see Wike moving to APC with his squad in Rivers, both the governor, Wike, and all these men.
AY, it's impossible for the court to say that for two reasons. One, the latest court judgment stopped that convention. So, and as we're just hearing now, in court of equal jurisdiction, the last judgment takes preeminence. So the last judgment was to stop it. That's one, and then INEC was not at that convention. That's two. So even from those two reasons, it's just the whole thing then just becomes a social party. There's nothing that will hold it up.
I think, from my understanding, I think the last judgment was the judgment from Oyo State.
No, there was one after that from Sule Lamido, who wanted to be on the ballot to be the chairman of that.
There was a judgment from Oyo State before that convention.
Yes, there were three judgments. The first judgment was from the Wike camp to stop the convention, and then there was an Ibadan judgment that stood aside that judgment, and then in the last minute there was another third judgment from Sule Lamido, who wanted to contest to be chairman of that party, but because they said he was fraternizing with the ADC, they stopped him. So he got a judgment to stop that convention. So the last judgment stopped that convention. And as I said, INEC was not even there.
Yeah, I know INEC, we're not there. So, but however, I call it PDP House of Commotion. So we are gonna see what is gonna happen. I know the court are still gonna come in. Let's wait. I know INEC, we're not there. I don't know how that will affect the convention. But I have a part of the agreement, like when they were negotiating, right, with Wike position was is if they want settlement, they must not produce a candidate for 2027. So obviously that's why I said, not only that, Wike is definitely working for Tinubu. He's working to destroy PDP and the opposition, really. But even the opposition also blame them because they are not ready. Because look at what they are doing. You cannot defeat a ruling party, not only a ruling party, a Tinubu ruling party, with the kind of behavior they are exhibiting. Because for you to even start a chance, all the opposition must come together. But as I see it now, Atiku is on one side, Peter Obi is on one side, the other factionalized PDP, they are on one side. So all of them must come together. I don't see that happening. It's sad, but I think if at all the court approve this conversion, I think what PDP needs to do, if sincerely, I will forget about 2027. Yeah, you can just have a candidate. I know Sheyi Makinde want to be a presidential candidate. You can just have a candidate, but I would just go and strategize, build the party for 2031, because 2027, obviously, you can't do anything except they can form some kind of alliance. I don't know what that alliance is going to look like, because I see Peter Obi is still going to stand in a party. I don't know what that party look like. Atiku is obviously going to be candidate of ADC, the way I'm seeing it, except there are other issues. It's really difficult for opposition at this point. I think they are impatient. They are not strategic. That's why people still give.
Do you know why they are impatient? And let me agree with you first. I also agree that Wike should be suspended from that party. He should have been suspended a long time ago because
Yep.
he has held that party. He's held it to hostage pretty much since the last cycle of elections. But they have to do it properly. But the opposition space, you see, there's an element of desperation to opposition politics at the moment, because the main actors, this 2027 now is going to be the last window for the main actors in the opposition space. So 2027 is the last window for Atiku Abubakar. It's also the last window for Peter Obi because, of course, in 2031 power goes to the north, which then short will be out for what? That's 12 years. So that's his last week. So there's a lot of final opportunity politics playing out, and that's the desperation we're seeing.
You are right. That is where it becomes very tricky, right? It's very tricky because I don't really see not supporting any fresh candidate from the south. You have to really convince them. I don't see them doing that. If I was just thinking of Yusuf Dati, if Yusuf Dati he really want to play politics, he want to be smart. He needs. If I were him, I'm gonna be building a structure towards 2031. Because that guy, I feel he understand the issues, speak to the issues. He might just be the candidate for 2031. You might have a change even in the north if he's able to galvanize by the mind of the northerner, the population, the talakawas. That's the common man on the street in the north. He will be another Buhari. And obviously, if he can come with a very strong message, obedient are gonna back him. So he is a candidate to watch in 2031 if he's ready to play the politics.
You see, Yusuf Dati is going to be a candidate twice. He's going to be a candidate in 2027. He's going to be the Labour Party candidate
He
in
should not
2020.
contest.
He will now. He has to test the waters now to test his strength and it's like apprenticeship sort of a thing.
But if Peter Obi is contesting, it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, but Peter Obi will not be on the Labour Party candidate now. On the Labour Party ticket. It probably SDP or some other. It's not I can't see Peter Obi as I see Yusuf Dati as the Labour Party candidate, not Peter Obi.
Yeah, if he's not contested, then he can try because the phase we are now actually as people, I think especially the youth, Nigeria are having a change of heart. Like everybody is tired of these old politicians, right? But if Yusuf Dati is strategist, he can learn from the school of Tinubu politics. Because one strength I see with Tinubu is very patient and strategic. Whatever you're gonna call him is good, but Tinubu is very patient and strategic. It's not. There are some level of luck when it comes to presidency, winning the presidential election. But I'm telling you, he's a good planner. He's strategic. He's patient. This is what is the strength of Tinubu. So I think that he can learn from that because I just want him to get ready for 2031. So he's able to kick out
But the other thing with that as well, you were saying he might well be a natural successor to Buhari. But the one thing about Dati is that it's too elite, it's too elitist. You know, it doesn't have. There's no connection between him and the Talakawas.
It's not really. It's not really. I don't think it's too elite. I think
you don't think that is too elite.
No, it's not. It's not. So I could even say like it's too enlightened, it's too kind of educated. He needs to come down to the people. I will not call it elite. I don't think he is. So
yeah, but it's still the same thing now. It's too educated. It's too posh. It's not relatable to the Talakawas. It's not relatable, and it doesn't know their language either.
That is what I'm saying. So he needs to learn that language very fast right now. He needs to learn the language, because that is what the northern Talakawas, that's what they need actually. So they need somebody that is Buhari's strength as well. So the moment they see you as the bourgeoisie, or more, they don't care about you. They feel like you are not with them. So that's the game that is gonna play out. But 2027, unfortunately, like until we wait till early next year, I'm sorry for the opposition. I don't think they are ready.
Even the obedient movement is running out of steam. Do you see that they no longer command the attention space now? The politics is getting tired of them.
It's
Just
Peter
the
Obi now.
yeah
It's Peter
yeah.
Obi. When you say that people, when people criticize Peter Obi genuinely, people think, oh, you hate Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not really a politician. Actually, he's an accidental politician. I will call him. It's not really a politician because if you watch 2023, his campaign was very religious and based on ethnic vibe. You know, not ethnic, but mostly the Southern vibe and the Christian part of the country. But if you can't win election in that way, it needs to tone that religious tone and come with a message. Although he come with a message, but on the other hand, you see,
But it doesn't have it in him though, because Peter Obi has not stopped politicking since the last election. He's been
it
campaigning
doesn't
since. But
look.
he has not changed the tone of his politics. He's still very much in that religious ethnicity narrative.
Religion.
He has not expanded beyond religion and ethnicity.
Nobody. I keep telling these people, nobody is gonna win election in Nigeria based on religion or based on ethnicity. It's gonna be a problem. People don't understand it. Yoruba tried it with Falaye. They lost against Obasanjo. So Yoruba people tried it. This is who we want. But
Even the Northerners tried it 3 times with
even the
Buhari.
Northerners tried it.
And
Buhari
they
tried
lost.
it.
Yes.
Exactly. Look at Abiola. Abiola, everybody love Abiola in the country. Even the Northerners refused to vote for their candidate. You know, it's Abiola. Do you get it? Look at Buhari. Buhari tried it 3 times. He thought he could win. They were deceiving him. Oh, yeah, he won. No, but until he came down to the south to form alliance, then he was able to win. So if you are coming with message, either you think you are Muslim or you are Christian, you want to play Muslim or Christian politics, it's failed already. Or you want to play tribal politics. Nigeria is very diverse. So you got to work with other groups. That's what will make you president, because Nigeria is people are very sensitive to this issue, because the moment they see you as a tribal bigot, it become a problem. Religious bigot become a problem, and we don't really need that. We need somebody that is free, that will respect people, that will protect people, irrespective of their religion, their tribe, whatever. That is what we need at this time, because the country honestly is too divided as we speak. So we need a better message that we somebody that is gonna be with the people. What was his name? Showore could have been that person, but Showore message, I think, is not resonating with the people. Sometimes he sounds like a distraction. I love Showore as a person, but I think, because I don't really believe Showore is corrupt. I think he understands the issues, he understands what is going on in the country, he understands the corruption, he understands a lot of underground things. But I wish you can have multiple Showore in every region that can, like mine, that can come together and rescue the country. Because at this point, that's what we need. So even it just like, let me just quickly comment on this. The video of that Yorima. These issues are not actually surprising to me. That is Nigeria. Nigerians, once they have opportunity, oh man, they will do whatever. They think they are above the law. So that Yerima, that is what is failing now. You can drive a car without a number. On the other hand, you look at the police, they are so corrupt, so dirty. That is the problem. It is a problem. You treat some people like king, like mini god. But you see people that don't have that opportunity, they don't have that power, they don't have who to call, then you are gonna bully and oppress them. That is what they do too. So the police are now, we need people to clean up all this mess. Trust me, police are going to stop you in Abuja now, in Lagos. If they know you are, is related to Tinubu, trust me, they're going to let you go no matter what. Oh, they know you can make a call to NSA. They are going to scare. They're going to run away. They know, oh, your father is one of top military guys. They're going to let you go. They're going to run away. But the oppression, we need a country that, irrespective, look at what happened in foreign country. You break the law, face the music. Face the music. So that is how to build a country. That's all this mess, what Wike and that guy the other time. I don't really.
There's a rumor that they attempted at the guy's life, but I think that might all be fake news. This Lieutenant Yerima, there's a story circulating, a narrative circulating that they tried to buy him.
Yeah, I don't know how true is it, but I don't think I really have my doubt. What will you buy him for? I don't see any reason, but I think police should do their work, investigate and give Nigeria the report, but I really have my doubt. I have sufficient evidence to really comment on that. But in terms of rule of law in Nigeria, it is a mess. I just want this to get better. Evil people that copy the governors. Nigeria is just a funny place. Look at Obaseki, people we are just calling. Collected state money to establish company you want to be making money. States don't have a percentage of the businesses. It's impunity is too much in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent, well put by AAY, and thanks for rescuing the session. I was just about to bail out. Comrade Omoruyi with us as well. So in PDP internally combusting, they don't even need Tinubu to do anything. They are destroying themselves from within. So what are you making of this sham convention by the PDP in the battle?
Yeah, good morning, woman. Good morning, our esteemed audience across the globe. You are the reason for us being here. Without you, we cannot be talking to ourselves. Good morning, my brother. You were good to hear your voice.
Moruye, I greet
Morning,
you especially.
Morning, sir. You see, PDP has been in ICU, and I think it's almost. Is that what it is? ICU the same thing as coma? I don't know why. I've never seen a situation like this. This is not the PDP has become a mere shadow of its former self. You have a situation where one man is stronger than an institution that as big as a PDP. PDP at the time was the biggest party in Africa. PDP, what kept PDP alive for those for those periods was because of his internal discipline. I think the reason why Wike is so powerful is because they lost the power at the center. So they have always had a strong president, from Obasanjo to strong national chairman. So their board of trustees, you could see, strong politicians across Nigeria, both from north, south, east. In fact, PDP was actually the party with the national spread. But as soon as they lost the power at the center, I think greed. When there was one thing PDP was doing, they were not actually a democratic, but no eternal democracy in PDP. What they had were strong men calling the shots. So, and in their era, we just left the military. People were like, oh, we're learning. So they did everything they wanted. When Obasanjo was there, Obasanjo could call a meeting for evening. They would do the meeting in the morning and all that, all sorts of shenanigans. So the thing that was actually correcting them was the power at the center. Everybody could, listen to Obasanjo. They had a strong men like Tony Aneni. They had strong men like, a lot of strong men instead of building a strong institution as a party. So as soon as they lost that power at the center, there was something wrong with PDP they were doing. They were busy sharing Nigerians' money and people were busy clapping for them. At a point in my area, their slogan became PDP share the money. They were not hiding it. So when that money was no longer coming from the center, so they now resorted to individuals, for survivor, financial survivor. So that was where Wike succeeded in putting them in his pocket. So what do you see them doing at this time? It's just for a show. It's just for a political show. PDP as dead as dodo. And nobody from my calculation can revive it. The bodies of this world, the body judge of this world. Do you know at a point
sorry, comrade. Is that not a negative for Nigerian politics, though? Because if you are saying the PDP is dead, which I agree that they are, and they're the only real viable opposition to the government, the only real big, because they're the only other party with a structure that is nationwide and that can take on the government. So if they are more or less, you say they're in ICU, so if they are more or less in a coma, then essentially it's just a free run to the goalpost for that cannot be a good thing.
I'm coming there. Stifling. I wanted to end with that. I wanted to conclude with that. Stifling of the political space is not a good omen, neither for the opposition nor for the incumbent, for the incumbency. The reason why I say this is that in everything you do, there's what we call state of equilibrium. If it goes beyond that, things are bound to go go the wrong way. So if you make the political space too tight, anything could happen. We don't pray for the military option. We don't pray for the. When you give them room, to survive side by side, there's something they call live and let live. There's no way they'll be able to defeat you. No way. They can't. It's difficult to remove an incumbent, except for Jonathan, that saw the handwriting on the wall and left before even the final result was declared. Because of what he saw before then, there were allegations, intelligence. He thought he was not just dealing with Nigerians. He thought he was dealing with Americans and the whole of the world, that it was going to crumble on him, and that could mean another dangerous situation for Nigeria. Not for somebody like Tinubu. So he's going to win all the same. You succeeded in taking the police is on your side. You're oddly in Lagos. You're oddly since 1999 is the IG. So what could he do? Work against you? Even if he changes the IG today, he's going to replace it with somebody more loyal to Egbetoku. So look at the court. From the lower court to the highest court of the land. Look at INEC. Somebody just came there, council of you. It's going to be, it's going to take extra effort. It's going to be more difficult for the head of a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for somebody, an opposition, to come and remove a politician of Tinubu, except the unexpected or natural consequences, happens, So, telling the opposition that I want them to die, I'm happy when I see them, dead. I think it's not a good pronouncement. And for the opposition, I don't think if he continue in this trajectory, the way he's going, and if he wins 2027, by 2031, everybody will have become a APC member. Go and mark to this date. If you continue, the only thing that slowed them down a little bit now is just this threat from this bully from America. Everybody will have, almost all the governor by now will have been in a PDP, in a APC. So it's not good it's not a good omen for the party in power, nor for the opposition. It's a very dangerous omen for our democracy. So, having said that,
all right. Do you want to give us a flavor on Lieutenant Yerima, who tells us that he's above the law? That they stopped him in this is a guy that is in the eye of the storm at the moment, and is driving a car without a license plate. And then they stop him in Abuja. And then let me actually play you the clip. It's only 30 seconds. They stopped him in Abuja, and then he says, "Do you know who I am?" And he's doing all this.
Video upon his wrong deed. He came with a car plate number covered, and we stop him. He says he's an officer. Identify yourself, and he cannot identify himself. The best thing he could do is to start insulting
everybody.
Do you now accept that what you did is wrong?
You are the one that did wrong thing.
Go and report
You are the one doing wrong things because you said you are an officer and we asked you to identify yourself and you could not do. The best thing you could do is to telling people that everybody are nonsense.
No, I didn't even see him. I didn't see.
So that's Lieutenant Yerima, the one that was confronting Wike at the land dispute, being stopped by the police, a car unregistered, unlicensed plated, and then he's insisting that it's above the law. So what are you making of the entitlement of the military in Nigeria?
Yeah, one man. I think that it looks scripted. You see the way it looks like a script. You know, it looks like some people are. A lot of people have made a lot of videos out of. You know, to trust Nigerians, right? They have done a lot of things, music, script. You know, trying to survive based on what has happened. This is a big distraction for. This is exactly what is killing our. You know, they leave the object and pursue shadow, so they will look for the cheapest way to make. Their own money out of what has happened between Wike and Yerima. If you look at that video very well, it doesn't look real. They could not capture the face of Yerima. And the way all of them were talking simultaneously, you know, they cannot talk in that situation like that if it were actually they were police. You know, it looks like a script, you know, like it doesn't look real to me. You know, if you just suppose that one side by side by the you know, rumor that there was allegation, assassination attempt on his life, you will know that none of those things is actually real. Why would they want to assassinate him in the first place? Why would they? Well, you know, I know Wike is a very dangerous politician, but it would to be too foolish of him to want to make such attempts when the dust is here to settle from the altercation they had a few days ago. Even if he's the most deadly politician, even if he's Osama bin Laden, he wouldn't want to take such a risk. And people are saying people that don't want Wike want to make such an attempt to batter his image further. I don't think that one either is real. And if you're not even careful, these two scenarios might even be one and the same thing. Those that are alleging that, so this could also be the same scenario. People are alleging to be the attempt on his life. That's my own take. I don't think it's real. None of them is real. The attempt on his life is not real. Because I listened to them, they could not really pinpoint anything that will make you, that will give you enough conviction that there was an attempt. You know, the military will have come out with a statement. The Yerima himself will have come out with a statement. Even on this one, right now, I don't think that was Yerima. It doesn't look like Yerima, and that was why they could not capture his face. Even the police either, you could not really see a clear picture, or you know, to show that it was either police or Yerima himself. Thank you, Waman.
I love that statement you make, Omori. Yeah, like even if Wike will not even try that at this point. You think?
No, it's quite silly. The idea that they were assassinated.
Yeah.
What is even the basis for? They argued on a land, and then assassination is the next. It's so ridiculous. The idea of it. Yeah. All right, so stay with us. We go on next to Talk Now, who is also with us. We've not heard from him in a while. So Talk Now, the floor is yours. The sham that was the PDP convention is what we're discussing. A jamboree was how we could describe it. Talk Now. Talk Now. Oh, all right, let's go to Simba. I'm not sure Talk Now is fully with us. Simba, are you there? You are there. All right, hello.
Sorry. How you doing?
I'm good. We've not seen you in a while. Kilo Shele.
Yeah, his work. His work, and
the dollars must be complete.
Yes,
that house in Lekki must be built.
Yes, God is helping us. Yeah, on this Wike matter and the suspension, I think is a fundamental error from the PDP. I'm aware that there were 3 different court cases. They have 2 judgments, and one was what did they call it? Is it an order, interlocutory order, something like that? The one in Ibadan was not a judgment. It was an order for them that they can do the convention. So it wasn't a judgment. So there was a judgment from Justice Omotosho That's from the Federal Court, and there's another judgment against the PDP. That's the former governor of Jigawa State that took them to court. So he won that. So there are two judgments that is against them. So right now, I think that convention is null and void. Number one, INEC wasn't involved. Number two, the secretary of PDP itself did not affirm that convention. So there are issues around that they have documented. They use a signature, they forge a signature and things like that. That is also in court. So there's a lot of mess with this convention. And I think Makinde was trying to just pull his weight to just ensure, it's an ego issue. They've gone ahead to agree and they cannot go back because it will look like a mess to them. But unfortunately, that mess itself that they have created more mess. So it's layers and layers of mess. I mean, if you remember clearly, Amadou Sheriff, that PDP issue way back, this is looking like it. So what's going on is most of the senators and the House of Rep, they are all scared because there's no party. Every one of them that is in PDP, they are not even sure of anything. Anyone that contests under PDP, they are not sure of anything. So the truth is, that convention is just a charade. I don't think it's a convention, so to say, except the court. If they go to Court of Appeal and the court confirms that that convention is correct, then I guess that's where they will have a headway. At this point, any person.
What are the likelihoods of that, though? With the court judgment stopping it and INEC not being present, what would be the argument that would legitimize it?
I mean, for INEC, it's just an umpire. So whether they are there or not, if the court confirms it, it becomes a final position. So, but I don't, with all the evidences that is on ground at this point, I don't see that convention being the chairman, Turaki, being the chairman. And that convention is almost null and void. Almost. Because I know they would appeal it. And who knows? Nigerian courts, you never know. Their logo is a blind person holding a balance on one side. And
sorry, talk now. People are actually anticipating that the whole thing will actually play out as early as today. So they've allegedly elected a new chairman, and that new chairman now, early Monday morning, goes to take his seat at the PDP headquarters in Abuja. So will he be allowed into that building? It's as early as that, but carry on.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it. First of all, who is handling Abuja at the moment? That's Wike. So I'm not sure that would happen, Even the so-called suspension is null and void. When you can't build something on nothing, it doesn't exist as far as the law is at the moment. So so I don't see the person going to Abuja. Maybe they will have to set up another place outside of Abuja. I don't see that happening. Wike is not a calm politician. He plays dirty and he also plays the law. That's one thing about Wike. There are politicians that plays the law and they are very, very balanced in their approach. Wike goes to the extreme. He plays the dirty and he plays the law. So that's, I don't see that happening. I think PDP is tearing down itself bit by bit. And unfortunately, the likes of Makinde will not help. I don't think Makinde understands the details of what he's doing. I understand he's the one that funded the entire thing. But at some point, he's going to choke him. I'm not sure. And at some point, he will have to just let it be. Yeah.
But how do you even justify suspending Wike for anti-party activities and not suspending Seyi Makinde? They did the exact and same thing, stopping the party from winning a presidential election. So Makinde was a member of the G5 now. So what suspends Wike but absolves Makinde?
So the problem with PDP is, the G5 has been fractionalized. Let's leave the G5 was in 2023 election. So politics is not really played like that. They don't. They are there, but they have not yet reorganized themselves again. So the G5 has been fractionalized. There's a Makinde factor. Makinde is interested in stepping into higher office. He wants to remain relevant. And you can't blame him. Most politicians will always want to be relevant. Otherwise, you are gone. If you are not screaming in one angle, you are gone. That's why you see an Amechi screaming and doing stuff. So you have to be relevant. Otherwise, you are toasted. It's as good as that. So Makinde wants to remain relevant. He wants to be there, but unfortunately, things are not playing out the way he wants. That's why he's trying to at least try and contest for the presidency just to remain relevant. He has to be there. Because after this is his last term. After this term, that's it. So he has to do what he needs to do. That's what he's just doing. And at the same time, he can't just back out and say they are not going to do it because everyone is looking up to him. Right now in PDP, every one of them is focused on Makinde because every other governor, they are either here or there. They are in between. They are just waiting for any slip and they will move to APC. That's a fact.
They're already two lined up. Anyway, we know that the Adeleke, we know he's in the PDP in body but not in spirit. He's half gone, and then there's one. I think Fintiri as well. He's half gone as well.
Yeah.
If you look at the talent left in PDP, there's actually no talent. All you have is Bala Mohammed and Saraki, and there is nobody, and maybe a little bit Makinde. And these are not heavyweights now. You can say Saraki is a bit of a heavyweight, but they don't have the, those heavy punching politicians.
Yeah.
They don't have. There's no talent left in the PDP.
But the issue with Saraki is he's already left PDP in spirit. I'll tell you why. So they set up a reconciliation committee. Adolphus Wabara, Saraki, and the likes. They are members of the BOT, right? So the members of the BOT had recommended that convention should not hold. Actually. So even Saraki is not with them. They are not, the only people that are really, really playing it now is maybe Makinde, maybe Bode George. And really, Bode George does not have a lot of gravitas within even his space in Lagos. So he's an elder statesman, that's not in doubt. But when it comes to political gravitas, to galvanize people to get election won, Bode George is not there. He's an ancient politician, but he's not there. So I think there's a lot of problem with the PDP. Can they salvage it? I think so. I think a lot of ego problem.
Can they salvage it in time for 2027 is the question.
No, I doubt it. Let them forget 2027. Just reorganize themselves and get things right. And a lot of time they say, oh, it's Tinubu. Within PDP itself, just imagine South chairman of PDP. They don't know who he is. Is it the guy from Edo State, that's Wike's person, or the other person they chose? So there's a lot of mess in the PDP. They don't even know who is who. So who is the legal advisor? They are not sure. Who is the secretary? He's either here or there. So is Damago still there? We don't know. So he's the.
I think this convention confirmed Damagum as the chairman. The detail. I think that's what came out from the convention, that Damagum is now the chairman, substantive chairman.
No, I think they chose a new chairman, Turaki. They have.
Can I chip in something there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know this guy is just smarter than them? Do you know Damagu in a way is actually Wike's man?
Honestly,
do you know he has been the one sponsoring, keeping Damagun there? So the PDP as dead as, if there's anything as dead as Friday Dodo. PDP is gone, it's finished.
The problem PDP is having is there's a lot of them that in their
even the Bode George that made that pronouncement for expulsion. Do you know he has been on the side of Wike, but he never thought Wike was going to destroy PDP to this extent. At the beginning, he was with them. He was against Atiku for not letting the presidency come to the south. So I don't know where they're not here or there.
Amori,
when was Lilimo? where was Dele Momodu? He claims he's a chieftain. Where was he in that convention? It's just the whole thing is just a farce.
Okay, woman.
No, Dele
The
Momodu
likes
is a
of Dele
leader.
Momodu, I must tell you,
What's the political
it's not
relevance of Dele
relevant.
Momodu?
He's not relevant. When did he join PDP?
No, Dele Momodu is just an Atiku boy now.
He's just exactly. He was called by Atiku called him in to be, because he's spokesperson or something. That's all. That's how he joined the PDP. Can he win a councillor? No, he can't. In his state, he's from Edo State. I didn't even know he was from Edo State. He was from Edo State.
No, he doesn't have a voting unit. He doesn't have a voting unit in state. It's even more important in Lagos than Edo.
It's more important in Lagos than Edo.
He's not. He doesn't have the. He's not even there. He's just a member, just as a card carrying member. That's all. There's nothing to.
Sorry, did he not even cross over to ADC recently?
I don't even know the party wherever Atiku is, he's going. So that's the fact.
He will always move with Atiku. Now Atiku, man, right?
He's already in ADC. It's a stalwart of ADC.
Anywhere Atiku goes, he's fine with it. So let's not even include Dele Momodu in the scheme of politicians that can make things done. Maybe it's popular, maybe in the eyes of the people, but when it comes to politics, no, he can't sponsor a councillor and the councillor will win. That's a fact. So the core politicians some of them are still in PDP, some of them are still there. There are some grassroots politicians that have not left yet because they are not sure of what's going on. A lot of them are just there on paper, but they don't know what's going on. So there's a mess. It's much more than what they see on TV, all those things they are saying. There's a mess, even at ward level. That I can tell you.
Do you think PDP's survival it lies very much in forming an alliance? So they have to ally either with the Obedient Movement or the ADC or even a conglomeration of the three. Because with all of these parties standing individually, Tinubu will just sit back and drink champagne. So if they're ever going to punch this guy, then they have to pull their punches together. Do you think PDP can survive without forming an alliance?
The truth is, the opposition we have today, okay, if at the national level, is still PDP. They have the people. Now, for PDP to survive this, they have to go back to status quo. Unfortunately, they have to align with Wike completely.
Woman.
That's just a fact. It's not yeah.
Woman, am I in the show, woman?
You are now. We cannot hear you. We can answer you as well.
All right. Good afternoon. I purposely opened my camera. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been listening for a while. Woman, well done, sir. I've seen you everywhere. You're doing a good job. Thank you, my boss.
Did you see me fighting? What's that Shore's boy?
That Agbajalingo.
No, not Agbajalingo. Shore's boy. The lawyer. The lawyer.
Soli?
No, the lawyer Shore guy.
I forgot
the newly.
Deji?
They did see me fight. Okay,
no, I didn't see that.
I
Tell it to me, please.
I said I beat him to the ground completely. You know that. So I just beat him.
I know.
Was it bossy or wrestling match?
No, it was a battle of wits. It's not clever and it's not articulate.
On which platform?
It was on TikTok. So I beat him black and blue, but
well, that's good. Well done, my brother. Well done. Yeah, I trust you now.
Okay.
See, let me say this quickly, sir. Please allow me to say this quickly. Okay. I won't take your time. Yeah, I've been listening to my brother that is giving his submission. Listen, you guys don't actually know what is happening. Yeah, PDP is buried. That's for fact. See, for them to make this decision shows that the people at the top that they play the politics, they don't know the kind of politics they're playing. They don't even know their right from the left. But the judge that make that pronouncement is part of G5. He's supporting Wike and the rest of them doing that.
Oh, I think we lost him. Okay, can I continue?
Yeah, carry on. And I wanted
Yeah.
to speak on Yerima as well, and then we're going to
Yeah.
Simba.
So on that Yerima issue, I want to draw a balance here. There are two extreme sides to this issue. And unfortunately, Nigeria just go with the bandwagon. I don't understand when we say you should respect a security person in that sense in a democracy. I don't get it. It doesn't happen in the Western world. When we want democracy, let's not be thinking of the military era. And I'll draw a balance here. Wike has his faults, but the military person that, not Yerima itself, but the person who ordered Yerima to stand in there, because you can't blame Yerima for a lot of things. They work with the last order. That's the way military works. If they give him an order, he has to carry out an order, right?
One man.
Can I?
I
Sorry,
think I'm back.
let me just.
Yeah, no. Let's talk now. Carry on, and then
Okay.
I'm not sure Simba is ready. So
Yeah.
you may come after him. Carry on.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
So Wike, to an extent, Wike did his job because prior to that time, I think some of the workers of the FCT ministry some of them were beaten. They had chased them away from that place from carrying out their duties. It is normal. And I don't think, sometimes we make ministers look like megalomaniacs. Look, he has to be on ground. He went there like a normal minister would do. But the only problem I have with him is the way he carried himself. That was unnecessary. He didn't need to call that guy a fool. That was not needed. What he was doing his job. That's right.
Yeah, but when he called that guy a fool, do you think the response, because if you are looking at Wike in terms of his status within the society, you can say it's the equivalent of a general. The minister of the FCT, if you were to give him a military rank, you certainly rank him 4 or 5 steps above that officer. So should he be backing back? His hand
We
goes in
don't
his
have-
pocket.
One man. Let's not give him all those things. It's just a civil servant with limited time. That's what a minister is.
No, it doesn't matter, my brother. It doesn't matter.
Please,
No.
let me speak to this. Yeah, just hold. He's just someone that is being given a responsibility to manage the FCT. Because it's democracy, right? He was appointed to carry out the duty because the president could be the person doing that work itself. So you need ministers because you need to delegate some of the functions, right? So you give him that function to manage FCT. That's what it is. And he's going there to do his job. In line with the law, what Wike went to do there is not against the law. Let's get that right first. The error that I see there is the way he spoke. You don't need to call someone a fool. That was the extreme. If he had gone there, put up a position, and if there's no headway there are legal rules, legal processes he's supposed to take. There's the IGP of police. He has a commissioner under him. So he has processes, and Nigerians need to follow processes and procedure. It's okay for you to go there to see live and direct what had happened. Then you go through the normal protocol. That's okay. You can even get a court order stopping them, sealing the place. You can do that. Those are processes. The problem we have in Nigeria is sometimes we want to create news out of. That's not a big deal. What Wike is doing and what every other state governor does, what other commissioner does in their states, is not different. So yeah, I think he went to the extreme at that point. But if we talk about with respect to his function, he's just performing his function. But he went to the extreme. Now, talking about the Yerima person, what he did, following military rule, he has not done anything wrong. Let's just be sick. He's following.
He did, my brother. Don't mislead people.
Okay, what exactly did he do?
Go to the constitution and read the military this thing or other law.
Okay. Let me explain something to you.
Hold on, please, my brother. It's not meant to go against any civilian rules. He has gone against that rule. He's supposed to be expelled.
Let's get something right, okay?
Go and read it now. In fact, I'm going to dig out.
Can you hold on now? If a commander gives an order for you to stay in a particular position, he has not told you to kill. Now, where I see the fault is the people that were beating the civil servants. That's against the law. But for you standing in a position, from what I see in the video,
Is that a position? Is that a position? Is that
what did we see in the video?
What are you saying?
Talk now. This, please, is a military officer. Yerima is a military officer.
Yes.
The work that he's doing there is not for the military.
Who told you that?
He
got the order from the military. He got the order from the military superior. The order came from the military superior. His boss.
Wait now, Kenny. Wait now.
Hold on. What Simba is saying is, it's not a military instruction. It's a private instruction. It wasn't there acting on behalf of the military. It was acting on it was not on a military assignment. Okay. It was on a civilian assignment, acting on the instructions of a superior officer.
That's where we miss it.
It's even acting on the instructions of a private citizen, because the person who instructed him is retired.
Okay, let me give you
once a soldier is always a soldier.
In the military, how things work.
Don't say nonsense. What's that? What nonsense is that?
Hold on. Yes, back to talk now.
A military general is retired. There are some function. Well, I won't say function. There are some military rules that are followed even when you are retired. Okay, so what happens is this: they will give you maybe an orderly or someone that would be working by your own instruction, but the person also reports to a commander, and the person also reports to you as a retired general. That's how it works. It's kind of tripartite in a way. Now, if you are already guiding that person that is a retired general,
what is the role?
Hold on now. He's working by an instruction, based on an instruction that was given to him by a retired general. That retired general can still give instruction. If anyone is in military, can come to this place and come and tell me that retired general can still give. In fact, when there's that retired general,
you are wrong.
Are you a military person?
You are wrong, my brother. Don't. You are wrong.
Oh my
you are wrong.
He's not wrong.
What are you saying?
Gentlemen, one voice.
Woman, sir, please, sir. See.
Hold on, Kenny.
Don't let this fly.
Hold on, Kenny. If he doesn't allow,
are you shut up, you?
No, hold on. If it doesn't allow the interjection, then it will only get. Do you want to take Kenny's interjection, because I don't think it's accepting what you're saying.
Okay, let him speak. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Now my question is, you're saying it's always saying once a soldier that it gets instruction from a retired person. You see, let's see. I'm going to dig this out. Let's go by law. What is his function when they appoint him to that person? What is the function they ask him to do? They ask him to protect the person, not a virgin land. No, hold on. Let me hold on now. Hold on, please. They assign him to protect a human being, right? Because he serves Nigeria and
the person is property and his household.
Can you let me speak? What's the problem? They assign him because he serves Nigeria, he serves his nation, so they give him protection, personal protection to protect him because of his job, right? Now this person has become civilian, no more in the military, regardless of how many years he served. Okay. Now now the person that already retired, has no more in service, now send his guard, someone that's supposed to protect your life, to go and fight for a land. And you're not saying that
he was supervising
Now, hold on, Simba. The only person that can give instruction is the president of Nigeria. The chief of army force is the only one that can give that command. It's only one. And as well, you, Baba Tinubu did not give me command to go and fight and become an error boy to guard the land. What are we saying?
Fellow Nigeria, before Ogbeni, who is a lawyer, speak, let me just say.
Ogbeni is not here. Is Ogbeni here?
Ogbeni said, let me make the case.
All right. Sorry, hold on, Ola. Ola, I'm going to bill, but please try and maintain an orderly sort of something. It's an impassioned conversation, which we welcome, but let it not cascade into something or the other. Our talk now gets to round up after you, Ola, and then we move it to Simba, and then we move it round. Gentlemen, all right, I'll see you in a bit.
Sir, please let Ogbeni give us the law. The law that guides the military.
Benny will give us the law, but I want to. You see, the way I see the situation is this. Yes, that man was attached to the general, and I don't believe that a retired general is a civilian. You understand? He is still just he's a veteran. You understand? So
he's a civilian, my brother. It's not more service.
I say I don't believe. That's true. I say I don't believe that the retired general is a civilian, whether we like it or not. He has military training. He can bear harm. So the training.
Okay. Hold on. Let me ask you this question. A retired principal in school, is he no, a retired principal or a retired lecturer? Is he a lecturer?
There are two different things, my brother.
What do you mean? I didn't know service.
There are two different things.
I bought no service in the
Hold on. It's not a matter.
They don't serve their time and retire. What are you saying?
It's an opinion. Just hold on. It's an opinion. A retired principal is still an educator. So his training will never leave him. So whether we like it or not, a retired principal and someone that was never trained to educate people, they are not the same.
No, in that regard. Not in that regard. Don't twist it.
Kenny doesn't even let someone contribute. I know.
Can I just round up, please?
No, talk now. Hold on, please.
Simba, you will talk.
Let me just round up.
No, you will round it up. Ola, sorry, please give me this 1 minute. Okay, if we say that a retired army officer, not a military officer, is still a military officer, if he committed any offense, is it going to now be court-martial? I mean, like what they do, or is going to be subjected to civilian rule, civilian law?
Okay, let me now say that yes, he will be subjected to normal civilian rule. Get what I'm trying to say here. When you retire as a general or within the army, there are certain benefits that still accrue to you.
We understand that benefit.
Now, you get that point. Now, with those benefits, it automatically, even at war, you can still be called back. That's why certain things are still accrued to you.
Exactly.
Do we get that? So let me now explain to you why Yerima is not at fault. But the retired general is the one at fault. You guys didn't allow me to just finish. It's not about Yerima. Yerima, they're not going to do anything to Yerima because he was following an order. It's not an order for him to kill. It's for an order to protect the property.
He was also a victim in that circumstance.
Where he will be faulty, where he will be seen as faulty, is where he has beaten, which I did not say in the video, where he has beaten civil servants of the FCT. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking, but you need to balance these things. Wike has his fault. If Yerima literally ordered people to beat civil servants, he's at fault. If he didn't, he's not at fault. The person who is at fault is the person that gives that order. That is the retired person and the commandant that he's reporting to. That's the way military.
So if the commandant
Simba, now like this you never let me even give my opinion finish. Maybe someone they land now. Now, what I was even saying the other time was this. You understand? He was attached to the general. You understand? He gave command, correct. But the question is this: the way I see it, that guy was stopping implementation, enforcement by the civil authority. And the question is this: you have a plan, that you have a designated authority to maintain the plan of FCT. Now, the person, you have seen the violation in the plan, and they were trying to enforce, the civil authority was trying to enforce, but were used to stop the civil authority, you understand, from performing their duty. I see that as something that is it's just like an anarchy. That's the way I see it. So if the retired general had ordered Yerima to go and pie person because he must obey order, you understand, to go and pie just normal civilian, will he go ahead and pie the person? I will be here saying that he is just obeying order. So we have to look at the technicality. That's why I
Okay,
say I
okay.
want to make a guess before I will allow Ogbeni, who is a lawyer, who is an expert.
Sorry,
to
can I
talk
say
to
this?
the topic.
Even if you are in the military, if you are given an order to do something illegal and you kill, you can be court-martialed, you will be dealt with. So that one is not an issue of, when it comes to things like that. That one is pretty straightforward. Not to even talk of a retired person giving an order.
I think
I think we
our
should get that
psyche
thing.
has
So
been
what I'm
bastard.
telling us is this. That
Just let me say
officer,
this. Talk now.
can I speak?
Just let me say this. I think
You,
our
you say
psyche has
something. Let
been
me just
bastard.
round up and leave. You have
Okay,
your time.
round up.
So
Okay.
what I'm saying is this. The issue is clear. Wike has his fault, the way he has carried himself. But when it comes to law, doing his work, he did what he was supposed to do. But the extreme was the way he spoke to that officer. You don't talk to someone like that, not even a civilian, whether a civilian or a military person, you don't call him a fool. That's absolutely unacceptable. That's given. Now, the officer Yerima, based on the video I watched, I think he conducted himself fairly okay. He got an order, but the person who owns that property itself, who has violated the law, would answer that question. That is given. That's how it will work. And I don't see the issue really with that Yerima person based on the video I watched, except if truly
That's issue.
it's the civilian people that came to do their work
Thank
there.
you. Talk now.
That was wrong.
Thank you.
That's
Okay.
issue. That's issue with that guy. Sorry,
Kenny,
Kenny,
Kenny, you've spoken.
I've
Ogbeni.
not spoken. I wait for my time.
Why are you jumping to Ogbeniola?
No, because we want to make a matter of legal
Is
opinion
here, it's
on
not
this matter.
living. Whatever we say, he will cap it up. So let us talk.
So yeah, go ahead and talk.
Okay, give us time. Time everybody. This is not time for us to be on longevity.
So you are also a moderator now. So, but I want every moderator to conduct themselves. So that it's only when they don't conduct themselves that I will be reminding you.
Let me start by saying I think our psyche has been bastardized over the time. That we still see retired military officers as if they are still in active service.
God bless you.
Once a military officer retires, you lose your active military status. That is, you lose it completely. You become a pure civilian. You are just a civilian. That rank, if the people are still addressing you with it, it's just like an honorary rank. That's what you become. And you are subjected to civilian rules and regulation. But because Nigerians will don't obey law, people still see them as if they are still in active service. You still see them behaving as if they are still in active service. And that is why all of us believe that whatever they are doing, they still have the right to do it. It's wrong. That guy, that Yerima, the person that is serving, does not even have any right to give him any order. The order has to come from whoever, maybe the people that are still in active service. So I don't know where we now say, okay. And then another thing is that where do we get this belief that whatever a military man does, nobody can verify them, nobody can do anything to them? It's like they are above the law, they can do anything and obey the last order. That's what they do. I think maybe because of long-term military rule and what we hear people saying, and that's why all of us have imbibed that habit and belief that, okay, whatever a military man does, they can go away with it. And that's why we are suffering. Then let me go back to this issue of PDP, whatever. People are saying PDP is dead. I don't believe PDP is dead. I think whatever crisis that they are having now, it might not be maybe for the next election, but I still believe that PDP is going to, they are going to bounce back. APC that we are seeing today, that everybody is defecting to, they will get to it will get to a period that it will self-destruct itself. And that's what happened to PDP. There was a time PDP was boasting, we are the biggest party in Africa, we are going to rule for 60 years and all those things. That is a APC today, the way everybody defecting there, after a while, they will get, because all of them, they will be fighting that some of them will not be defecting back to PDP and other parties. So PDP is not going to die. But for 2027, we might say, okay, they might not be able to achieve much in 2027. Then come to the convention. Albany is here. I think what they used to say is that once there is a court order, especially if you have a court of, they used to call it maybe is it Albany, borrow me the language now. If you have two courts that have the same level of competency,
coordinate
jurisdiction. And I think what they also say that whenever the last court order is actually the one that suffices. So I don't know whether these PDP people, the Makinde and his cohort, they are not aware of what laws, because I think they will have lawyers among them. Why they now went ahead to actually have that convention, and they should know that whatever they do in that convention is not actually going to work. It's not actually going to be, and it's the same mistake they have made earlier on that is making people to defect away from their party. They are now getting themselves more engrossed in that same mistake. So to me, I don't know what actually the future for them in the next, maybe towards the next election for PDP. Because now, if anybody that want to contest under that party, who is going to now sign their form? Because even the National Working Committee, like the one that this our old Baba in Lagos actually was heading. Actually, there is also another faction. I think there is one man they call Abraman or something like that. They actually did not even supported the convention. So the whole thing is just a mess. But what we have to look at what will be the way out? I think I'm asking Ogbeni this question. What will be the way out for the PDP, and what will be the future of what does does it portend for PDP in the future election? Because if they continue this way, it's going to take them time for them to recover from. But I still believe that PDP is not dead. It's good. They are going to recover, but probably after 2027 election.
Yeah, can I say something before Benny comes, please? Ola? Okay. Ben, please permit me, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for 1 minute. I just want to say something based on what my brother just finished. Quickly. See what will happen here. Wike and his team, they already have their own team. They're going to suspend them again as well. That's what happened. Wike is like they will form a new PDP or something like that. So they already divide the PDP into two. And my question is, see, more governors is going to leave PDP. The only person that will leave left in that party is going to be only Makinde. That will be left in that party for them, because who is going to sign the ticket for them? And most of them have ambition. You understand? So, and for Yerima is very, very wrong. He has no right to tell Wike that I'm not stupid. I'm stupid. He's supposed to stand still, discipline, and say yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Not be disgracing. After he disgracing uniform, anybody that says the guy performed very well, he behaved himself. He didn't behave himself. Actually, he's a useless boy.
Hold on. So what Wike said, you are a fool. He's supposed to say yes, sir. Right?
Can you?
Yes, yes, so yes, sir. As a uniform person.
Bro, I beg.
Yes.
So if I tell you
That's
my
not a
food now, if
society.
we can tell
Okay,
you my food,
please
you tell me
don't
yes, sir.
make it rowdy. Please don't make it rowdy.
I beg, don't come up here.
I beg, shut up, man. What's wrong with you?
Okay,
What am I talking
guys.
about?
Guys, let us hear from a legal perspective to it. Ogbeni, are you there, please?
I'm here.
Okay,
That's
now,
that's
so okay, like, can you please take us through? At least you heard what we've been discussing. Like,
Ogbeni, help us.
I've discussed it
hold
here
on
before
now.
now. I discussed it here before, and after that, I tried to go to the Armed Forces Act and read a bit, and Armed Forces Pensioner Act also to read and try to educate myself. And I think it's a bit dicey. So let me start by this. So if you ask yourself a question first. If a brigadier general, for instance, is sacked from Nigerian military, sacked, and I said, can he still
Not
issue?
retired, though.
Yes,
Sacked.
for instance. Can the man still issue an order? Can he still order a military officer, and the military officer would respond to his order? Keep that. Now, assuming you have a brigadier general who has deserted, not sacked this time around, deserted from the military, can the man still give Can the man still give an order? Keep that in pocket. Then last one, a military officer now who gloriously or meritoriously retired from the military, can he give an order? 3 questions. Now, the reason why the military, and I heard somebody saying when the military leaves, then the person should not even be addressed with his rank again. I don't think so. The law says he holds his rank for life because he worked to earn that rank and then he owns it for life. Okay. So he remains the general who he will always remain till he died. But a retired one.
I didn't say it should not be. I said that rank become an honorary. I didn't say it cannot be addressed.
Is an inactive rank. So
it's not honorary. It's just a retired.
It's
not honorary. There's the difference.
It becomes an inactive one. In fact, the Armed Forces Act even gives a provision where the president can recall them. The chief in command can recall any military officer in Nigeria. So they are all what they call reservists. So the moment you retire, you are now part of the reserves. They're reservists. So you are on standby. You can be recalled anytime. So if there's any war, a good example is Israel now. Many of their retired and those ones who are no longer in the active military, they were all recalled during the Gaza thing. And they still have a huge number of reservists remaining in the civilian space, which they were on standby to be recalled. Okay, what's the point I'm trying to draw here? There's a difference between when you are sacked from the military, when you deserted from the military, and when you meritoriously serve the military. If they sack you from or you deserted from the military, your history of being military or any perks attached to your office is gone for life. But if you meritoriously serve the military and you retire, there are some perks of office that you go home with. Now, one of it is that for life, you have an orderly. But when you now have an orderly, the next question you will now ask is that, what is the extent of command that you can give to this orderly? And I think that is where that speaker, I don't know who that person is, the person that is trying to tell us that, I don't know, one of the speakers anyway. I can't be detailed. I can't remember the person's name now. So that is what I think that person is trying to enlighten us about, which is what is the extent of order that you can actually give an officer. Now, see, it depends on the detail of the authority of the officer that has been sent to you. To start with, the first answer is even no. You cannot even command that officer. You cannot command that officer. You are there to protect that officer. If today your commanding officer withdraws you from that man, you are leaving the man straight. Even if the man is at the point of death like this and they recall you and they say, come back now, your duty ends there. You have no duty to protect that man. So what I'm saying is, who are you answerable to? You are not answerable to that man in terms of a command chain. You are answerable to your own commander that is commanding you, not that man. But you are there to protect that man. That's your primary role is to protect that man. And
that's what I said now.
Yeah. So what do you protect?
Please,
protect.
does his protection extend to his household and his property?
That is where the controversy now lies now. Now, how do you protect the man? You protect the. No law explain what protection means, but what we know is that first, protection of life should be the number one. We all know that one, and personal safety too. And personal safety include you are monitoring his environment, right? You are escorting him when necessary to strategic places and probably all places. Then you are managing security risk put on him. All right. Those are the things. Then the question you also ask yourself is, does it extend to domestic shores? Because I tell people, I've seen some of my colleagues, they argue that those things are domestic shores, running personal errands. That it looks like you running personal errands. The man is not physically present there, but you are coming to run an errand by protecting that place. And some of my colleagues have argued and say, okay, if he orders you to cook and clean in the house, do you go and do that? Is that part of security or protection to do and cook? Okay. If we agree that you don't have the duty to do cooking and cleaning, and if he commands you, you have the duty to say no, then why not going to a land and be sitting there protecting the land? That's one argument. Another person have argued and said, no, that thing is part of protection of personal safety. What of if that particular land is one of structures or infrastructure that are strategic to that man's survival? Would that extend to protection of the man because that is what the guy survives on? Or the man has businesses upon which he survives on? So back and forth. But what is my own opinion? My own opinion is first, the law is not clear on it. Whoever comes and tell you the law is clear on it, the person is just not understanding what our present law says. No, now we have a lot of issues with our laws. We are not.
Ogbeni, please, can you read Armed Forces Act for us, please? A lot of people don't know about it. I beg you, in the name of God, please.
Let him continue when necessary.
No, I just want to keep that in. I'm not saying he's not continuing.
The current.
No, don't let us drill him.
What section? What section? Armed Forces Act law is a big act. You know, tell him the section.
You are talking to a lawyer. He knows how to back himself up. Please.
The current Armed Forces Act contains 297 provisions, and it's almost 200.
For Christ's sake! What time? If you start today, when will you end? Next year?
So we can't really go into that route and start reading Armed Forces Act.
Okay. I'll dig you out now. Don't worry. Continue.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is this: first, it is not that clear, but what is obtainable in other advanced countries? And I mentioned in the last time I said, can't we borrow things from where things work? Is it only when we want to criticize our government we will be borrowing things from us? Say, it can never happen in so place. It can never happen in so place. Why is it that when issues like this arise, we don't look at other places and say, okay, what is obtainable in the US? What is obtainable in the UK? How do does their own military officers react to commands like this? What would have happened if things like this happen in the US? And that is where I would like to draw example from in this case. So now our law is unclear, but the convention in Nigeria is disobey the last order. And I keep saying that convention is a very wrong convention. In America, in the Trump first time in office, he issued a command. One of the military officers there, I can't remember now, I don't really follow US like that, refused and said, this is unlawful command. I will not budge and I will not do anything because I've sworn to the Constitution of the America, not the president. I'm here to protect you and obey every lawful order. If you come to Nigeria, I've seen some, and it sounds so very funny. I've seen many Nigerians say, it is obey the last order. Even some of my colleagues with legal minds. And I told them, I said, but a few years ago, Barrister Femi Falana went to court, if anybody can remember, in the case of Kuti and Nigerian Army. Barrister Femi Falana went to court. What happened in that case? Let's look at the fact of that case. During, I think it was Jonathan's time, they ordered some of soldiers in the Northeast to face Boko Haram. But they did not give them weapons to face Boko Haram, and they refused. I don't know if anybody can remember that scenario. They did not give them enough weapons.
We remember vividly. He won the case for them.
He won that case. And if you go to the judgment of that case, the judge said it clearly. They are meant to obey lawful orders. Particularly, you don't, but you know, in that case, relate more into their life first. Because in the military, it's actually your life first. Because it is the soldier who is alive that can come back to fight the next time. So the court said, how you command somebody to face enemies when they are not properly equipped? And you want that person to obey that order because of the nonsense convention that you must obey every lawful order.
You told
But
someone
plus
to
or
come to
minus,
fight.
yeah. Yeah, but plus or minus, it still remains a convention in the military. So if Yerima was trained that way, nobody can blame Yerima. You cannot blame that guy for obeying the last order because that is the convention. Don't forget that in all these things, it's not the military, and in fact, in all disciplines, you are not regulated only by the laws. You are also regulated by the
But Ogbeni, based on the precedent you quoted now, that the case that Falana won, so there's a precedent that you only obey lawful order.
Yes, but don't forget that precedent relates to if it affects their life. Do you understand?
Okay.
Because they were actually sending them to the den of death without keeping them. So one can extend it.
Right.
I hope it's not overstretched. Do you get what I'm saying? One can extend the answer. Okay, if you're obeying every lawful order, why would you obey somebody? In fact, you can't even, that man cannot even give you command to start with. Let's say he got the command from his own commanding officer. Why would you obey your commanding officer that is saying that go and obstruct enforcement by an organ of government? Because as far as I'm concerned, what Wike has come to do in that place is to enforce executive order. I've seen some people, they say, hey, you should first go to court, and I laugh. Some people don't even understand democracy work. Everything is not about court. Even when you finish your order in the court, do you think it's the court that executes orders? It's the executives. They are the one that will still execute order. Is not when if I have a case with you in court and the court said they should go and seize my car, it's not the court officer that will come and seize your car. The court officer will come with their paper and then they will go and get police to go with them. If the court said, go and demolish that property, it's not the court that will roll their tractor. It is the executive, the people in that minister's office, the enforcement unit. They are the one that will come and roll their tractor. And if the minister also has his own quasi-judicial function, he has some little enforcement powers too. For instance, if you are using a premises unlawfully, the minister doesn't need to go to court first. The minister can order there in their office and say, look, that property is being used against the condition for the title for that property. They don't need to go to court first. They can say, go and seal that property. Is that not the reason why you see NAFDAC sealing property, NDLA sealing property? Are they not all branches of executive? The governors of a state can seal property. It's part of it. In Lagos, last man, all those guys, no, not last man, what do you call it? That minister, they seal property. They don't need to go to. It is when there is now dispute, then the aggrieved party is the one that will go to court. So when you now come to this case now, the next question I now ask is that, okay, this man is protecting this property. He has his order. The convention is that you obey the last order. Yes, he's following the convention. That is his training. We may say he's not properly trained, fine, but that is the training they gave him. He has not done anything wrong. Now, when you now come to the issue of whether he had altercation with Wike, and whether that altercation, I've said it here before too, I think last 2 days when I came up here, I said, that guy conducted himself respectfully by saying, I'm not a fool. Now, but one of my colleagues has also pushed an argument and said, look, you are saying that man has conducted himself respectfully. Would a commander, assuming a brigadier general or a higher officer told him you are a fool, will he speak back and say I'm not a fool? The answer is no. No military officer will speak back to any other higher ranking military officer. When they say, are you a fool? You say, yes, sir. That's what he will say. Or fire.
The Wike is a bloody civilian here, man. Bloody bully.
Wait, why would you say that to Wike is not a general? So I don't agree with that argument.
Mr. Ogbeni.
Yeah.
I just did something out. I was
God
reading
bless your buddy for being so
please
balanced,
now.
man.
Can you please what's wrong
I'm
with this man?
thanking
Now? Let's
him. I'm
not talk
thanking him.
now. Allow me now. What's the problem? I just did something out on the this thing about the Nigeria and Armed Forces Act. Yeah.
Yep.
So you're right because it said once a soldier retire, he become a civilian and is protected like any other Nigerian under normal civil law, right?
What
Police
section is that?
protection. Hold on, one sec. 1 minute, sir. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay. Because the reason why I'm asking for that session is that I've read this thing like about past 2 days now. I tried to look for the exact provision. I can't really find any. The only one I can find has to do with misconduct of. It talks about misconduct of retired officer, something like that, or failure or to perform some duties, or if the president recalls you and you refuse to obey that, then what happens to you? Those are the things, and I can't really relate it with the issue on ground.
An interpretation of those law matters too. So it's not
Yes.
as if you read
Not a
it
straight
letter for
thing.
letter. Yeah.
It's not. Me, as far as I'm concerned, the only major authority on this thing is presently Jack Kuti and Nigerian Army that are one. And if one has to stretch it to achieve the end of justice, I think it is time for our military to know that you don't obey just any order. Particularly, and we are at a stage in the history of our nation
Democracy.
where
Ogbeni,
yes,
Section 217.
okay,
Nigerian Constitution, Section 217.
217.
Yes. Nigerian
217 talks
Constitution.
about
Which subsection? Which subsection?
Can you? What is? Oh God! What is your problem, this man?
I'm trying to help you to make it easier for
You are
us.
not the
Since
one.
you-
You
this
are
is not
not
become a
the one I'm
lawyer.
talking to. I'm talking to Ogbeni. Ogbeni is a lawyer. But I'm talking to him.
Constitution or Armed Forces. Okay, Constitution.
Yes.
Did you say Constitution?
Nigerian Constitution. Yes. Nigerian Constitution.
Okay, not Armed Forces. Yeah, of course. Okay,
No. Yeah, Nigerian Constitution.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good.
So Nigerian Constitution. That one. So if you go to, yeah, Ogbeni, if you go further down, yeah, it says the Constitution. It's 217 explain the duty of the Nigerian Armed Forces.
Hello,
So
am I
you
talking
go
to
on.
myself or anybody hearing me?
Can you hold on, please, sir? I will learn from Ogbeni. Hold on.
Rational mind.
Let me finish my this with my brother. Let me finish now. Don't cut me off. Let me finish. Wait. Don't cut me off. My brother, wait now. Okay, I'll keep quiet. I'm wondering when to alert me or something. I'm asking because you are cutting me off. But continue, no problem.
Now I can't find what piece. You're welcome, sir. It's been a while.
No, it's been rational mind. You may continue with your question, please.
Oh, it's rational mind. Yeah. Rational mind. It's been a long while.
Uncle.
I can't hear him again. But
thank God we see us on rational mind among us.
I've checked this 217. I'm not sure the constitution you are reading. No, it's not in 217. 217 tells us about establishment and composition of armed forces of Nigeria. And then it tells us about command and operational use. 218, 219, establishment of a body to ensure federal character in the armed forces. And that's all. Then 220 is the compulsory military service, and that's the one I'm talking about. They can recall reservists.
Even Ogbeni, nobody needed to tell us that once you are not in service, you are not a regular military officer.
You are not.
Saying once you are once you retire that you are not a soldier is totally different, because you have to see military as a way of your life. Because I don't know whether there's something of course soldiering. You understand?
In fact, you can. In fact, I know a convention that say you can even still be court martial. You can be court martial as long as you are still collecting military pension, and that is why when you see them in the society,
Ogbeni is 217 to 220. The one reading is Constitution section 217 to 220. Explain the duty of the Nigerian Armed Forces. So I'm still reading on my tablet now.
Oh, it's not. It doesn't contain. It doesn't cover retired military officers. It just tell you.
But that's what they say. I cannot put my camera myself.
I wonder whether it will have it because Constitution doesn't go that specific. That's why I was surprised too. Constitution will not go that specific. Constitution will deal with the general thing like chain of command and operation so that they can vest power in commander in chief, and then stipulate what happens if commander in chief is no more. Those things, those are what Constitution deals with. But when it comes to specific operational thing, Constitution is Armed Forces Act that will deal with those things, and that's why I'm saying that there is, in terms of this issue, there's a kind of lacuna, there is a kind of gap within our Armed Forces Act. And, generally, we have not been proactive, particularly with the making of our laws. We don't reform our laws on time. We are reactionary. We react to what happened. Like this thing now, they may now go back now and start amending. We don't get feedback and then try to improve our laws on it. Those are the problems we have with our laws. But sometimes I don't blame us because if we don't even operate the laws as we should be operating it, we will be giving you feedback. Military, all this wise, they've been seizing properties. I have a personal experience with them. With this one is even police, not even military, and some of the politicians in my state. They collected my land, almost 90-something hectares. We're still in court, but they put military zone on it. Keep off. What can I do? There's nothing I can do than to be fighting them in the law court. And they have money. They can adjourn to they can appeal to any level because they have money and they are military guys. So even if I win in court and I take charge of that land, they can still evade me anytime and still pose insecurity on my land, and they are military. So we experience this thing all every day. So when people now support military in this, sometimes I have a gap. It keeps me asking this question: what exactly do we really even want as Nigerians? What exactly do we really want? Do we really want development for that country? Or we just want to use that country to be playing Telemundo, you do me, I do you, or Mario? What exactly do we do really? And like Simba said, which I agree with Simba 100%, our mentality has been so dented that we don't even understand, we don't even appreciate that there is a limit to the roles of military in this. We shouldn't even have soldiers roaming in our street. We shouldn't have soldiers roaming our street. I've been staying in UK for how many years?
That is why I'm even on this issue, because we just believe, since I've been in Canada, I think I've ever seen soldiers twice in my life.
To me,
you understand? Twice in my life.
The time I saw them here, they were campaigning for people to come and collect form to join them. That was the only thing that I saw them, and they were campaigning. We should come and join them, come and join British. And they were, like advertising. They were sharing flyers, and so if you approach them, they came to the university, to the university campus to come and recruit graduates. So they were sharing on convocation day. They were trying to convince some of the graduates to join them for reserve and all these things. That was the time I saw them full kitted, young guys. Said,
Ogbeni, do you remember it that happened in the UK last time when two of the young guys find one of the soldiers in Southwest here in front of the barrack? They find a soldier. They macheted the soldier in front of the barrack. You know what they did? The soldier man called police. They call policemen to come and arrest those people. But if it's Nigeria, what do you think will happen?
No, let me tell you another one.
I just live in the past.
Yeah, I've seen one video where all these police, the not even real police, traffic what do they call them? Those ones that gag tires if you park anyhow. Those tickets, those ones that give tickets.
Highway patrol.
Those ones, yes. I've seen where military they park, or was it police? Was police that park that quickly went to McDonald's to go and buy something? The guy gagged their tire and give them ticket. They didn't spend more than 10 minutes inside that place, and they were begging.
Of course, even they do it police.
The guy said they can't pay. So I was wondering, if it's Nigeria, they will beat your hell out of your life. You are gagging police.
God bless you, Gary, if you're this.
So our mentality is so dented down that we now see police as. But for me, like that first speaker said, I can't see anything wrong with Yerima. I think Yerima acted within the bounds of the convention and the way they've trained them, they train our military so far. But the only area I see problem with Sherima is first to be shouting on, and that is the area people don't even really look at. You can't look at a police officer and tell a police officer to shut up. You are talking, police officer is talking.
God bless you.
What? And people are not saying anything. They say, "Oh, he did well." I said, "What? Yes, maybe in terms of Wike, his confrontation with Wike, yeah, he tried to, but will he have slapped Wike? What will he have done? Will he have said, you are a fool too?" That would have been against his relationship with civilians. So that is, even if it's not Wike, even if it's not nice civilian, that's how it should be. So I'm not fool. What do you mean? Explain what you mean by fool. I'm not. But looking at the police officer and say the police officer should not talk when you are talking is that's not
Ogbeni, sir, I have to ask you, what was the rank of that boy, and what was the position of Wike in terms of position? And my second question is, if it's senior ranking president telling him you are this, you are that, is he going to reply him like that?
No, they are not on the same lane. So Wike, but when you want to look at it, let's look at it from this angle. And I've canvassed that argument somewhere before, but they all shouted on me and said I was wrong, and they are lawyers, so I just left them. Okay. Wike is carrying somebody's authority, the president's authority.
Exactly.
That's the person Wike is representing. Most time people don't see it. They just see Wike. I said, this man is representing the president. Wike is not like the governor that has his own executive power. Wike is not. It's not like a governor that has an executive power, that his power is limited. Wike is appointed by the president. He's a delegated, he's acting as in a delegated role for the president. In actual fact, the president is the governor of Abuja, and Wike is seen in situ for the president. So when you want to say chain of authority, if the president is commander-in-chief of armed forces, that is the authority Wike may be carrying as far as Abuja is.
That's what's carrying, because it's the mouthpiece of God, of president.
Yes, so it's an argument. But some of my colleagues have argued and said no. And their belief is that the military function of the president is not part of the president, is the commander-in-chief. He is the president and commander-in-chief. The one he can delegate is the presidency part, which is the executive function, that he cannot delegate the military part. And I agree with the argument too. It sounds academic, but I think it's a perfect argument. So they said, can the president delegate his authority to declare war in Nigeria, which is the
Yes, he can.
And can he
He can.
No, he cannot.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Let me ask this question for you to know it. That's right. If Nigeria want to go to war with anybody, who's going to sign it? Can military go to war by themselves?
No, it's the president, because he's the commander-in-chief.
Exactly. So what are we saying?
So what we
And
are saying,
the house had to ratify it. The house must ratify it.
Get what we are saying. Even before the constitution says, even before the house ratify it, he can command and move them immediately. Is the ratification, he will go back
immediately? Yes.
Not
you command them immediately.
Not approval. It's ratification. But my point is this. Get my point. My point is this.
Ogbeni, Ogbeni, I think the question Kenny is asking.
Yes.
Okay, the president now is the number one man in Nigeria, right?
Yes, he is.
We have the number 2, we have number 3, we have number 4, we have in numbers like that.
Yes.
If you want to rank the position of a minister, that is the question he's asking. Which rank are you going to give to a minister?
You generally we always rank minister in the position of governors. That's where we rank them.
They are below governor.
No. Minister of FCT, we always rank them, and that is why
the FCT minister is like a governor.
Yes, because you see minister of FCT in state council meeting where you won't find other minister because he's administering FCT, and you see him also in FEC. So in most times, but he doesn't attend governor's forum. You see, so the thing is, he's here, he's not there, he's there. So generally,
and he control local council as well. He control local council as well in Abuja.
Of course, he has local council under himself. He has budgets on his own. Although he's under this government now, they've given him status of like.
Okay, somebody is raising an issue. Can you look at it that way in the comment section? Minister of Defense.
Yes.
Can he command the service chief?
Minister of Defense. He is their minister now. Yes, he no command in terms of military operation. He cannot, but he can command them in terms of the administrative operations.
He can't. He can just give instruction to
He can give,
the
he can't
service
command
chief.
military. You know there are two things. Let's get this clear. So when you are the president of the country, there are some countries where their president is not their commander-in-chief of armed forces. They separate the offices. But in Nigeria, we fuse the office together because of the experience we've been having in the past. So the president will not command, another person will be saying something somewhere. So we fuse them together in our own constitution.
Like what happened in 1964 now, when
Yes.
Prime Minister and the President.
Prime Minister, yes. When Prime Minister was in his own command, you understand. So it was when
Maybe now they let this man the answer question finish now.
Because I know they come here all the time. I want to use that opportunity to ask him my own question.
But he hasn't even answered the question. You are throwing another one. So you are
okay. I'm going to continue. You don't go today.
Like greeting everybody. Can you give me a time to answer a question, please?
Yes, yeah, you can ask.
Just hold on. Let him finish this question. Everybody, one question at a time, please.
So let me just land this one. Sorry. So there are some countries in the world where the commander-in-chief of armed forces is not the same as the president. But we adopted that one. We borrowed it from abroad anyway, not us. There's nothing really original to us much in Nigeria law. So we borrowed it, but we borrowed because of our experience of all these coup and all those things. And then Tafawa Balewa time, he will command, then they will just be doing their own things like that. So because of that, we now have the two together. But don't forget that the two, they maintain different lanes, even though we put them in one man. As the president, his own area, he has the executive powers. If you go to the constitution, you see the executive power clearly stipulated there. And the first provision you see there say the executive power of the federation is vested in the president, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Executive power is not part of military power. So if you now come down, that is when you now see that the military power, that is the commander-in-chief or is now vested again in that same man. So he has double functions. And one of the functions as commander-in-chief is that when you have all your generals, you have it to the top of all the general field marshal, everything, the person on top of it, pata, is that president. So when it comes to the military, he is the one that will command and say, okay, I move you guys, so yeah, move. Okay, we are declaring war in this part of the country. We want to move. Just like what they wanted to do in Niger, that guy, that David Udein, exposed them and all those things. So he has the power to do that. And so it's just like Attorney General too. And I've said it before here. A Minister of Justice and Attorney General, they're not the same functions, but we fuse it in a man. And that is why you see some of them, they play politics and they still want to be professional. And it's a bit difficult for them to separate the two. But there are some countries where their Minister of Justice is not the same as Attorney General. I think India is an example. So the Attorney General is purely professional. The minister is politics. All right. So that's my take.
So Kenny, you may ask a question now. No, Kenny first. Kenny first.
No, I don't forget. Let them continue. I remember later. Let them continue because you don't make me forget.
You may continue comparable facts. You may continue with your question.
All right. Greeting. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Especially to our lawyer in the house.
And of prestige. Greeting to you, sir. How are you, sir?
So, as you eloquently put it, like you said, the Minister of EFCC, Wike, has the governor power. Being delegated by the president, but it's not inherited as a governor. He doesn't enjoy the power of a governor, in that regard. But we know, what we know what the commander-in-chief delegated to him, which is he has the right. He has the right to supervise the land, revoke occupancy, direct land administration. So he has a lot of authority when it comes to that. That's where I agree with him what actually happened. But my question to you is that what actually transpired, last week or 2 weeks ago, is it not misuse of asset by deploying that officer there? So my second question to that, they are kind of intermingled. Does a retired military like the admiral, does he have a right you know, to order a serving military, high-ranking military. How do you see that?
Okay, I think I've answered that question before.
Oh, maybe I didn't hear you.
So I said that Yerima's function with that man should stop at protecting the man. The role he has to play is to protect the man. Go to anywhere the man is going to, protect the man personal safety, monitor the man's environment, escort him to strategic places, advise him on security risk, manage his security risk, and all those things. Those are the reasons why we deploy these people to them, because one way or the other, when we were in the office, they might have enemies and all those, step on toes and things like that in their public function, particularly relating to security. So they remain an endangered people till they died, because they must have people going after them. So that's why they have all those things. But how do you define protecting a property, particularly a vacant property where the man is not living? Assuming it's a property where the man is living, one can explain and said, okay, you're not just protecting the man, you're also protecting the man's environment and monitoring his environment. So if somebody is coming to demolish that place, it's part of protecting the man to say you're protecting where he's staying. But this is a place where the thing is empty, it's an extra land and things like that. And then you now deploy somebody, a military officer, who should be in a better place to be working, to go and be protecting the place. But look at my argument. My argument is this. It can be argued this way and the other way. First, I deal with Yerima himself, and I say Yerima has not done anything wrong. Why? Because if the military deployed him to that place, there's nothing, he can't say no to the thing. Except if we have to follow, I cite example of Kuti and Nigerian Army, where the court said, obey the last order is not obey this last order, it's obey the last lawful order. So if the order is unlawful, why are you obeying it?
But again, are you sure it's the military that deploy him or the man that is guiding?
So you will need the military to speak out. But for now, we've seen the military also protecting him and supporting him. Abi, that's what we have seen so far. They've been sending some tweets that doesn't even make. I don't even know how petty. I don't know it's even the handle of their Twitter. The kind of what the military has been tweeting recently regarding that case, an insinuation. The parody.
To me, that was like undermining the CNC for that rubbish they tweeted.
Yeah, I can't even understand them tweeting out and say we stand firm. I say, why are you fighting? This is the reason why you are not even taking security of the country so serious. And you see the ex-military officers also, the Shise, former service Burata, and all of them coming out and be condemning that nonsense one. We're even calling a national breach of national security, privately owned land. There is a street fight on it, and you are saying the national. So you can imagine the mentality, and that's the person who headed our military for years. See the kind of havoc Buhari has caused our country. That's the kind of person that left military and you made an ambassador. See his mentality. So occupying a privately owned place by a retired officer has something to do with national security. And that's the kind of person that there are brilliant officers under you. How can such brilliant officer even function? When you would think that
it may be correct, but it's unfortunate that we don't have the like of Abacha, because maybe he would have explained. Because was he trying to plan a coup? Because I don't know national security.
National security because of this thing. And then Era Boy is also coming out to all of them coming out.
It was being political. Don't forget Burata is the current campaign manager for Amechi. So he was being political with that statement.
So my issue is this. Why is this still so see my issue? So we should differentiate between Burata, a politician, and then Burata, a former service chief.
But you are the one who is reasonable enough to do that justification of that differentiation, because an average Nigerian, all they want to hear is Burata spoke, and particularly because they don't like Wike, then everything Burata says is golden. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's the problem. So, man of prestige, back to your question. Deploying
that
guy.
Let me ask you this. What right a retired officer has no commanding authority?
He has none.
Why would they use that soldier? Is it not misuse of Nigeria asset? A high-ranking captain in that regard. Why would they use him, for that kind of duty? Is that lawful?
Yes, and I think I've answered that. So my point is this: his commanding officer will be held responsible. Don't forget that man is not his commanding officer. That retirement is not the commanding officer. We know that the convention in Nigeria, which they are used to, very battered and unfortunate one, is that they command them. Have we not seen the one that is carrying one of the celebrities' bag around? Police officer carrying somebody's bag. We've seen the one they slapped before, right? We've seen a lot with all these people now, the way they treat all these people. We've seen a lot of them. The one with my Oga back then. We'll see to tonight. And they want to be going is the one that will go and buy corn. In fact, it's the one they sent to go and buy food. You go and buy food and bring it to his office. And that's a military officer. Why? Because you are guarding a politician. Okay. So we've been seeing them. So when you now talk about being using them unlawfully, yes, that's all, and I think that's what is happening also too here. But who do you blame? You can't blame Yerima himself. That's where I'm going. You can't go and blame his commanding officer. You can't even blame the private man, because that's what all of them have been doing. So he retired to know the rule. So we go and blame the system itself. We go and blame the service chiefs themselves, and we blame our system that we are not proactive enough. We only react. Don't be surprised tomorrow now. The Tinubus and other will now sponsor one bit to go and amend Armed Forces Act to correct this thing, and then what happened? Another issue will happen again. We're not proactive. We can't sit down and say, okay, this law, even though we have not experienced this, but this is the gap in this law. Let's fill it up. Even when it gets to national assembly, we'll be playing politics with it. We play ethnicity, we play religion, we play. We have people that are not just ready. That's the way I see it. Because if we are really ready, how can people be praising military on this issue? You're praising military for what? Same military that has been oppressing you over years. You are praising them because you don't like a man. It's okay. The man will leave office one day now. And I've seen some NGOs too. I don't know if you know, some NGOs also have joined the thing. Some NGO, they said they petition UK, EU, US, and one other space like that they should sanction Wike. Some of them should cease his visa not to come. That is undermining Nigerian democracy. And I said, well, no problem. It's part of our issues. When we were calling US to come and attend to our domestic affairs, and Trump reacted, say we are where we are still here. So we continue to see it until we are ready. Well, that's my point. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
But you didn't talk about PDP. Give us plenty about PDP now.
PDP, power to the people. I actually want PDP. Now I listened to somebody who said Tinubu said he want he loved them dying or something like that. I've forgotten what he said in the National Assembly. I don't say anything wrong in that. Tinubu is a politician. So if I see my enemy die, why not? So every politician wants it. Presently in UK, the reigning politician now is Nigel Farage. And he keeps saying in every day that conservative is dying. Labour Party will die. They will all die. So reform, UK reform is the only one that is emerging. And we can see how it's emerging too, truly. Most of the local government elections swipe everything from them. And then they are warming up in the next 3 years, I think now, 2029. They are warming up for another general election. And there's every possibility that it's going to sweep the thing. So it's politics. For every politician, you don't want your enemy to survive so that you can get to the office. So it's not the duty of the present government to make the opposition to survive. Now, but I know in democracy, we all wish and we all want to have opposition. And we all want, because we believe, and I also share that belief, that when we have opposition in our space, it will allow check and balances. And then it will reduce desperate politicians, and then it will reduce ass leaking too. I know it's going to realize, because if you have options of where you go to, and there are viable options where you can put government on their toes and win the power, you will go there. But if there's nothing, you will stay where you are, and you are just both leaking them, romancing them, even when they are not working. So we all want opposition, but it's not the duty of the government of the day to ensure that they survive. Now, the duty of the government is to ensure that it's not the one killing them. So don't miss my word, because I know some people now in the comment section will say, okay, why are you killing them? The duty is not for you to kill them, and the duty is not for you also to add to their survival. Your duty is to allow that there is a neutral ground where they can survive. If they like, they should survive. But if they are full of greedy people and they want to come and join you, why not? You won't chase them away as a political party. You will become expanded if they like. Now, another person said that, okay, then it means the way APC is going now is going to take over and then PDP is dead. I don't believe that. I agree with Simba. We all remember the Obasanjo 2003. We all thought PDP would be for life. Obasanjo was sweeping everywhere, swept everything in Southwest, started sweeping, except Lagos. Sweep. But at the end of the where is the same PDP today? The same PDP now is very minor now in terms of this thing today. So what are you making out of that? So yeah, it's time of APC. APC also will die. But for me, what is ultimate in all this is what we should learn from this as a people, as a society, as a state. What are we learning from all these things? When people point fingers to APC today, I ask them, what is APC? APC is a very abstract concept that I can't, it's just there. It's an SPV, it's a special purpose vehicle. Not even special purpose. What's the special purpose? It's just a vehicle where almost everybody in PDP before jump into it. And we, the populace, will be pointing finger. APC is the problem. APC is the problem. If tomorrow they jump into another vehicle, we say that vehicle is the problem. But why do we see the vehicle as the problem or the people inside it? Why? Senator Sani was somewhere in was he Abuja recently? He was talking about Amechi. Amechi just finished and left. He didn't want to get his response, but he gave him a response. Although Amechi came back also to come and warn him never to talk about him again. But you cannot. You're a public officer and you are talking about the government. People should talk about you. You have no monopoly of talking alone. And Jeremiah said, look at this guy. He was House of Assembly right from 1999. He has never left government until 2 years ago. And now he's telling us how to chase government the way and how to make our place great. If you cannot do that for almost 30 years that you have been in government, why do you want people to trust you now that you can effect change? What did you do when you were in office? Were you not the same one who was doing training from Kano to Maradi, that you were taking University of Maritime to a desert in Katsina where there's no water and no single train for South-South-East corridor? Same you. And these are the same people you now want to be begged, to be telling, to charge to come and fight for you and go to the street for you. No, you and your family go to the street and let's see what happens first. And so, what am I saying? What lesson are we bringing from this PDP APC thing? For me, the main lesson to me, which I like emphasizing on, is that we should face our politician as a single individual and not just these vehicles. This vehicle is not our problem. If we think the vehicles are a problem, we are just dead. The politicians. So at your own state level, face your governor. Say, okay, don't look at the governor's party because they are in one party today, they are in another party tomorrow. That's not what is really what matters to you. But when you pick it, it's okay. This governor, this particular man that is called Alex Oti, is he performing? They said he's performing. Okay, whichever party he goes to, go and support him because he's performing. Okay, this Tinubu guy, is he performing? They say he's performing. Whichever party he goes to, I'll go and support him. I think we have gotten to that stage now that we should understand that it's about the person. It's not only about party. So if they say this one, look at all the Okada men that Labour fed us into House of Rep. Where are they today? When Labour won in 2023, many people were rejoicing. He said, I remember my friend, he said, even an Okada man won. Even an Okada man won. We will deal with these APC people. Don't mind them. I said, where are they today now? Those Okada men now. Many of them have crossed the APC. They just use those things as vehicle to enter. They were all collecting Jeep up and down. When Abure said they should stop collecting Jeep, what did they say? They said, you should come and give them Jeep now. And they were all saying, yeah. When emergency rule happened in Rivers State, didn't they all vote for it? And you still think APC is the problem? We have to have a rethink. We have to know how to be critical in our thinking. So that's my own. And so to go into the legal issue in PDP. Now, a lot of things is wrong with that convention. I don't see how that convention is going to stay. I don't know. First and foremost, the National Legal Secretary, who was supposed to sanction it or something like that, is saying you forged my signature. That is in court. Sule Lamido was supposed to contest. They didn't give him chance to contest. That is in court. He has gotten an order. All the order that you see that is flying all around, they are all interlocutory and interim order. So they will all lapse in the next few days. They will all lapse. And the EU will become, let's go back to court on the substantive matter. So I saw what Makinde has done. So what Makinde has simply done is that don't worry, all those other will lapse. Let them go to court and start fighting whether we should act against the order. And I can tell you, the highest penalty you get from acting against order is just court contempt. The court will not nullify what you did when that order was invalid. It's very difficult. I've not seen, you rarely see it in Nigeria for public interest. They will say, okay, let's leave what has been done. Let's go to the substance. So if at the end of the day we find that they were not supposed to do this thing, then we nullify it. So it's a long journey for them. Another anomaly in what they have done is I learned that about 17 states did not appear, or only 70 states came, or something like that. So if you're doing that kind of convention and you find about 70 states don't appear, it's a major issue for you, because you have more enemies, you have more people to come and challenge, you have state level to come and challenge that convention. Third one about the convention, apart from Sam Lamido and all those guys, is that INEC did not witness it. And if we go back to the case of Lado and CPC, the court has said it clearly. You need INEC to be invited, but it's not mandatory they must be there. But the law says it is mandatory that they must be invited. So whether they invited INEC or not, I don't know. But I don't see them inviting INEC, and INEC will not be present there. In fact, in the case of Lado, the court say even if it state INEC that it's there, it's not still valid. The INEC that must be there must be national INEC. Because in Lado, I think state INEC attended one, then national attended the other one. They said no, the one that national attended, that is a valid one. So they have a lot of issue on their hands. But if you ask me, are they dead? I don't think PDP is dead. I don't think so. They will bounce back, or they collapse into another party to bounce back as an opposition. But for 2027, it's getting clearer for Tinubu. I can say that 100 times again. It's getting clearer. But like politicians will always tell us, a day in politics, they said, is like 100 years. And something can still happen within a day, which may change things that have been happening for years. So let's continue to see. But ultimately, I think we should just keep learning lessons from this. We should deal with personality rather than political party. All these parties are just nothing. They don't exist anywhere. There are people occupying them. Thank you, everyone.
So, Obeni.
Thank you, Obeni. Okay,
Yeah.
you still have a question, because I want to move to another person.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get the final opinion from Obeni. So in your final analysis, you think this banishment of Wike is more of symbolic, broader contest, the power struggle within the PDP? It cannot be validated by INEC, even if the court pronounced that what they did was valid.
No, so I see what is happening in Labour is what will continue to happen now in PDP. Now you have two factions now. It's getting clearer now that there are two major versions. The Wike faction and then the Makinde's version. So the Wike version will hold their what do you call it now? Hold their side, and they will keep saying nobody has suspended them because the convention where they were purportedly suspended was illegal. So they will still be claiming they are members of PDP. If I assure all of them will be claiming so. You will see. I don't know if they started jumping to mainstream media now. You start seeing them saying they have not been. Just like you have Nanadi and Abure now. Abure is still shaman, and Nanadi too is shaman of Labour. So it will now rest. It will get to a state. And the dangerous thing is that the policy in our court now is that they don't even like attending to all these political issues. They will tell them it's an internal affairs of the party. That was what they told them in Labour. Now it's an internal affairs of the party. Go back to your party, go and resolve it. So at the end of the day, if a faction, okay, imagine those 17 states now that did not appear, and let's say they are pro-Wike now. So it means that you're going to have executives in 70 states for a faction, and you have the rest for another faction. So how do you coordinate yourself to be a viable opposition or to contest in the next election? You see the way they are killing PDP demand. So I don't know what Makinde want to make of this Congress. and I don't know why exactly they can't even really unite. But all I know is that Wike.
Ogbeni, did you know what your former governor said, Fayose?
What did he say? He was doing birthday
He
now.
said
Yeah.
the dead don't expect the living.
But Benny, let me do. This is my own.
What did my uncle say? Oh, what did my uncle say? Oh, Simba.
But
he said
nobody.
He said the dead don't expel the living.
But my own conspiracy theory, Benny.
Wait,
my
sorry,
conspiracy theory.
before you say your theory, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know why one man, I don't know why one man will have this program without celebrating Fayoshe's sister's birthday. That's unfair. That's unfair. Whenever one man is here and I'm not here, please somebody should help me tell him that Fayoshe deserves.
Yes, I was going to mention that 65th birthday.
Fayoshe
If
deserves
Obasanjo was
2
there.
minutes on this platform. Fayoshe deserves 2 minutes. There are many Ekiti people here now, and we love Fayoshe.
I'm telling you, we just have to. I will type it there. Happy birthday, Governor Fayoshe. I will type it here because we just have to.
Thank you. In fact, Obasanjo was even there. You could imagine. Obasanjo Fayoshe major enemy now. They've reunited.
Obasanjo gave Fayoshe water yesterday. But
he gave him.
But my own conspiracy theory is, Ogbeni.
Yeah.
Something tells me in my mind that Wike and Seyi Makinde, if you believe they are fighting,
they are not fighting.
I'll give you the coldest Zobo drink
I don't believe it now.
In Walmart. So I believe what they are doing is all these guys, they are just performing, and then at the appropriate time, you see all these governors. The governor moved one from Plateau State, the one from Adamawa State. All of them at the appropriate time, they will do the needful, and then they will move to APC, and then Seyi Makinde himself in 2027, right? So I believe Seyi Makinde and Wike, they are still playing their 2023 angle with PDP, but in a different version now. That is what they are doing. At the end of the day, I think somebody like Sule, that's why they are not trying to allow Sule Lamido to
contest,
to come in. So it's still an offshoot of their 2023 game that this PDPO, they are not going to allow anyone that will be so strong, right, to be on the ballot on PDP. So because you know how Wike fights. If Wike is fighting you and he really want to fight you, is he doing the same thing with Seyi Makinde? No, he leaves Seyi Makinde to do his own thing. He's doing his own parallel thing. At the end of the day, you will see this thing. At the end of that, this is because Seyi Makinde himself is part of I think he's still part of the G25, and this is my own theory anyway, and I just believe Wike and Seyi Makinde, first of all, they are not fighting, in my opinion. Number two, it's just everything they are doing now is just a smoke screen. Suspending Wike, Fayoshe, all of that. Fayoshe was celebrating. So everything they are just playing politics. Okay, look at what Fayoshe did in Ekiti State. Why do you think Isaac Fayoshe's younger brother is on a daily basis?
Very critical of his brother.
Eh?
Very critical of his brother, but I can understand why.
Yeah, because he is mad. You know, one of the Fayoshe's younger brother he had an aspiration under PDP. He wanted to contest under PDP, but Fayoshe did not support his own younger brother. Instead of supporting his own younger brother, he supported Bao for his second term. And this Isaac has been so mad about that because Isaac naturally believes that, okay, since your younger brother is trying to be governor, right? Naturally, you should be able to support him. But Fayoshe is not stupid. He understands politics, that the guy will just waste his money. You cannot you cannot run under PDP with the current situation going on. You are going to cause problems for Fayoshe, and I'm not going to be a part of that. Particularly when all ex-governors in Ekiti State, they are
for Bao.
They are for Bao. So how would I just say I'm for you when you don't?
I will now be the odd one.
The odd one, because I'm Fayoshe, and because you are Fayoshe, you want to be governor. It doesn't work like that. You will lose at the end of the day. I will lose my face in the pool of in the committee of ex-Ekiti governor, and then so politically it's not going good. So that is, and this guy is not seeing that. Isaac is not seeing that, and Isaac he has created this mockery of I'm a neutral person, right? To some certain sector of the social media. So he needs to continue to push his own thing. So, but that's why Fauci is not even answering him. At the end of the day, now my brother, you be guy, just as it be. So that's what is happening. Okay, look at in Anambra State. PDP almost had no candidate. At the end of the day, what was their number? I think they had less than how many? Maybe less than 100,000 votes, right? PDP in Anambra State. So anyone who is stupid enough will not really want to do what Isaac was expecting Fauci to do in Ekiti. So that's just my own angle to Wike and marking they are just still playing their game, but in a different way.
2023 game.
So it should be today. Today they've gone to inaugurate ADC building in Abuja. The ADC building they've gone to inaugurate. Atiku wasn't there. Obi wasn't there. Obi is all over the place looking for polling unit in Spain, in England, in UK, all over the place. Instead of you to stay at home and try to build a structure with Atiku and see how you guys can form a coalition, be a VP to Atiku or whatever.
It's a very difficult thing for Obi now. It's a very difficult thing. Obi is hanging so imbalanced. He doesn't know where to pitch now. Where does he need to stay?
Obi cannot maneuver politically because of his of those his headless mobs. He cannot make he can't make political call. Yes, he can't make tough political call because of them. On a very good day, the typical Obi will jump at to Atiku to be the VP, but he can't do that now because he's carrying who be that? He's carrying the IPOP people, he's carrying the obedient people, he's carrying the entire Igbo race, presidential aspiration on his back. So it's very difficult for him. There's somebody is making noise there. So it's very difficult for him to make. That's why he's running all over the place, trying to. He said after the election in Anambra State, he will make his decision and make everything open. After the election, today he will be in Spain, tomorrow he will be in the Republic of Ireland, tomorrow he will be in America, as if they are polling units or voting.
It's a difficult one for him. If he says I'm not contesting against those obedient guy who finish his career.
But he needs to but Ogbeni, that is where leadership comes in. You need to come out and set the pace, set the tone, and
Obi is not a leader now. Somebody is a leader that should have that one now.
Well, of course we know that, but they don't want to hear that he's not a leader. A leader should stand on something. You are not standing on anything. You are tergiversating, right? Here and there, you are prevaricating. Where do you stand? Do you want to join Atiku? ADC has been there. You are not joining ADC. You are not in Labour Party. They chased you out of Labour Party. You cannot go back to Abga. Soludo is ready to mash you to the ground. Soludo said we left his polling unit for him to win. At the end of the day, APC won that polling unit. Waiting won't do with this OP now. So we left your polling unit for you to just win. We don't even want drag them. Just win them. Still, APC can't collect your polling unit, and you day all over the place.
Now one woman go collect that,
Now one woman go collect her now. So at the end of the day, they will be saying Tinubu is. So how is APC the problem? Because you cannot continue to say APC is the problem because we need a very solid opposition in Nigeria. It's not even in America here. We have Democrat and we have Republican. Whenever Democrat is in power, Republican is putting their feet to the fire. Yes. And then vice versa. But in Nigeria now, things are going so easy. Look at Anambra State. Soludo almost had no opposition.
No.
Almost the same thing is going to happen in Ekiti State. Bao is having almost zero opposition.
Right.
In Ekiti State.
He's free right now.
He's free right for Bao now.
He has structure of all the other parties.
All the other parties.
Soludo didn't have any opposition because he's in bed with Tinubu now. Everybody knows that.
Okay, where is your position then? Are these people stupid? What are the why are we not having opposition?
We're not as long as they're aligned with APC even Soludo himself. APC controls Soludo.
Bro, you are not understanding.
Does APC also controls Alex Oti?
Do they control Alex? Do they control Obi?
Well, that claims that Alex Oti is already planning on the next level, the next elections, whether he's going to jump to APC or not now.
Ogbeni Alex Oti na Tinubu's man. Forget that.
But no, you don't understand me. See, Soludo na Tinubu's man, but Soludo no be pro. Soludo is not taking it easy with APC in his domain. No.
Who?
He's not.
Let me just put it like this. Soludo and Alex Oti is doing the same thing Wike is doing.
You are not getting my point, Ogbeni. My point is now, okay, let's even assume that Soludo and Oti, right? I know Oti has been Tinubu's party for a very long time. The same thing with this Soludo. Don't forget, before even Soludo became CBN governor, right? Yes. Most of these guys, they have relationship with Tinubu, including Peter Mba from Anambra State. Because of and then Wike himself, they think Wike just knew Tinubu in 2023. Wike knew Tinubu over 15 years ago. Yeah, he was even telling Tinubu at the time that they should, he was telling Tinubu to run at the point if it was telling Tinubu. So they know, but now we are saying Atiku is there, right? Obi is there. Why are we not having that opposition? Why? Why is okay? Look at, like I just give you an example. Look at what happened in Anambra State. Soludo beat them silly. We are going to see another silly beating in Ekiti State very soon. Then where is the opposition party? What is Atiku doing? What is Obi doing? What are these? Are they just going to rely on propaganda and be? Is this how to do opposition?
Enigmatic, please. What is happening to Osun? What's going to happen to Adeleke in Osun State, please?
Adeleke is still battling. He's battling. They rejected him in APC. He doesn't want to go to PDP for obvious reasons, of course. I mean, he doesn't want to stay back in PDP for obvious reasons. He didn't go for their convention in Ibadan, Oyo State, and then he's not going to ADC too for almost similar reasons, right? So I think he's trying to go to is he YP? He's negotiating a party now. For now, he's negotiating a political party. Because
APC has taken that one. That one is a foregone conclusion already. That state is taken by APC.
Adeleke is strong. They like Adeleke, but the problem Adeleke is having too is that he's having problem with his own. He has created problem with himself for himself in Osun State within PDP structure, because two senators left already. Some members of House of Rep, one of their longest serving House of Rep and one of their most influential House of Rep person in Osun State, he left. He left because his Adeleke's sister, I think his older sister, she's so influential and she controls most of the things. And then he started really having problem by virtue of the local government elections. The people that they had an agreement with who were going to be the candidates, they switched them overnight, and that's where he started having his issues with PDP. And all these things start from the ward, right? So Adeleke is trying to look for a political party where he can run in 2026. It would have been very easy for him if he had moved to APC, but APC people rejected him in Osun State. Even when APC National were trying to, to find a way for him, but at the end of the day, they had to listen to the APC state that, whatever you guys want, the terrain more than us from the National. He went to Tinubu, they did everything, but the APC Osun State, they stood their ground and they said they don't want him. And then even to make matters worse for him and better for APC Osun State, the current minister of blue economy, right, Oyetola, said he's not going to campaign, he's not going to contest, because he wants them to really take Osun. He doesn't want his own baggage, right, to affect APC's fortune. So they are really duking it out with Adeleke in Osun State.
I was going to ask you, like, what do you think will be the next move for APC regarding Wike? What's their best move right now with his situation?
They don't have any move. Wike should stay where Wike. Look, Wike and Kwakwanso, right? Let me tell you their function. Wike is not going to move to APC. Kwakwanso is not going to move to APC. They are going to remain where they remain, and they are going to be doing their job from the flanks. That is what will happen. Wike does not need to move to APC. Wike will stay where he is, right? And Wike will continue to hold sway. Don't forget, the Wike's region, South, they are playing an angle already, right? Beyond the 2027 politics, the South they are playing the angle of VP in 2031. They are playing the angle of continuing to maintain the Senate presidency in 2027. They are playing the angle of consolidating their very, I think, let's use the Nigerian language, right? Quote and unquote, very juicy cabinet portfolios. Wike is the FCT minister, the de facto governor. The Minister of State for Petroleum is from South, Henneken Lokpobiri, right? From Bayelsa State. The Minister of State for Gas is from Akwa Ibom State, Ekperipo Airport. The Minister of Aviation is from Delta State, South. The Minister from Edo State is Minister of is it natural resources or whatever. The Minister from Edo State is the one who is the now that ministry now incubates the NDDC, right? And that is the ministry also that supervises all the regional development commissions, like Northeast Development Commission, Southwest Development Commission, Southeast Development Commission. That is the ministry that handles their that is the supervisory ministry, so to speak. So it's a very powerful ministry. Then the Minister of Trade for the Minister of State for Trade is from Cross River State. So they have a very good they have a vintage position in this administration.
So is Rivers going to be still a PDP state now in 2027? What's the plan? Is it going to go to APC or is it going to remain PDP under Wike? Oh, I don't understand.
Who? Rivers State?
Yes.
I will say what will happen in Rivers State. Fubara is probably going to run under PDP, right? Win under PDP. They will deliver all their positions, right? For PDP, they will deliver presidency for APC.
Who's going to stand a ticket? Who's going to stand for that ticket if it's under that PDP?
The ticket is going to be for if I don't know what deal Wike is having with Fubara. If Fubara is going to be to stand for re-election, automatically it's going to be. Don't forget the last trip that Wike made. Do you guys notice that the PDP chairman in Rivers State and APC chairman in Rivers State, they traveled with Wike on that trip. So
Wike should just form his own party, APPDC or whatever. I don't understand what's going on.
See, I tell you, he's forming his own party with his colleague, with his former governor before.
Form a party. They are not forming. What you are not seeing is that look, and this is one. You try to bring me now to this Wike conversation, and that's Yerima military guy, and this is why that you see that Wike is having so many issues. Apart from Wike himself, is with his own big baggage. Wike is carrying Tinubu's baggage as well, because it's like the transfer of energy now from the Tinubu's hatred, right? They are transferring it to Wike. If you have to look at the catalog of Wike's enemies, let me read them out for you, so that you know that Wike is carrying a lot of Zuma rock on his head.
That's why you APC don't want to carry him, Abi, before you inherit his problems.
No. It's politically, right? Politically, it is genius. It is very, very genius for APC to let Wike continue to play this N'Golo Kante role. He doesn't need to. If he moves to APC, then he will be pigeonholed, right? He will be pigeonholed as APC person. Then they will be able to make somebody to substitute him in that role. But now he's playing this utility role, whereby in PDP is controlling stuff, and they give him the unilateral moves, right, to control more or less. Wike is the leader of APC. If you don't know, is the leader of APC in Rivers State. If you don't know, because Amishu was supposed to be the leader of APC, moved on, right? So the APC chairman in Rivers State, now Wike's guy. PDP chairman in Rivers State, now Wike's guy. So why do you want Wike to move to APC when he can play the utility role? And then
Okay, let me ask a question. Do you think all this permutation is actually the favor of Tinubu? Then secondly, what's the name of this party that this crook formed? Erufai and co. So
is it ADC?
Yeah, what do you think? What if those people, if they decide to join with PDP, what do you think is going to happen?
Okay, first of all, when you look at what is happening, okay, the first question, is it going to be in favor of Tinubu? And
Yeah, all these APC, because will he make the Southeast, for example, South, will he make all of them go for Tinubu?
Okay, this is the game. First of all, don't forget that let's look at let's start from 2023, right? Even when the status quo was what it was in 2023, don't forget in the South, they are naturally PDP region, right? Since let's just say since 99, they've been PDP throughout. So, and they are very PDP strong. So, regardless of that, in the 2023 election, they were sophisticated. They were sophisticated enough with their votes. They were matured enough with their votes, and they were clairvoyant politically with their votes. How? They delivered almost 900,000 to APC, so to speak, Tinubu, right? The presidential on the presidential ballot, they gave Tinubu well over 800,000 votes in the South. Tinubu won a state in South. Atiku won maybe 2 or 3 states in South. Obi won maybe 1 or 2 states in South. No, Obi won Delta State and Edo State too. Tinubu won Rivers. Atiku won Cross River, right? I think he won Akwa Ibom, and I think he won. So if Atiku had won, right, South would have been safe with Atiku. If Obi had won, South would have been safe with Obi. Tinubu won. South, they are very safe with Atiku, with Tinubu. That's why you see all these high-profile portfolio cabinet positions for them. And then, now let's go to the numbers again. Regardless of how entrenched they were as PDP region, right, they did not put their numbers in one basket. They gave Tinubu almost 900,000 votes, and they were able to negotiate with that number. Don't forget, South, their closest neighbor, right? Their closest neighbor, they gave Tinubu total of 127,000 plus, 127,000 plus in the presidential election. And then the Senate presidency was an exclusive preserve for the Southeast. But they missed out on that because they did not calculate well with the numbers. The person that APC were targeting, Orji Kalu, in his senatorial election, the same time with the presidential election, the same minute, the same hour, he had over 90,000 votes. On the same time, on the same presidential ballot, Tinubu had 6,000, right? Then let's cross to the person who is the Senate president now, Akpabio, in his own senatorial district. Akpabio, we thought Akpabio was not going to be on the ballot. Akpabio had so many issues; it was so uncertain. Regardless of all those lacunas and all those encumbrances that Akpabio had before the election, do you know the return of Akpabio? Akpabio returned 160,000 votes for Tinubu, while Orji Kalu, who wanted to be Senate president, returned 6,000. 160,000, right, to 6,000. So immediately those numbers came out. Then what happened? The number of Akpabio alone that he returned for Tinubu, those numbers were more than the entire number of a region. a senatorial district number more than an entire region who wanted to be Senate president. Now, immediately, I think you guys forgot. Immediately after the numbers were out and the results were out, what did what did they do? They came out with a unified campaign, right? That's when you saw Kazim Afebua, Oshomole himself when he was senator elect, right? Senator Jaribe when he was senator elect, even under PDP, and a lot of senator elects from South, they started going to TV stations to give interview and championing the cause of they deserve the Senate presidency because of the numbers they gave Tinubu and APC, regardless of the fact that their region was PDP region. And because of the number that Akpabio returned, that Akpabio is the most senior returning senator from the South, they nominate Akpabio as the Senate president from the South. In the same vein, we had a lot of people here, right? They were talking down, they were throwing all Jews of Carlo under the bus that he was a thief because Obi was on because they all put their focus on Obi. Eventually, what happened? They played the biggest political game. They took the Senate presidency. Look at their cabinet positions now. So now, do you think it is by coincidence or it is just political random thought that the entire South they are collapsing under APC? And why do you think suddenly, right, that even politicians they are avoiding PDP that has been the echelon of political choice for the South? Would you think that any South politician will remain in PDP with the leaking roof or whatever is happening now? So it was easy for them to easily move to APC. So now to answer your question with this preamble, do you now think that it is better for them, right, to deliver Tinubu in 2027, number one, or it is better for them politically to deliver Atiku or to deliver Obi in that region when they know that in 2031 the vice presidential position, right, when power will be shifting to the north, automatically the VP will come to the south, and when the VP comes to the south in 2031, Southwest will automatically be out of the equation. So it's going to be a direct fight between South and Southeast who picks the VP position. And don't you think the South they've already positioned themselves for that VP position? So do you think they will jettison they will just move to APC now, and then what is the essence of Doyediri, who has completed the second term, right, moving to APC if not because of this political arrangement? So these are the things you have to look at. And then why do you think they are having issues with Wike? I was trying to define that to you. Wike is having multifaceted issues. One is having issues with Articulate, who believes that Wike undermined Atiku's aspiration, right? That because of Wike's issues, Atiku was not able to settle and get some good numbers, number one. Wike is having issues, right, with some northerners in ABJ who believe that FCT ministerial position is the birthright of the north. Go and look at the list of ex-FCT ministers since since Jeremiah Husseini time. He's been northerner, but nothing but northerner. The only person who has been non-northerner so far has been Nyesom Wike. Not just a non-northerner, a Christian, right, from the south, not even southwest, a Christian from the south. Number one. Number two, all the years of the northern people occupying the FCT ministerial position, they've allocated a lot of land. If you know ABJ very well, Baba, if you know ABJ very well, the northerner, majority of the northerners, they are the quote and unquote Omonile, right? The Omonile of ABJ. They've cornered a lot of land. They've allocated a lot of land to themselves.
And it's not their land, though. It's the Gwari and the Ngede that own that place.
So you don't even understand the politics. So if you've had issues of land in ABJ, you understand what Wike is going through. So Wike is having issues, number two, with those people who believes, who the hell are you? A non-Muslim, a Christian, from not even southwest, from South, FCT minister, our birthright. So the hegemonic entitlement, right? They are really mad about that. Number two. Number three, Wike is having issues with obedience. Who believe Wike did not work for Peter Obi, and I don't know why they are believing that Wike will work, because he said it categorically. He said it open in the open. I am not going to. He said even when Obi was telling him, take the governor, give me the presidency, Wike told him no, right? I will give you the best treatment in Rivers State. I will ensure you are well, welcome you well and everything. That's the best I can do. But that presidency, I'm not making a deal with you. So they believe Obi, the obedient people, they are mad with Wike because he did not support Peter Obi, and eventually Peter Obi lost Rivers State. Number three, those are the number three enemy. Number four enemy, the IPOP people. Don't forget, when Wike was governor of Rivers State, he had issues with the IPOP. He chased them out of Rivers State, right? He chased them seriously out of Rivers State. And then since that time, in Obigbo, if you know the Obigbo story, you understand. Since that time, the IPOP people had it for him, right? Then the Wike's political enemies too, that he has had, he said he has wounded them politically, he will continue to wound them. Wike has injured a lot of politicians. Part of them is Amechi. Amechi was supposed to be our torchbearer in Rivers State. Amechi did not win a single election for APC in Rivers State. Amechi did not deliver a single election for APC in Rivers State. Even when Amechi was twice the Director General of APC campaign, right? The first time of Buhari was the Director General. The second time of Buhari was Director General. Wike flogged him twice. And then we even lost an entire election because of Amechi. Do not forget, I think it was his first term or second term of Wike that they disqualified all APC candidates from governor to House of Rep to everything in Rivers State. Then look at the number of politicians that Wike has politically injured. So look at the multifaceted enemies that Wike is carrying the baggage on his back. So you cannot expect them to wish Wike well. So, and then on top of that, right, Wike is carrying the transfer of aggression of Tinubu's hatred on his head. And then to cap it all, Wike is seen as the person who is delivering, who is delivering the death warrant, right, of PDP to Tinubu. Because why? They expect that Wike will move to APC. Wike, in a smart sense, knows that he had some numbers. Don't forget, this article that we are talking about, he has moved in and out of PDP four times, 4 different times. Bukola Saraki, Dino Melaye, Tambuwa, all these people, they've moved in and out of PDP. Wike remained in PDP. There was a time that Wike was the only sole financier of PDP, that even in every region of the country, no matter where the region is in Nigeria, when PDP is on the ballot, you will see Wike in that state, right? Being the only face of PDP fighting APC then. Don't forget. You remember the issue in Edo State, when Wike went to Edo State, challenged Ganduje, challenged Buhari, challenged the entire Aso Rock cabal, right? To ensure that the what's his name? This ex-governor, Obaseki, was re-elected. The same thing happened in other states of the federation when Wike was the only face of PDP fighting APC. This same Wike, until the twilight years of Buhari's administration, he was a pain in the ass of Buhari for almost 7 years plus, until some months before Buhari left, when they became friends, right? So Wike has been there for PDP. Can you say the same thing of other people who are crying about Wike now? So if Wike is saying now that, look, because you Atiku, you've come in and out, and each time you come back to this party, you just take the ticket as if it's your birthright, and now the last time you are not going to, you want to take the chairmanship of the party to the north, you want to take the presidency of the party to the north, give us one. You say, they give us one. So now that is part of it. So why would you not think that why do you think they will wish Wike well? Particularly when Wike is a staunch ally, right? And unflinching supporter of Tinubu that they wanted out of power. Do you think they will wish him well? So all these individuals who are talking about Wike today, do you think they are talking about Wike because Wike is Wike, or because of their primordial sentiment against Wike? Now let's look at what the attitude of the military guy. First of all, I don't blame the military guy, because the guy is a pawn in the game of all these things that I explained to you. And don't forget the military people too. Their ego is being bruised seriously now in ABJ. Coming from the failed coup, even though we heard it was a rumor, they are still smarting from that. The same Buratai, who was the longest serving chief of army defense staff in the country, under which Nigeria had most of the highest budget to the defense. They couldn't tame, they couldn't nip the insecurity of Nigeria in the bud. None of them. All those shameless ex-military officers, for years, they couldn't nip in the bud the insecurity issues of Nigeria. But all of a sudden, they found their voice because of a politician, because of a single person, only Wike. They came out and they were tweeting nonsense. They were writing nonsense, right? Do you think they are happy because they've been rendered almost useless? Don't forget, in the past, military were given even the reign of power in democratic process. In the history of the military, they never believed they will have a president who will select a national security advisor who is not affiliated to the military. So Tinubu selected an NSA who was a policeman, right? There is no, go and look at Tinubu's cabinet. You are not going to see ex-military thing or ex-military that in the entire cabinet. In the MDAs, you will not see ex-military that, ex-military this in the entire cabinet. In the MDAs, none. So they are not having the political patronage that they used to have. And on top of that, Wike is in Abuja reassessing the land applications through all these ex-generals. So they are not happy with that, number two. Then number three, it is a shame if you live in, we always want to say, a sane climb, right? If you have served in the military, I don't know of other countries, but if you serve in the US military, first of all, I want to ask anybody, I know in America, once you are done with your military service, right, that you become a veteran and you are honorably discharged out of the military, right? You have some benefits, medical to your family, to your kids, forced refusal of job, federal level jobs, a lot of things. If you apply for jobs, you'll be pushed to the front line. If you are a veteran, if you are trying to board a plane at the airport with your military veteran identity, you'll be the first person to board the plane. So a lot of those privileges that you enjoy as ex-military person. But as ex-military person in America, you not have nobody is going to assign you any actively serving or even a reservist serving military person to guide you, to be around you, to do anything. You will not have any power of authority or anything to order an active military person in America to say, you go and I send you to. In fact, it is an anathema. It is delusory, right? It is an insult. It is quite shameful that a commissioned officer of the military was reduced to Megad to go and guide a plot of land for a retired personnel. So let's bring it to America here. I'm sure that some people who live in America are here. Do you ever think it will happen in America that a retired is like me now? I've done my service in the US Army. Then you are expecting me to command a serving military person or order a serving military person, right, to go and stay in my house and guide my house. not just a serving military person, no, a commissioned officer, a second lieutenant, or a captain, to go and mount in my plot of land or in my house to guard my house, when you are supposed to be in the barracks doing the job of the military. In America here, the policeman will arrest a military officer. When you drive on the road, right, in my uniform, police, they will stop me. They will say, we need to identify you. You will give them your ID card. They will say, oh, thanks for your service. But they are doing their job. But it is only in Nigeria that we see all these anomalies, and some people, they will come, they will want to cherry pick because they do not like the face of somebody. And when we talk about same word, they will say, why Nigeria cannot be? Does Nigeria look like a country to you where things work accurately well? That person should have been arrested on that same, because already, why? Okay, where do we even get to the point where a retired person is ordering an active person? Where does it happen in the world? I'm asking again, if you live in America, and I'm giving myself as an example now, and I believe there are some people who have served in the US military, do you think, even the moment you are done, even in any job in America, the moment you are done, you retire from that job or you quit the job, the moment you walk out of the door, that is the end of you on that job. The only thing that will precede you from that job is your pension, your allowances, your bonuses, and everything that is accrued to you. Every other thing, you do not have any other right, even to that building again. Let alone you still being able to stay in the comfort of your home, as what, to order an active military person in the US to say, go and stay in my house and mount. I mean, this is a shame of a country. We need to see what is happening and demarcate and differentiate between the hatred, right, of a person of Wike and the institution of government that is being ridiculed. We are talking of the Nigerian military, a commissioned officer on a plot of land who should be in the Navy, a naval officer who shouldn't have any business in that regard, is being, underline this, is being ordered by a retired military person. The moment you do not have clearance again, the moment they take your military card, right, and the moment you put everything down, you are done. You are done. Have you seen any FBI person who put the bag down, the gun down, the weapon down, and everything is still ordering an active FBI or an active military? It does not happen. It is only in Nigeria we accept all these anomalies. And I like that you already even spoke about it. Some people have been political because they are only speaking to the Wike issue. Now let's talk even about Wike. Have you forgotten that Wike is the governor of FCT, the de facto governor of FCT? Would Yerima have done the same thing? Is it not in the same Nigeria that a governor, right, Fashola, ordered a colonel, a more senior colleague, a more senior officer than Yerima, he ordered him to be arrested on the spot? If Yerima had done that to maybe Governor Alex Oti in Abia State, right, or Governor Zulum in Borno State, or any state in Nigeria apart from FCT now, because it is not defined that Wike is a governor, in a state that it is defined that there is a governor, do you think that would have happened? Do you think all this conversation would have been the same?
Now Lagos you mention like that, say if they try rubbish in Lagos, Fashola can demolish their building. No.
So that's what I'm talking, because people are not seeing it like that. All they are seeing is they see the face of Wike that they viciously hate. They see the face of Wike that is attached to Tinubu that they equally viciously hate. They see the face of Wike that is attached to APC that they equally viciously hate. But they are not seeing the entire institutional decay in this, where a retired
I was even shocked when someone said we should be very careful so that the military will not take over. I was
in a democratic process, even in America here, if you don't know, go and look at the military, right? Those people who are even guiding the president, the active military persons who are guiding Mr. President, right? You will see when Donald Trump descends from the plane or is going into the plane, those people, they will just mount their ground. They don't smile. If you try to shake them, they will not extend the hand to you. That is courtesy. That is professionalism. You will not utter a word. Even when you have part of our training, if you have altercation with the civilian, keep quiet. In America, if that guy has pulled out stunt in America, that is an express way to an honorable discharge in the military here.
Exactly. And that's why I was telling them. They say I'm wrong.
Dishonorable discharge here.
You see?
Because in America, it is better for you not to go into the military than take your life to the military and get dishonorable discharge. Your life is finished. If you don't even go there than you being dishonorable discharged. Being dishonorable discharged, do you know what it means in American military? For you to even have an altercation with a civilian, you are not supposed to utter a word, because a civilian is in a democratic process. You are under the rules of the democratic civil process. Your work is in the, even those people who live in America, have you seen any of the barrack? Do you know even where the barracks are? All you see are the military personnel in the street. And there's a reason why they respect them, because they respect themselves. They respect themselves. It is only in Nigeria that a military person who has retired, who has no business again in the military, is ordering and commanding and actively serving. Understand that, actively serving military person to go and be a guard, a commissioned officer. America will send you to Sandust. They will send you to officer school, and you are coming back as a second lieutenant. And me, myself, that have retired from the military, I will give you order to go to Nigeria and go and check my mom. Or to go to another place and go and do something for me. I do not have that power. You don't have that power again at all. The moment they take your card from you, your weapon, your everything, and you are cleared out of the system, your security clearance, you don't even have access to a lot of things again. That is why for you to even work in some certain federal government jobs, right, you will need a certain level of security clearance. And there are certain assets you can have by the level of your security clearance. That does not happen in Nigeria. People are not seeing that a retired military officer is ordering an actively serving military officer who is still receiving salary, who is still on the Nigeria's payroll by somebody who is resting in his home to cause chaos. Because the Wike is the problem. I mean, let's be serious for once. And people who want to prevaricate about these issues, they will call themselves activists. They will call themselves comrade, but they can't even demonstrate. They can't even differentiate between
criminal. I don't give a shit.
Between silliness and then hatred. I mean, this is a decay of an institution.
Ola, let me ask you a question. Ola, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, my brother, this is. I mean, you know why I'm mad? I'm mad because
okay. Enigmatic. AY want to ask a question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, it's Enigmatic that is talking, right?
Yeah.
I understand your point very well, right? I also listened to the lawyer guy that was talking earlier before I
two of them are lawyers, so you know.
So yeah, they are both right, but here is my own pain in all this issue. Let's assume the person was not a military man. Let's say it's a bloody civilian like me. I'm the owner of that land. Here is the problem. Even if I go to court will give me like we prevent the FCT from taking over that land or demolishing my property. They don't obey the court order. That is where I get peace myself. So that is why Nigeria, when you have some level of power like the military do, they now feel, okay, even if I go to court, they are not going to obey it. Let me just take the law into my hands. So what do you have to say about this kind of stuff?
Okay. First of all, let me just say this for the for clarification. If I was in Wike's shoes, what would I have done differently? Let me just start with that first. What I would have done is, what I am very aware, and I know for a fact that Wike is very, very close to the chief of staff to Mr. President Femi Gbajabiamila. They are very close friends, and Wike, he has friends in high places, but you cannot quantify the frustration of somebody who is supposed to be the de facto governor. I want people to start looking at that too. Beyond looking at Wike as just ordinary Wike, they should start looking at Wike, number one, as a de facto governor of an entire state of FCT. That you've tried to have had audience and then sent your senior at director level, right? 3 different times, they've been humiliated in the same scene. Yes, the frustration could be handled in different ways. But if I were in Wike's shoe, I would have still done the same thing that Wike did by going to that site just to obtain 2 things. My officer, well done, no. Please, on whose order are you here? You understand? On whose order and authority are you here? I need to know I want for clarification. I'll get the name. I'll get the name of the officer that is the same Yerima. I will get the order, whoever made such order or make such authorization for him to be there. I've clarified that. And please, do you have any identification that substantiates your claim to this land or whoever sent you? Right, something that shows that whoever sent you is the owner of this land. If you cannot provide that, I'll notify that. Then I'll order my whoever is the director in charge of that, maybe in the ministry, maybe the director of lands or whatever. I'll let him understand. With immediate effect, I need to have a closed session. What would I do in the closed session? I'll request, because I already understand what is happening. I'll call because from what we heard, they said there is an investigation that is going on. Don't forget, two Wike's colleagues in the Ministry of Defense, the 2 ministers, Badaru, right, Minister of Defense, and the Minister of Defense for State, Matali, they throw their colleague under the bus too. They throw Wike under the bus. And this is why I'm telling those people are northerners too. Probably they even had issues. So a lot of things going on, my brother. First of all, I want to clear something for you, right, before I get to your answer. So that is where I will go back to my office. I will call Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. Please, I have a naughty KNOTTY. I have a naughty situation in my hands. This is the issue. This is the issue. I want you to schedule a meeting where I'll be able to lay this to Mr. President, and then so that things can be cleared out. I'll do that, and I'll seek an open audience with the Chief of Staff where we'll be able to plan and see how to get things done. Because obviously, right? Obviously, that Yerima was not sent there in error. It wasn't sent there randomly. That attitude that he put up was not just another attitude. It was something that was basically. So I would say that Wike walked into the trap. So I would have handled that differently. That is me, and why I'm different from Wike. Then number 2, on the issue, don't forget every land issues. They are civil matters, right? So you will see a lot of land cases, a lot in so many courts. So for the minister of the FCT, who is the de facto governor, because I will start ringing this to everybody's ears now, who is the de facto governor of FCT, to have made his presence felt on that place. Now, switch the board now. Look at maybe governor of, I'm using Abia State now for lovers of, for haters of Wike, governor of Abia State now, right? Who will leave his office to come to such a place? Don't you know that it has gone to a certain extent for the governor to be there? And do you think they don't have the documents? Up to now, as we are speaking, there is no any evidence that shows that the officer in the subject matter officer now is the owner of that land. Because from what we found out later, he was scammed. They scam all these generals, then they scam them. They scam them on a daily basis in ABJ because they have a lot of money that they just want to quickly dispose on properties. And there are so many of those guys who scam them every day in ABJ. The officer fell in the wrong hands of people who scammed him. And they'll be trying to say, where are your documents? He's not doing that. And they've tried to, even Wike said, a lot of them, they've had the same issue. They will walk to Wike, please, now waiting happen with this. So they will find a way to. The 2 of them are big men. First of all, for you to be an ex-general, you are a big man. For you to be an ex-general in ABJ, you know people who know people, right? But there is this impunity in our military that who you be, who you be. Let alone you, a man from nowhere that, don't forget what I'm saying. This thing they pay, it be like say you never know. This thing where FCT know they their hand for the first time, they paint them silly. So anything that Wike does is an affront to them. They see it as an affront first, for you to even say, can I see the, even if we can say, can we see the evidence of you occupying this land? It's an affront to them, number one, because they see him as who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? A whole me. We don't they control this region since 1960. Who you be? The ex-minister did not ask me this. Why? Because the ex-minister, of course, now your guy. The ex-minister now your tribe man. And this is why we have issues in Nigeria. My brother, land issues are civil matters. You can take it to court, take FCT to court, take Wike to court, take everybody in FCT to court. But you don't have the right to mount yourself and your goons. There is nothing different from the Omoniles constituting nuisance in every area of Nigeria, right? Than what those military people did. That was an act of hooliganism in a civil society. We are trying to have an egalitarian society. We cannot have an egalitarian society. You are abroad now, my brother. Waiting happen for that place. Have you ever witnessed a military officer in that capacity in your country where you are? We are trying to have an egalitarian society, but you cannot have an egalitarian society, right, where it is only good when it happens to somebody you don't like. This is what I'm talking about. These people, they have this penchant. They have this penchant. They have this entitled hegemonic spirit that if somebody from the South questions them, they see it as an insult first. They will first look at you from head to toe. Who you be from the South? Who you be? Now they operate this place. Now bro, you don't go ABJ before. Do you have properties in ABJ? You don't get things for ABJ. You see the way all these people they mash us down. Ask them simple question. They remind you say their in-law na army general. Say their younger brother na go beat you up. Say before you know everything, they are dialing numbers, calling defense headquarters. You don't do the same. Have you seen the same situation before? That is what Wike is facing. What you saw in that young officer, that guy is the least. Is a young officer that is just coming out from the officer school, right? When you are just coming out from the officer school, that is rank. The second in America, you start from the second lieutenant, right? Your next promotion is going to be a captain. So the least officer, the first rank you attain coming out from the officer school is second lieutenant. That is that guy that is challenging a de facto governor. Imagine if that guy were to be Taiwo. So this is the thing. Like I said again, can you imagine a sitting governor moving from his own office, going to a land, an ordinary civilian is challenging the governor like that when you've not provided anything, and you think the governor will just leave his office without having to check and then to follow details of events before he moves his troops to that place to say, let me see what happened. But I've told you how I will handle it as against how we can handle this. But the infantry that you see in that young officer, Jerima, is beyond Wike himself. They are telling Wike, guy, for the first say you be FCT minister, right? You see my name, you see where I be, now we get this ABJ. Because this is part of the North. You just come from nowhere, come they back on us, come they revoke our land. Do you know how many officers who have had their lands revoked? Have you had, once again, have you had any issue of land issues in ABJ and see the way they will mash you down? Those officers, have you seen it? So, bro, it goes beyond civil matters. Lodge it in the court. And when you lodge it in the court, you do not have the right to come and mount yourself. It's like you are mounting yourself in Edo State, right? On a land that it is owned, that is controlled under the control of the governor. And you are challenging the governor on the same land. Bro, that is an aberration, man. You're already in court. So what will make Okpebolo, what will make Obaseki, what will make Oshomole as governor to rise up from his governor's office and come to the scene of the event, you should know that they are not stupid to just rise up and come to that place, and they are being challenged like that. A governor, Wike is not just FCT minister, right? Wike is the one who controls the entire structure of governance in FCT.
Okay, enigmatic. I heard one rumor, and I believe it is not true. I learned that Asiwaju said they should leave the place for the retired naval officer. I don't know. Anybody has any information on that?
That one na airport people they carry up. They even say less than 24 hours when that thing happened, right? They saturated the internet with a video or some photos of some military officers purportedly going to that land, right, to take occupation of that land and stuff like that. Contrary to that, what happened was that the newly appointed military chiefs, they are getting familiarization tours with their military people. That photo that you see circulating all over the place happened in, I think, Benue State, Benue or Plateau State, where the guy was meeting his platoon commanders and all of them. But because they want to drive a narrative, right? My Baba, you they talk like say you don't even know Tinubu. First of all, Tinubu is not going to fire Wike. They should just get that to their score. Tinubu is not going to fire Wike. Wike, if Tinubu is going to be the president of Nigeria for the next 8 years, don't be surprised if Tinubu leave Wike in APJ for the next 8 years. Because out of the ministers of Wike, look, we're laughing. You waiting I talk. Now Ogba will they take care of Ogba. There are so many Ogba in ABJ that they are so entitled that they now then get ABJ. Tinubu needs somebody who is strong, because those principalities and powers that operate in ABJ, they don't want any change at all. We had a minister in ABJ now for 8 years. Do you know his name? Do you know the minister of FCT during Buhari's regime? Do you know his name? The guy was there for 8 years. The guy was
so anonymous. Nobody knew the guy now. Mohammed, or what do you call that
Mohammed Bello, Ogbeni, bear me witness. Eh?
Yes, now.
All these people, you don't know how that they take allocate land for their people.
Alero, Bala Mohammed,
all of them. Go and look at the way
all of them.
Land. Eh?
This
Go
is
and look
the
at the way
only.
You will see a 17-year-old kid in Abuja having almost 20 hectares.
Yes, in choice areas.
In choice areas.
I know now.
You guys don't even know what is playing. Forget all those things. The only problem I have with the southern people is that they are so gullible. They are so gullible that they just want to play into the hands of these people when they are playing their own politics. An average northern will continue to protect their person. I'm telling you, Bala Mohammed was a minister in FCT. Go and look at their numbers of land he allocated. Go and look at the allocation process. This same one that left in Buhari's regime for 8 years, go and look at the number of land he allocated. Go and look at the number of land that all of them allocated to themselves. Look at the numbers. I mean, they tell you, go see 17-year-old Yarinya, fine girl, we go get 20 hectares for ABJ. But now the same southern people go, they throw their own person under the bus every time because we are dealing with our own petty pedestrian politics in the south. In the south, we bring it again to the national level.
We are too soft. That thing you just mentioned. Anybody that want to chime in can chime in. So
yeah, Ola, can I chime in?
Okay, yeah. You can go ahead.
Okay. This question specifically to Ogbeni, which I consider to be a more refined lawyer. So I just want you to answer this to me. This question. I'm looking at from
no jabbing, no.
What do you mean by jabbing? I'm just I direct my question to.
Now you start now. So they
go. Okay, go ahead.
Don't say I be Yoruba.
So when referring to the land, in terms of illegal, is it illegal or no? Is it violation of the Armed Forces Act so that you guide a private land?
You've asked me.
Yerima refused that assignment.
Yeah, he has answered that question today.
Maybe I've been gone. Okay. Sorry. You don't have to answer. Okay.
He wanted to
Let me share. let me share an experience. Let me share an experience with you. I stayed in Abuja for almost 20 years. Let me share an experience, and I handled so many land matters too in Abuja. I handled a matter. It involved. It's late now. My client is late now. A former. So we've been having Southern minister in Abuja, but it's only that they are just minister of state. And minister of state, what can they do? So we had this minister of state, which a Southerner now late. I wouldn't like to mention his name. So I handle a matter for him. Very, very, very important matter. And meanwhile, I've applied for farmland for a very long time in the minister's office, and they've not approved it. That was under Bala Mohammed. So Bala Mohammed would not ordinarily approve it. He will like sharing the thing with his own people and everything. So, so when I handled that matter, I handled it successfully, and the minister also was very happy and feel like So he wanted to pay my fee. I said, please don't pay my fee. He said, why? What do you matter? If you can just help me to look at this, my application. Everybody has been collecting land, and it was Jonathan's time when they were giving mass housing. But me, I only wanted farmland as a farmer. I don't just farmland. So the man said, you applied for farmland when? Years back. I applied for, I think it was almost 6-7 years to that time. But they've never moved my file even beyond sometimes they will tell you he has lost. You come and pay again to go and file another one application. So he said, okay, we'll look at it. A month or 2 months later, they just called me that they called me from the office and said that the Minister of State minuted on my file and I should come. I went there. To cut the long short story, they got my allocation at the end of the day. So I was allocated one particular farmland. It's actually very not too far from now. Alan Wike has done the road now that is so short. It's somewhere in Kuje. So it's so short now that in less than maybe 10-15 minutes from Galadima Junction straight, you are there. So, but we never thought we never thought anybody can even come and do that thing, that road. Wike has busted the thing out now, has done the road. So, but that land is just farmland. Do you know till I speak today? Even I'm a lawyer, I cannot enter that land. I tried. In fact, we first entered the land. We did the groundbreaking and everything. I got people there, bulldoze the place and then unearthing and trying to do things on there. Very big hectares. I won't mention the hectares here, but very large hectares of land. In fact, beside my land, beside my farmland, you find Herufai land was there. Late Adogbe was there. Then Obasanjo farm was adjacent. Then I think it's late now. Lamude too. Lamude land was by the back. There was a river on my land to tell you how big the land is and the kind of people that are in the area. So these Abuja guys came and they told me that they won't allow me to farm on that land. I said, what happened? I should go to their emir and everything. So I started going. We battling this thing for about 3 years. So I started going to the place. Their district there would tell me, can somebody in Ogun or in Yoruba land just enter any land and just started farming on the land? I said, but the minister gave me the land. I had all my documents and allocation from the ministry, so I don't know what you are talking about. I don't need to come to you and say no. At the end of the day, if you see the kind of money they were calling, ordinary farm, I've not even put anything, no even single corn on the I said, where do you want me to get that land? This Abuja land? Why do you? They said, oh, without that, I can't enter the land. So I tried to use some of the military officers who were my clients too. I used one of them, Conan. So because I'm not that close to all those people at general level and all that. So highest I could get Conan. And I told the man told me point blank, he said, look, you advise me, even if it deploys military to the place today and everything, these people will not allow you because they believe that they owns Abuja. And there's nothing you want to do in that land. And he now told me, he said, the only way out that you can have. And I was about leaving Nigeria at that time, so I couldn't even. He said I should go and look for at least one Northerner that we can share that thing together. Maybe I can give the person share of it, and that person will now be the face of my farm company. And my farm company is a family company, so it's not something I can. If my dad will even lay costs on you that you now wants to come and add to your farm for what? So that's how the land is still there as I speak today. I try to sell it. and to sell, they will, each person will tell you they can't even access the land because of those guys around. So what I'm trying to paint here is that the encounter you see Wike and that guy had is deeper than you see. Like Elimaki said, it's true. It's deeper than things you just see. People like us that are landowners in Abuja will be facing this over time. We know the way we feel inferior, even in Abuja, in terms of sharing things. They believe it belongs to them. And I keep telling them, this land doesn't even belong to you guys. The tribe that even owns this land originally, the Ngede, the Guarin, and you have pushed them back. Then you now turn the thing to your space, as if it belongs to you originally. No, you all migrated from your own side, the same way we also came here to to also have our own living there. So I agree with Elmatic on that point that it's deeper than that. And if you listen to when Wike also was talking, Wike also mentioned that in a bit. He didn't go too much into it. He said, you can't just come and take a land or convert Abuja land that is allocated for or that is on the master plan for park and garden. You can't turn it to a residential thing and anything because you think I can't challenge you because of my tribe. He said it. I heard that thing in passing. I said, people don't really note. That thing is deeper than that. That is the area Wike is looking at, because you undermine this man. You never emphasize that such a person can come from that place and also come and become the landlord of Abuja. And that is the issue. So I don't know, it's a deeper issue for Nigeria. Or I don't know when we outgrown this problem we've been having in our space. I don't know when, anyway. Because and that's why I agree with Elimati that imagine somebody like Alex Oti, or imagine somebody like even the Zoludo that is, even for the Anambra now, is the most for many of them now is the most unwanted in their space. Imagine Soludo going to a space to go and confront some military officers, and then they insulted him and asked him to leave the land. And how will you react as an average Anambran, or Alex Oti going to inspect a place and said military are not supposed to be in this place, and then the military insisted to be there and they undermine his authority, and such a encounter happened? How will you feel? Who will you support? So we need to sometimes remove the personalities and look at things that happen objectively and make our assessment. Thank you.
Yeah, let me finish my submission. I kind of feel the onus is on the retired Navy, admiral. Why did I say that? Because he has no authority, to give order to a soldier already, and he's a civilian. So that's where I'm coming from. I feel like he's misusing the military personnel to he inflames the soldiers. In my own opinion, that's an abuse of rank. And I said it. There's a place that Wike was wrong. Wike, he lacked moral intelligence. That's a fact. We can never argue that, whether you like him or not. That's the kind of person he is, and he can be very unhinged. The way he handled it, that's where I have an issue. You see what happened in Lagos in 2022. The way Sanwo-Olu handled that situation, I think everybody has seen the video. That would have been the proper way. Wike should have handled it. So that's the only area I fought Wike. But does Wike have the legal right to do whatever he do? As the de facto governor of Abuja, yes, he do have a right. So that's my my summary opinion in that regard.
But let me say something. You see, sometimes we like cherry picking and isolating issues. Yes, we can mention Sanwo-Olu in Lagos and everything. But when Wike came out to face guns, to face DSS, when they wanted to arrest Justice Dinga in Port Harcourt, were all Nigerians not praising him? Did you see anybody condemn him during Buhari time? He left his house late at night, in the dead of the night. He left his house and came to rescue that judge that Buhari DSS busted his house and they wanted to arrest. Wike, you remember, we all remember that incident. We are students of history. We all remember that. He went there and he was telling the DSS, if you want to shoot me. I'm the governor of this state and I'm to defend this judge. Okay, let's leave that alone. When Akpabio and his gangs were looking for that NDIC woman, was it not the same Wike that went to go and block the SARS that wanted to arrest this woman and said, no, you can't arrest him? In fact, Wike escorted that woman to governor's house and kept her in governor's house. Were we not praising Wike then? So what Wike has done that is different now? And that's why I asked Nigeria, I said, why can't you just let's be objective with things? That has been Wike's own style. And what's so wrong in going to, yes, calling the man fool.
Don't you think, do you think the way he handle it is proper? Is that a normal protocol?
Yes, first to start with, it should be there.
I'm talking about the abuse of the soldier.
That is the area. So,
remember for almost 7 years, the people who are crying about Wike today now, crying and wailing about Wike today, when Wike was giving Buhari water every day for 7 years, this Wike was the Sinosho and the doyen of these same people. Wike became their enemy shortly when he started punching their faces politically. This Wike gave to Buhari serious issues. Don't forget, at least you should remember now, Benny, serious issues. It was the face of. It was the same with Fayose.
Yes.
Wike was marching Buhari anywhere, anyhow. Then, as the face of PDP, he was everything good for the opposition. But the moment he started punching them politically, it is when they remember he shouldn't be here. A governor shouldn't be where under his jurisdiction. Does the military have any jurisdiction in a democratic process? Do they? Are you not in a sane country as you claim? So we have to always, like you said, be able to reasonably, resort to demarcating our, primordial emotions from all these conversations.
And that is the only way, actually, that our society can move forward. That is the only way. If you observe in the advanced country, you see them. Their child will commit a crime. They will be the one to turn off their child. They will hold him in hands and say, "Tell me the truth." He will tell them the truth, and they will submit. They will be the first to call police. And while the boy is going, they will be crying. If you ask yourself why they do that, there's a reason why they do it, because they know.
If something happens today now between Wike and Tinubu, and Wike start to abuse Tinubu every day, you go see they will change their tongue again.
Of course. In fact, do you know where I see it? And I don't know. I think, is it Elitmatic that tried to tell us? And I love that. In fact, I have to replay this thing by the time to particular my wife. By the time because she's obedient anyway. So by the time she's obedient. Now to lock herself inside the room, they talk this kind of talk. She for come out, they tell you that no. I've learned how to manage the obedience now. So
I understand from your experience now.
I've learned how to manage them. That's why I know how to manage them very well now.
Ogbeni, they need koboko. When you are dealing with a toddler, right? You play with a toddler to a certain point, and all you need to do with that toddler is just bring out koboko for that toddler. No more pampering.
Now, this one is even leading me to a question now, because I see that this America coming to Nigeria thing is beginning to die gradually.
I no go die. If you know what Trump is going through now, Trump don't get that for his battling.
There was something I was reading online that someone was warning this guy, Mike Arnold. I was in one of his, he was invited to one of the X-Space, and people were just discussing. So before that time, someone was warning him that he mentioned something that he should be very careful, because he said the government of the US is aware that IPOP are violent separatists. So that the guy should be very careful what to present to the government so that he doesn't lose his credibility. I said, wow, it's even good that they know. Because it's like that space they're trying to hijack that space, and the US government is those people pushing, they are now being cautious to make sure that they limit their intervention to the area. But what baffles me now is this. I was in this Hausa area. I never knew that the rivalry and some kind of tension between Hausa and Fulani I never knew that it has gone so deeper and it's getting worse by the day. I listened to one of their broadcasts that said in the next election, Hausa should vote for Hausa and they should never vote for Fulani. I said, wow. Now, they now separated something now. They now have pure Hausa. And can you imagine? Pure Hausa, that Hausa that got married to Hausa, and Hausa to, so those are pure Hausa.
Baba,
So,
sorry, let me add something right there, please.
Okay.
It don't fall for all those stuff. The truth is, the Hausa Fulani, they are so mixed that you can't even separate them. To just you cannot put me anywhere.
You don't seem to get what I'm saying.
Baba, the middle
You
belt.
understand?
Make middle belt no hear what they talk. Oh.
No. I think AY, you are not aware. I listened to this thing over weekend.
Ola, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you, but let me learn. Please let me learn. Don't delay my
I just want
thoughts.
to bring a breaking news to you. It's very funny.
What happened?
You know
You are
that
delaying-
during Ayo Fayose birthday party, Obasanjo went there and started abusing both the wife and the husband. I mean, Fayose and the rest.
We know that enemy. We come to that.
No.
Sorry,
Just now, Fayose replied Obasanjo in a written letter, calling him at his age is an irresponsible man. All sort of name he called him. Okay. So it's very funny.
Obasanjo insulted Fayose at his birthday.
No, we come there. It was one of those. It is one of those things that I lined up. I beg, no verse. We come there.
Fayose and Obasanjo can never agree now.
No. It is one of those things I lined up. I beg. Let me just. You say we should not fall.
Okay.
I listened to this. You understand? It was a serious matter. I was thinking that I was falling too. They listed every position that this guy, they came to us. That, okay, they say, we are Islam before they came. He said, our relationship with traditionalists, you understand, was cordial. No problem. That these people came to them in the name of religion and they took over the key position. They started mentioning that you see these people in key position where say now they are telling them that, okay, that Yoruba, that the Muslim, and all those people from the south, they are not their brothers. But you see people from Mali, Chad, the Niger Republic, that they are brothers. So whatever you want to do, that the Fulani people are saying they should align more with people from Niger, people from Mali, and people from Chad, than any other part of the country. So now it got to a stage now where they now said, okay, that's okay. Now that when it comes to the period of election, they were manipulating them that once you don't vote for Fulani, that you are being disobedient to Islam. I was saying, I spent several hours listening to this guy. You understand? That is disobedient to Islam. So those outside guys are now saying, okay, but when it comes to leadership position now, the Fulani will hang it. They will hold on to it. If you don't vote for them, they will be blackmailing you with religion. So they're not saying what they're doing now is this. The next election or any other election that vote for Hausa, whether the Hausa is traditionalist, whether it's a Christian, whether it's Muslim. He said, I can't remember, I said, copy Yoruba first, your ethnicity first, before your religion. That you should never allow anybody to use religion to manipulate you. So that's why I'm throwing it. If anybody is aware, it's a serious issue. I'm serious.
Let me say this. Let me say this. So
hold on, Baba, just a second. Even in Kano State, I don't know if we're on that space. They even brought out the list of governors in the entire north that no Hausa is
and the rep. And the rep, yes.
Governor, no senator is a governor. In Kano State, Kano is majority Hausa people, but all the local government chairmen, they are Fulani people.
They are Fulanis. They brought it.
You know, Fulani people they are power drunk. Actually, it's not only in Nigeria; it's all over Africa. Any country you go, if you go to any country, even the former president of Senegal was Fulani. The current president of Gambia is Fulani. Actually, his main street is Fulani. If you go to Guinea, Fulani know how to grab power. what I'm saying in Nigeria, right, it's too late for Hausa because right now, even the Hausas, they don't even know who is a real Hausa, who is a real Fulani. That's where it becomes very difficult. They are so mixed. I know those things will always come up at some point, but I think the Hausa miss it already. And Fulani, they also have money. Not this one in the bush, like the Fulani in the north. They control a lot of wealth too. So it's not only they. I don't know. They are very strategic, but you will not see them
I
coming.
think AY, what they have done over the years is to find a way to keep most of these Hausa not highly educated.
Yep.
And they have a firm grip on them. They use religion to subdue them. I'm sorry to say this. If we must say the truth, they use that religion to subdue them. And when they sell that religion to them, they just took it who can sing. The same thing in the South. Don't this a little only that a little bit different. Because when you go to the South, so Christianity also you that way. You ask yourself, some of these leaders in the church and whatever, they are riding limousine Cadillac, and where their church member, they have nothing. So it's a way to use religion to subdue people, and once they subdue them, they now use divide and rule.
No, generally in the history of religion is the biggest tool to control people. Generally,
exactly,
is the easiest way. Either Muslim, Christian, in fact, other religion is the easiest way to control people. It's very, very easy. So Fulani,
when you look at all those countries that they took religion at the backbone, look at, for example, I will name some countries, and I would like look at Japan, look at China, look at Singapore, look at all these countries. They kick out religion. They kick it out. They kick it out. Even in Europe, they kick it out. Nobody is who is going to church. Who cares about mosques? Kick it out. Your country will have that peace.
Yeah, I agree. So it's kind of very tricky, right? So me, what I usually say, I say if I have opportunity, you will remove religion from the public domain. Like Fashola was trying to do that, but there was a lot of talky. But you have to. What I mean by that is, if you are a Muslim, go to mosque, stay in your mosque. You want to pray. When you come out to the public, there is no religion in workplace. There is no religion. Nobody cares. If you are a Christian, go to your church. That is where we got it from. So to the extent that it was religion so deceitful, especially if you don't know what you are doing.
When you go to the airport in Nigeria, you see church and mosques inside the airport. For God's sake, what are you people doing?
You know, in abroad, what they now did, they have multi-purpose prayer spaces where any religion can go there. I pray. I mean, that one is okay, but the way you now you have that even in our universities, you in the South especially, you see during the time of lecture, somebody will come, you want to preach, you are disturbing the student in school. I know a lot of students that fail because some of the people that were propagating religion, your level of intelligence might be even way better. You push people along that line, like instead of the person to go to class, you tell them, don't worry, God will do it for you. We keep deceiving ourselves. As a little boy, when I used to go from Lagos to school, right? When we are traveling, you see all this, what they want to pray. I cover this car with blood of Jesus. I usually tell my friend, I say, Alex, listen, I said, we don't need this prayer. I'm so convinced. Because instead of us to mobilize, go to ministry, say, listen, our road is bad. You have to construct this road. Then we are praying. The accident will still come. People will see that. So, like you live in America, you live in Canada, you live in UK. How many times you want pray? If you want, I say you just thank God. How many times you want pray because you want drive 5 hours road? You just so it's just kind of like foolishness. I'm not saying there is no God.
You see why? Let me give you a live scenario of what I did. When I was, Benny, what did you say?
I say I still pray, even if it's an hour journey. As then happen every day here too.
Yeah, but you pray in your room.
Yeah, you see one thing. You see one thing I did during my wedding. Now, me, I did stubborn, and I've gone through religious agonies and pain. So at a particular point in time, I just said my heart became harder, even than that of Pharaoh. Is the only difference between me and Pharaoh is that I know God exists and I don't joke with God, but I don't allow any human being to use religion to create fear or panic in me. That's why I told a pastor that was using fear to capture me. I said, look, I'm not afraid of death, because if I died, then I don't remember anything. So don't even come with that. And I told him that, who told you that I didn't even want to die to start with? So don't use that one as a weapon. So I remember then my uncle Dan told me now not to travel. I know to travel this thing because this thing. I said, okay. You know what I did? I said, this man is earning too much. He knows too much. I cut him off all the other arrangements. I travel like anything, and nothing happened to me. You understand? So one thing about religion sometimes is this: you have to use your sense, and you have to, because some people will just dream. I'll come and tell you that God told them this. Like when I was going to I was going to higher institution, someone was telling me that, oh, the voice he was hearing from God was for me to go for English. I was like, looking at me that I had F9, is my first attempt, and that I know, and you are saying I should go for English when I know that my strength is in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. I just say, this man, what's this man talking about? I just went for my engineering. That was why, with my activism in school, with my student union politics, studying electrical and electrical engineering was so easy for me, very smooth. It was just like I cruised throughout my school days. You understand? So sometimes you don't allow religious to, okay, you ask me to be praying when I'm supposed to be looking for shift. You understand? Or maybe there's no job. I still need to get. I still need to get job instead of me to drive my Uber and do my this thing where I'm applying for job. You are telling me to be praying, to be fasting for 7 days. It doesn't work, because to me, Nigerians, I keep telling us, we don't have monopoly of God. We don't have. Chinese, Indians, everybody, they believe in God, but they are not religious like us. They know the principle that God has given us everything for us to function. You don't need to disturb God. God is not our servant. So, to me, those religion, when you submit yourself to whom you use yourself to, you shall be slave to that person. That is exactly what is happening. That someone will now be using religion to manipulate our mind. Once they change your mind, they change your destiny forever. If it were by the vision of what they saw about me, honestly, probably I'll be MC Oluomo in you understand, fighting in garage and all those stuff. Even maybe probably MC Oluomo is even better than me.
See the one I go tell you, say they want to do election. Oh, now this person go win. Oh, now this person. There is one that was saying, now who go win? He said even when Tinubu win on the day of inauguration, they will come and carry it. I'm like, are you guys crazy?
The military will take over, and then they will hand it
He's
over.
just talking nonsense, and people are there listening.
And
they
they
will
will
believe
him.
Yeah.
And the
I
church,
think,
and the
I
church
think
is
the issue with Nigeria is that, unfortunately, that literacy level is still affecting that country. A lot of people are gullible, and in fact, some people that are even educated or highly educated, they are not exposed, and they cannot even think deeply by themselves. So you see the society why everybody believe that this religion will help you, and you don't want to walk. Because when I read the Holy Bible, I see that in the Holy Bible, what God, if you follow it, created the world for 6 days. That means a hardworking fella, and then relax on Sunday. So, and you don't want to work on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I ask myself, you will go to church on Monday, you will go to church on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you have night vigil, so many things. The same thing with Islam too. You will go to Tafat or whatever.
You see, Remy,
how do you have time to even?
You see, that's not even where I'm even going. You see, on this issue of this security, I know myself. I'm not making mouth too, and I hope my mind is still as stubborn as it is. Do you think if I were to be around in Nigeria today, and I'm somewhere around this insecurity and nobody can guide me, do you think I will obey your government
Of
by
course, you
being
won't. You have to
lawful?
protect yourself.
You understand? With my knowledge of chemistry and knowledge of physics, and someone will keep attacking me, and I will just wait there for them to slaughter me. It's not going to happen. The only difference is this: I'm not going to be talking carelessly, but I'll be doing my own thing silently.
Is it not get to that stage now that people have to defend themselves? Because you cannot just wait for government to
You
come
understand?
around defend you.
How will I wait and someone will now lead me to the slaughterhouse like a cow or like
the reason why
like a
that
goat?
things continue to persist in Nigeria, especially in the core north, I mean northwest and northeast, that it's an easy pool of taking people to join these radicals or extreme, because there's so many people uneducated, so many people without no clear-cut job, so many people their young age of, let's say, they don't even know their parents sometimes. So all of these things, it's just an easy pool to
Remy, you need to stop that what you are saying. Okay?
Why?
You need to stop it. When you go to this church, when you go to these churches, there are a lot of enlightened people in these churches who still behave in that same way.
I'm not talking about church. I'm telling. What I'm saying is that because we have a
No,
lot
because,
of people.
hold on now, hold on 1 second, 1 second.
First, listen to me first. First, listen.
No, 1
when
second.
you listen, then you respond. Sorry, because you don't get what I'm trying to say.
Religion talk.
I will stop. What
So,
I'm trying to say.
I even came in because I wanted to even respond to something Enigmatic was saying about Wiki earlier. And but Enigmatic, since I hear your voice now, I'm just gonna go ahead. But do you guys not think that Wiki himself is part of the problem that PDP is having today? Yes, during the Alimodu Sheriff chairmanship, he fought hard, he did a lot, he sponsored the party, and he did very well at that time. But after the Buhari 8 years, when the likes of Akeredolu and the other Southern governors from the APC hold their ground to say, no, the ticket must come to the South. Why did Wike not do the same thing? Why was he open to an open convention where everybody could participate? And for me, that decision was selfish because he thought he could get that ticket. And when he didn't get that ticket, that's why he started to throw spanner. No, I was saying it at that time, Wike should not have allowed them to have an open convention where everybody participate. They should have stood their ground to say, the ticket must go to the South. And that was what, may so rest in peace, the guy fought them then. He told them, no, it's not happening. It's not going to go to the North. And APC saw the right thing. They know that if they took that ticket to the North, that party was going to destroy. And this is what is happening to PDP today. The likes of Wike, they let their guard down. And that is one of the reasons why the party is where it is today. So he also has his own role to play, because it's not just about Atiku. He had a lot of leverage at that time. He should have put those leverages, but he didn't.
Progressive. One thing you understand about politics is like there's always a kind of a pre-agreement. I rub your back, you rub mine. I remember vividly that Atiku was their presidential candidate in 2019, and it was Wike that had been helping that party to very well financially and everything. He suppressed his own ambition or whatever he has that time to support Atiku. Why don't everybody know that after 8 years of Buhari, according to gentleman agreement in PDP, that power
there's nothing like gentleman agreement. Wike cowardly. He behaved cowardly in that time because Buhari already done. Buhari already done 8 years. There's nothing like a gentleman agreement anymore. It's automatically Southern ticket. That's all. You stood your ground and you tell them straight away. Look, this convention, if you guys want to hold it, it has to be a Southern ticket. That's all.
No. Progressive, listen carefully. What I want to say now. In 2015, when Buhari...
I understand your explanation. Okay?
So,
I understand your explanation.
What I want to say. You don't understand.
There's no gentleman agreement.
What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. That convention in 2014 or 15 in Lagos, Buhari contested. Some Southern candidates also contested, like Okorosha and the rest. They also contested for that primaries. But everybody knows that party is sitting towards the north, and Buhari was the leading candidate that time. So this particular one, throwing it open does not mean that, okay, we are going to give it to the north. It was betrayed. That is the truth. And in politics, because
It's not. Look.
you are still going to meet them.
If he has stood let me explain to you. If he has stood his ground and say, I will not support another candidate that emerged in this primary. Wike came out and say, anybody that emerge, I'm going to support them. That's what he said. He openly said it. Anybody that emerge, I'm going to support them. He should not have utter statements like that. He should have come out and let them know his position straight away and say, look, if you guys do this party is going to go down, and I'm not going to support another candidate coming out on after we have 8 years of another president.
It's not easy like that, my friend. Politics is not easy like that.
So the likes of Akeredolu and the others that were saying it, why were they saying it?
After the primary, what next? Are you not going to meet them?
I think the difference.
You lead these people, and then
the difference is that don't forget that Wike, APC, PDP, and Wike, they would have been making their decision from a point of weakness, unlike the APC that they were the incumbent party then. So whatever happened in APC then, there was a reason, and there could have been a reason why a region, particularly the Southwest, would say being led then by the Southwest Governors Forum leader Akeredolu, to say it's either we are not going to support a northern candidate succeeding Buhari, right? And then it goes to the Southwest and stuff like that. By virtue of what they've contributed to Buhari's emergence, one, by virtue of the fact that they are the incumbent party, number two, and by virtue of the fact, right, that there seems to be a synergy of unity and a semblance of one voice among the governors who were making that decision. Then in Wike's own, one, I'm not going to give a Wike a blank check of no blame. Yes, I agree with you on that. That Wike could have been more forceful. He's forceful with whatever he wants. He knows how to go about it. He at least he went to Anambra State and took all the delegates' votes, right, from Peter Obi, and he got everything to himself. If he had made it very known that, oh, look, all the South and South, all the Southern caucus, let's unite and say this goes to the South or nothing. Because I knew then that somebody, the highest office holder in PDP then, if I'm not wrong, Bode George, right? That was his position. Bode George's position then was that it
was the Southern Governor Forum, PDP Southern Governor. That was their position. They had a meeting. It was in Delta State.
Yeah, they had that. I know they had that position, but along the line, don't forget, along the line, there was a message that came out that they found out that one of them or two of them, right? Let's say, okay, one of them was walking behind the scene with a northern candidate, with a northern aspirant, which we found out it was Atiku, and which we found out it was Okowa. But where I blame Wike was where in such a political arrangement, right? He did not do what Tinubu did then to secure his political base and to secure his own little political future in Aso Rock. Regardless of that, when they gave Tinubu an option of 3 VP candidates, he told them, give me one, because out of those 3, you could maybe add one and pick the one that you put, or choose the one that is best for you. I will only take one, and I will only bring one which I know is best for me and is best for my own political base. Wike did not do that. Wike missed out on that. Wike missed out on the fact that he allowed an open convention when Atiku is involved. And then when you saw that Atiku is involved in such an open convention, and you saw Yoshia Ayu, you saw Tambua, you saw those Northern Hawks, right? And you went ahead to go with that convention. But Wike came out recently, don't forget, Baba, Wike came out recently to confess that the only mistake he made was that I think he echoed out I think he said, I forgot the way he said it. If I have to
they had a uniform for some of their delegates from the north.
Bless you, from the north. That was where Wike killed himself. So, but now I believe I believe he has learned his lessons. Number one, no matter how politically savvy you think you are learning every day, my brother. Wike would
Yeah, I
not.
know, but I think, in my opinion, then, because like
Yeah, I mean,
if I was
he dropped the
him,
ball. If I was
yeah,
in case you, right, no matter if the party go collapse at that moment, make the party collapse, I will tell
yeah, of
them,
course.
I will let them
Hey,
know.
look, do you think that the northern them Erufai all of a sudden change their mind to come and support the South? No, it was because the South.
Because they
Because
knew at that point, if they've not making that decision, APC was gone.
APC was gone. They knew straight away. So you have to put them in that situation. You have to make them understand that whatever. If you make a mistake,
but that is
well,
why
all of us were going to go.
Wike made a wrong. If Wike had put them in that position, of course we know that Atiku will still have walked off to go and run under a different platform. But you would have put them in that position and let them understand. Look, this political party, PDP, is going to go down if he does not
This
go
is why I say he played the wrong card at that time. No, there's no. You have to. You should have told them. And I said it there. I say what this guy did now is very wrong. Look, you cannot allow them to have this after 8 years. Look, the South must have united, whether from PDP or APC, both parties. Look, no, there's nothing like open convention. Even if you want to open, like, do you not think that if the South in APC was not forceful, they would have those guys would have shoved Ahmed Lawan into that race.
Even regardless of their forcefulness, you see, regardless of their forcefulness, Tinubu still went to Ogun State to yell,
Exactly.
And then even with that yelling and everything, they still almost played.
So you yourself, you saw what Tinubu have to do in Ogun State. Even it was 2 times he went to Ogun State. The other one he was saying if they like they should hide petrol, if they like they should hide dollar.
They don't show come that.
Yeah, so he had to be sometimes these things there's no gentleman. No, you have to hold your ground. Say no.
I agree with you completely on that.
Yeah, because when I'm listening to him these days, no, I'm gonna no, Mr. Man, you dropped the ball. Then you had it in your hand. You dropped the ball. You could have kicked Atiku out of that race easily. Kicked him out.
Akim, you might be right, but there is karma for everybody. Where is Atiku today?
Forget karma. Don't be waiting. Be.
I know what I'm trying to say is that no matter what, he playing back too.
Let me ask you guys one question. Who do you think North Central will go for now, giving the thermometer
North Central will
the
go
country?
They are going for APC directly.
They are going for Tinubu.
Even when he was not president, he won most of the
No. See, I don't even want to believe in idea of this rigging. You understand? To be honest, I want to believe that. What do you say?
I say
no matter what happened, all I do is rigged.
People are talking rigging. That's a defeatist mentality.
Exactly.
Look at Anambra State election. So
no, Remy, why I said it is that when people are saying
whenever you are hearing rigging, this is 2025, right? Tell me one election. Has there been any election in Nigeria that the mistake people are making? Do you remember Maurice Iwu? Do you remember that name?
What's election?
Do you remember when PDP swept the entire Southwest? You know what happened in the entire Southwest? When you are still queuing on the line trying to go and vote, they already declared results. The results were being declared. So
what I'm even saying.
When you hear rigging, that is a defeatist narrative. Even Donald Trump does that when he knows that things are not going well with him. He was already yelling rigging until he sees that.
But enigmatic. Take this one. The last election in Anambra State, the guy cleared the local government, and our opponent are saying it was rigged. It was rigged.
No,
what do you mean? You cannot even win one local government. The guy cleared.
The guy did not have any opposition. The only opposition that I was surprised. I was surprised that APC performed.
You know why I even said it is this. You understand? Yeah. I don't know the candidate that PDP want to present. I assume that if PDP should go ahead and present the article again, you understand?
They're not going to. They don't even if they're not good. They don't like PDP that you are looking right now. They're not going to. They're not going to present. They're not going to present any candidate. If they present any candidate, like look, you have to look. You have to feel sorry for somebody like Adeleke right now, because it's looking really, really shaky for him. Which chairman? Which PDP chairman is going to sign his form?
Adeleke is moving. Adeleke is moving. Adeleke is
gone.
No, are you saying Adeleke is contesting presidency in 2027?
No. I mean, it's re-election. It's governorship re-election.
It's almost in jeopardy now because of.
He can go to another party now. Before that.
No, you cannot go. You cannot just go to any. No, it's not. You can't just as an incumbent governor where you have all the opposition, coalescing against you now, and the entire ground is shaky for you. You have
because
to.
City did not really rule very well. And
Okay. This is my conspiracy theory. Even based on the barometer, as I was saying the other time, you understand? Even the North now, even towards 2031 now, they are even saying no Fulani, even no Kanuri.
Let me say this from okay. I think maybe you've been into some spaces. Apart from being into some spaces, I have a lot of them from the North Central. First of all, the Middle Belt, they are trying to distinguish themselves from the North completely now.
Exactly.
They are telling the Fulani people, they are giving them the middle finger one, and Tinubu has done something that a lot of people maybe do not understand.
And Hausa too are separating themselves.
Yeah, the minority from the North for the first time, right? Look at the appointment that comes from the North now. Let me just count the appointment for you. You will see the INEC boss, right, is from the North Central, minority North, the INEC boss.
Yes.
The SGF of the Federation is from the minority North, a Christian. The NMPC boss is a minority North, right?
Yes.
The
North
Central too. The DSS boss is a minority North, a Christian, North Central. The one of the service chiefs now is from Kogi State, right?
Yes.
Then you have the Attorney General of the Federation. So whenever these people are on their platforms, and then they have a lot of MDAs and stuff that are there.
You have to think about the Burundi change businesses as well. That is gone down.
So I'm coming to that, right? So when you are in their spaces, right, they are telling those their Fulani people, the core North, they are telling them, look, in the history of the North, this is the first time we have a recognition from a government that values us. This is the first time that then they started reeling out the appointment that when Buhari was in power for solid 8 years, right? For solid 8 years, these are the appointments that Buhari gave us.
Enigmatic.
Yes.
The North Central, they are not that homogeneous to the extent that you are looking at them. Let me give you an example. There are 6 states in the North Central. We can remove 2, and they are totally different, Plateau and Benue. Nasarawa is neither here or there, and Niger.
What of
Niger?
Taraba?
You can group Niger to northwest completely.
Simba, that's not the point. The point is, let me explain something to you. Since 1999, up to this government, right? When have we not have a Fulani number 1, number 2, or number 3? When has it happened that we do not have a Fulani number 1, number 2, or number 3 in one of those positions? When was that?
Only when David Mark was the Senate president.
But who was the vice president?
Fulani now.
Sorry, you got me. Yeah, you are right.
So
I'm telling you, number 1, number 2, number 3. They've always. This is the first time.
Is Sambo a Fulani?
Of course, it's Sambo is from.
Fulani Christian.
It's from Kaduna State now.
Yes, it's not a Fulani.
Yes, there are Fulani in Kaduna now.
I don't think Sambo is Fulani.
Can I speak on the question?
It's just like that. It's like that. It's like that. It's partly Fulani as well, but it's number 4.
Any comparable fact you can speak. Oh.
Okay. This is my own opinion in reference to the question you asked that can APC win the middle belt? We know about the middle belt and North Central. They are swing voters. You know, that they don't vote in block like the Southeast or the Northwest and some other people vote. That's the fact, particularly when it comes to the North Central. So why am I saying this? Can APC win it? Yes. The answer is yes. But if election is free and fair. Secondly, the opposition is very weak right now and divided. So that play in the hand of APC is going to be very, very difficult for them, for opposition to have any kind of impact in what's happening right now. Like I said, they are very vulnerable and there's no.
I think the main point you made.
Can you just be quiet? Let me finish. Let me give my point.
I'm just trying to support your position. I'm just trying to support your position. I'm saying the main point.
Because of the opposition is very weak and something like that, and APC has the machine, they have the structure to ring the election. So put everything in context.
It's all about the rigging again.
Where I think.
No. Comparable fact. No. I understand. I said I want it based on what is not rigging. Let's forget about rigging and let's look at the reality. How these APC people. How people are defecting to APC.
Okay, let me take ring out of this one. Nigerians never take ring out of that part of the discussion. But if you want to speak about on reality,
when they lose, it's rigging.
The answer is yes.
Exactly.
But I've given you the point I made about about the opposition being very weak and divided. There's no strong opposition right now. But I
don't even know where you are getting that.
And
they are not swing state.
Political liability. Because of the repeated mass killing in Abidjan, the farmers head of violence, the kidnapping, the community clash, and land conflict. They are very vulnerable. This particular effect places like Plateau, Benue, and Nasarawa, Niger, and Kogi. You can't dispute that. In a normal situation, they are very vulnerable. But in Nigeria, where things is not like from A to B.
Let me ask you a question, comparable facts.
Yes.
You said North Central is a swing. Tell me which election they swing.
Say that again.
You said they are North Central is a swing, they have swing states there. Tell me one election in Nigeria that North Central has swing.
Okay, you give me is that any election where they vote in block? The whole North Central vote in one party.
That's the way they've been voting. And we can give them example.
Let's take the last election for example.
Vote never change.
Okay, even last election. Wait now.
Labour Party win Plateau.
Wait, don't shout now.
APC win.
We want to educate you. We know you are a neonate when it comes to Nigeria election.
No, I'm not. I'm a fast learner. Forget about
that brought you into politics.
I'm a fast learner when it comes to politics.
If you want to use even the last election that you know, because that is only what you know.
Forget about what I'm not giving you the fact that swing voters.
Tinubu won 4 out of the 6.
That is swing voters in Nigeria. Okay, tell me any other region.
Okay.
Tell me any other region that
let me tell you something. Those North
Central. So sorry, can anybody see the screen I just shared now?
No,
we can't see anything.
Okay, let me stop. Okay, I will share it again. Okay, go ahead.
If you look at the North Central State, they always vote en bloc.
Exactly.
The last election you are talking about, only 1 or 2 states voted for Labour Party. The other 4 states in the North Central, they voted for APC. Nasarawa, Kogi, Kwara, and Niger. And they always voted for the ruling party when PDP was there. So they are not swinging any election to anybody. So don't expect it's not this last election because of.
So can anybody see this screen? Can you see what I show on the screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
We've seen it.
Bandits have brought 25 school girls, 5 vice president, principal,
and people here are saying that Trump shouldn't come to Nigeria. Imagine
I
that.
beg, this thing
Someone
no be
wrong.
today now. What's wrong
Make
with
it,
you?
make it they come
Why
now.
you
He
do
knows.
like a small
At least
boy?
he knows where he's going to. He knows where we
And
are.
you
Where
don't,
they are coming.
you don't want Trump to come to Nigeria.
We know where
You
they are.
can go to Southeast first, where they are
And
finding
We know
all of
where
you
they are
coming
killing.
here with your religious sentiment.
We know
When
where they
your
are
country
killing
is
Nigeria.
when your country is on fire.
We know where they are killing Nigeria. It should take
No,
it
it's
to
not
Kano.
about who. It's not about they. It's about me. I'm speaking from my own point of view.
Okay,
So
I'm speaking for my own self. So I'm in
the
Nigeria.
conversation
So
is not about they or we or whatever. It's about
we
what
know where.
we
Don't speak for me. I can speak for myself.
You don't need to shout, man of prestige.
You
Please
should
don't
take it to
shout.
Kano. You should take it to Kano to Southeast, where it will help us to kill IPOB.
Ali, they are buying Christian is buying Christian there. Let's take to Kano there too now.
So why is this conversation going to Southeast? This is the problem.
Why not?
Why not? Why not?
Christian are buying Christian.
Why
not?
not?
This is the problem I have with some bigot here. You
Why
know, it's always
not?
about
Why not?
That's
Why
why
don't
you know
go-
I
why
don't like.
not?
That's why I don't like to talk to some
Why?
individuals.
So you want make it they go northeast, make it no come southeast. Now for you, southeast no be region for Nigeria.
I'm not even going to mention any name because I don't have time for that. I'm
So
busy
now you say
right
make
now,
it
you
come
know,
and I
this
say
is
make it
more
go
important to
southeast.
me.
They cry. Why they cry? Southeast no be Nigeria.
So, but anyway, do you understand my point of view?
Yeah,
I'd rather not talk to some people, okay? I don't have time for, some morons.
Yeah, I got your point, but you see that area of that Donald
Yeah, you
Trump.
can counter me what I said. That's all. I don't have any issue with that.
Ola, I want Donald Trump to come to Nigeria, but I want him to come and kill IPOB in Nigeria for us in the southeast.
No, see. One thing about Donald Trump is this. Let me tell you, my understanding till now is that Trump is not coming to Nigeria. Let's just have that. Whatever Trump is doing, I believe that it's more of economical. He's just calling attention
What
to.
is economical? He's not coming to take your. He's not coming to take your. What's he coming to take your resources?
Trump will come
Trump
to
is
Nigeria.
not coming to take your resources.
No,
Trump will
Why
come.
some of you are just so
enigmatic. The question
come to Nigeria.
The question you have asked.
My only thing is that I want Trump to come and kill all the IPOBs and their sponsors in the south.
The question we should ask comparative parties. The comparative, this is a question for you. Can you tell me
go ahead, Remy.
My question is simple. Can you tell me exactly where Trump will go and bring out all those terrorists or whatever they are? Where exactly? Give us a state. Give us a location. Give us where is he going to Nigeria to
wherever all these radical terrorists.
Where location? Give us a location.
Number one is Borno State. You can't argue that's the epicenter of terrorists in Nigeria.
But where in Borno?
Forget about where the US have the intelligence.
So
they have a targeted intelligence. They're not coming to invade the country. It's going to be a targeted invasion and remove all these terrorists.
Let's
not so concerned about religion or whatever. Let's let the man come and do the right thing.
Oh, come on. Don't let's be reasonable. My question to you is very simple. You say you should go to Borno. Borno have about up to 30 local government, if I'm not mistaken. So are you saying that he will just go from one local government to another local government and then you will now line them up? You are Christian, you are the Muslim, or this one you are radical. Then you will buy them. Or
let me tell you, Remy. America has more intelligence than your country.
So it will just come and be picking them and then dropping bombs like that, eh?
But they don't want to cooperate. They don't want to cooperate with your military because your military are still out. Your military, you know what your military does.
Remy, so the question I asked you do not answer it.
Remy, we all want Donald Trump in Nigeria, right? He wants Donald Trump in Borno State, right? Me, I want Donald Trump in Southeast. So
it's balanced. Ali, they are also buying themselves there. All the places where they are buying themselves. Let Donald Trump go there.
Why are you people sharing? Why are you sharing Donald Trump? Why are you people sharing Donald Trump?
And they say they want him to come and be buying Nigeria. Donald Trump, America, where they buy themselves every day.
No, forget say with the buy ourselves for here. But me, at least he wants Trump in a region that he likes in Borno State. We want them to help them liberate that place. Me, I want Donald Trump in a region that I like, Southeast. Come and liberate us from the menace and the killings, right?
So, Remy, can I answer your question you asked me?
Of IPOB in the South.
Go ahead. It's not a question. He answer your question.
Simba, let me answer your question now. Let's be careful, okay? everybody has your opinion. You can say target South, East, Southwest. That's your opinion. But I'm not going to devote to that kind of.
What about Zamfara? You should not go to Zamfara. What about Zamfara?
Remy, did you ask comparable any question?
Yes,
I asked you a question, but you never answered my question very well. My question is simple. I said, is it going to differentiate the people from one another?
Remy, the thing is that you are not. If you look at the conversation every time, right? Look at what is happening in Nigeria, right? When we want to have a reasonable conversation, an intellectually driven conversation without any bias, they will tell you hate Nigeria. But are those people in Borno State, do they not have, are they not human beings? Right? And then you are a Nigerian, Remy. You too, you can say, okay, I want.
They are the one that even suffer more.
Are you ready to hear my opinion?
So you too, Remy, you can say,
let us make it explain.
Remy, you can say, I want Donald Trump, eh? You can say, I want Donald Trump in Benue State. You are a Nigerian, you have a voice. My own voice is that the menace, they killed Dr. Akwili in open daylight in Onitsha, in the street of Onitsha, right there.
What about that PDP?
The entire region in the country, that they sit at home today. Today is Monday. Today is Monday.
Can I go?
They are sitting at home as we speak. Hold on. Let me land. In the entire Southeast, they are sitting at home by virtue of an order that was given by a terrorist, Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
They are still sitting at home, right? They are, by virtue of that sitting at home, by virtue of that insecurity, by virtue of that wanton killings in the Southeast, right? That is why you'll see all of them escaping to other regions of the country, constituting willful nuisances there in Lagos, in Southwest, in Kano, everywhere. They are escaping from Southeast. So Donald Trump, please, if you are hearing, right, come to Nigeria, to Southeast, and help us wipe out IPOB. The IPOB terrorists, wipe them off the face of the earth and their sponsors. So if you are not happy with that, it means you are an IPOB terrorist. It means you are a terrorist sympathizer if you are not happy with that. That is my own conclusion.
So can I go now?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the question is that how can Trump, come and engage the terrorists in the north? And the main threat in the northern Nigeria is going to include Boko Haram, the ISWAP, the bandit terrorist network. And how will Trump do it? It's going to be what I call through intelligence. It's going to, with low risk and high impact. So that's the way it's going to do it, and the practice has been done in many.
Are you saying Donald Trump will send soldiers to Nigeria and they will
just listen? No, it's not.
Let me finish. You will understand.
Hold on now. Let me understand. What's the matter with you?
Remy, let him talk. Remy, let him talk, please. Let him talk.
It's going to be what I consider to be a satellite imagery. Drone surveillance, signal intelligence, terrorist movement tracking, drone intelligence infusion center. This is a very, very viable means just to target those terrorists. I don't know why people are complaining.
Very brilliant. That's actually a very brilliant. Remy, that's actually a very brilliant.
So what I want to ask him is this.
Remy, no, they ask. You too, they ask. That's
okay. What I want to say. What I want to say is,
and hold on, Remy, it is the same idea. I will copy and paste that his idea. The same replica of that idea, paste it to the Southeast too. Wipe all those terrorists, IPOB.
Okay, then it's balanced then.
Enigmatic. Enigmatic. Why are you so naughty? Why are you so naughty?
So I'm copying and pasting his own ideas. Go take it to that Southeast and wipe the hype-up terrorists.
At least there are kind people there. So, and the
people enigmatic, please.
So evil.
What comparable is saying, if it is possible for him to do it that way, I think is welcome.
That of course. That's what
how visible is that?
No,
and has he work anywhere in the world? Those are the issues.
Forget the visibility of it, forget the feasibility of it, forget how it will work. No matter how he wants to work in his head, I want the same thing to work like that too.
Okay, we are ready. He will come to Southeast.
I'm not saying they should kill Igbos, but I say IPOB kill all. buy all the IPOB. I'm not saying they should kill Igbos. I say buy all the terrorist IPOB.
Enigmatic and compassion. What you are saying is that they will go to the street of Onitsha and be picking IPOB members from the market and picking. And then they will be. Okay, in fact,
we're not people with it now.
So, comparable fight. The problem here is this: we have insecurity challenges in Nigeria, but it's the same question we'll be asking: why is Trump fixated in a particular, coloration? Because this. Like I told you now, maybe you were here when I said I was in the Hausa forum, and I knew the way they were even planning, because their owner is this: they are trying to liberate themselves from these Fulanites, because it seems like every place you go to in Nigeria today, all the song is all about Fulani. But now, that's what some people are encountering. But if you go to Borno State, that is not Fulani. That's the idea of some people. They have their own idea of their Islam, and there were political talks later converted to converted to people that start to weaponize religion. So on that Borno axis, for sure that is religion. That's from the supposed to be with the extremist from the religious angle. If you go to the northwest, those are criminals and bandits. You understand? Those are purely economic. You understand? Even when you come to the north central, it is both of those people that want to grab land and those people that are there to combination of land grabbing and economics. So the point is this: why are we so interested? Okay, if you go to North Central to fight for Christian, assuming that their destination was right, what happened to the Northwest? What happened to the North? What happened to Borno? Then again, what happened to our Southeast? That's the point now. So how do you separate all those, or where exactly will Trump be going to?
Okay.
Comparable fact.
The patterning problem we have right now, Nigeria is experiencing, is the terrorist. That's what we're having. And people here have forgotten. Everybody think that Nigeria is a secular country. It's not a Muslim or Christian country. I can even with unequivocally, if a census is conducted today, I would say Christians are more than the Muslim. Forget about all this narrative.
Don't say that, though.
Don't say that. Nigeria has the fourth largest Christianity in the world. Number one is America. Number two is Mexico. Number three is Brazil. Nigeria is number 4 in the world. And when it comes to religious matter, America take it very serious because they are mostly Christians. That is where Donald Trump is coming. This is about humanitarian need. There's no country that's absolute. There's no country that's absolute.
Okay. Comparative fact. Let's look at it this way.
That is the angle under the Religious Freedom Act that Donald Trump has the right to come in.
I think if we are talking about insecurity in Nigeria, there are 4 regions that are in trouble, and I will name the 4 regions. Number 1, Northeast, because of Borno assets, because of this Boko Haram and the rest. And Ola put it very well. In the Northwest, we are having problem of banditry. In the North Central, we're having land grab and also problem of Christian versus Muslim. In the Southeast, we're having terrorists there that are buying a lot of Christians also there. So those 4 regions are in big trouble. The only 2 regions that are relatively peaceful in Nigeria is only the South and the Southwest. Do you agree with that or not? Or do you have anything?
No, I don't agree with. I don't agree with their narration. It's complete.
So can you tell me which? Can you tell me which? Can you tell me which region is relatively? Can you tell me
terrorists in the southeast, like you so claim? Let them go there, and fight them.
Can you tell me which
comparable facts? Comparable facts. America Congress.
This is why I'm having this issue with some of our people that you guys
comparable facts. Comparable facts. America is aware.
You call 3 different regions, right?
Enigmatic, just hold on. America is aware there are 4 regions in trouble in Nigeria.
God bless you.
Southeast, Northwest, North Central, and the entire North.
The problem on the side is not as pandemic as you make it.
Don't give us our
No. Forget about DBR, but America said IPOP, they are violent separatists.
The IPOP situation has been happening 10 or 20 years.
Can you see now?
Because of the IPOP. So
Ola, I think you see why every time
the Christian genocide going on in Nigeria.
Ola, you see why every time.
Very delusional.
Ola, you see why every time when I come.
Okay, hold on.
You see my position now, right? Ola, right? Can you see my position?
No, I know. See, comparable facts. America only pick one. You understand? Only pick one. And those one is the why people are curious. But there are 4. America acknowledge.
There's no 4 region that is volatile, that is,
hold on now. Americans, they acknowledge that there are 4 areas of trouble in Nigeria.
The dead. Let's pull out the data of violent death in the last 2 years or 3 years. You can see that South is very comparable to South.
Why are you defending South? Why are you defending South?
So you're just making noise.
Why are you defending South?
Reality.
Comparative facts. No, go and search for Mike Arnold in the X space and go and listen to all those areas where he has spoken. There was a guy that was.
Sorry, 1 second. Comparable fact. Just little one. You know the United States Embassy in Nigeria.
No, I'm ready to take all of you. You are ganging up on me, but I'm ready for all of you. Okay?
No. I just want to say something.
That you guys don't want to accept.
Can I just say something? 1 second, please.
Hold on, 1 second. Of the country, but when they
hold on, everybody. We want to speak. Hold on. Is it
I want to quickly say something, right? So the United States Embassy in Nigeria always have travel guidelines for its citizens when it comes to securities and areas that they advise citizens to visit in Nigeria and areas that they feel are insecure. Go and look at the release from the embassy, right? Because you cannot tell us now that the United States don't have data before they release this kind of information to their own citizens. The only region that is completely, totally free, one is the Southwest, Edo State, even River State, they tell you just only Port Harcourt. The other part, they consider them unsafe. Then the whole of Southeast, the whole of the North, that is not my own information. That is the information from the United States government through its embassy in Nigeria. So I don't know what your argument is all about.
Akeem,
let me say something, please. Let me quickly say something.
Am I wrong?
No. Enigmatic, let's allow you because
we carry on with this.
The other thing I want to say, comparable fact. Every time you come online, you say, "Oh, in Nigeria, Christian are more than Muslim." You know what? I agree. That's why in 2027, I really want a Christian ticket. Let's test that water. People are telling you stop.
God bless you. God bless you.
Bring in Christian ticket. You test water. You saw that was part of the reason why Peter Obi could not survive. Don't forget, it's because Atiku contested, Tinubu contested. Nigeria don't even vote along religiously. I don't even know why you do all this stuff. I said it this morning.
You can't tell me how to talk.
Sorry, comparing. Let me say this one.
It can't subdue my opinion.
It's not opinion. These are people, everybody here is from Nigeria. See, let me say this.
Because you can't tell me what to say. Everybody's on one part. Everybody's on one narrative. I'm the only one here.
No. Everybody is not in this thing here.
You can't stop me.
I said it this morning, right? There is no religion in Nigeria or tribe in Nigeria that can single-handedly make their person president in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. No tribe can do that. No. Buhari tried it 3 times, he failed. Yoruba, with Fala.
Awolowo tried it.
Awolowo tried it. He failed. Peter Obi tried it. He failed. Nobody will do it. It's not going to happen. Just get that. That's just the honest truth.
But I like what you said, AY.
Yes.
Let Christian versus
Yeah,
Muslim
test the
Muslim.
water.
Let's test it now, Abi. 2027.
Making up things.
No, see. Hold on.
Let me give you the data. Let me give you the data that progressive come here and miscue. Okay? Let me give you each region, the way America categorize it.
I hope you are not getting it from your Biafra from your Biafra.
Let's hear the data.
Is it not the same person that said? Is it not the same person that said Dangote is AI?
Let me talk now. But if you have me the way you want, nobody here know me, so I'm not even gonna.
Go ahead,
nonsensical, argument. So, are you all ready?
Yeah,
okay, this is a summary of most dangerous, the way the US view each region in Nigeria. Northeast, extremely danger, terrorists. Northwest, extreme danger, bandit terrorist group. North Central, high danger, communal and terrorist, spillover. South, moderate and high danger, militant kidnapping. Southeast, moderate, high danger, separatist armed conflict. Abuja is target risk. Southwest, low risk but not zero. So this is a fact that is.
So what we have been saying? What is different?
So what's the difference? What's the difference from what I said just now?
Progressive came here and said they categorize.
I think what the different language you are speaking.
No, it's not even close.
No, the different language you are speaking.
So what's the comparative? What's the difference? What's the difference between what I said and what you said?
No, it's not the same.
Prospective.
Oh my God!
And let me explain the difference to you. The difference is that
because
when we speak about Nigeria, right? When we speak about Nigeria and that Nigeria is having issues, they will get triggered. They will so easily, immediately they will take batting from Usain Bolt, they will run to northwest, northeast, north central, right? But when somebody, the same Nigerian, take the same batting and run to southeast, that is when they will get triggered, and they try to define which one is which one is what, but you are not giving the same definition, the same trigger when you run to the other part. So this is what we say. We agree now that Nigeria is having issues, right? You are running to one part of the Nigeria as a bona fide Nigerian. Me, I am running to the other part of Nigeria, right, as a bona fide Nigerian as well. Which Nigerian region has been captured, even by America, that you guys so rely on now to come and liberate Nigeria? And I say the same America, as you are clamoring for America to come and liberate your friends and your families and your people, and this Nigeria is so much love in the north. Me, I'm clamoring too that the same America should come and liberate my friends, my family, my people, and the South that I love so much from the menace, from the wanton killings of the IPOP terrorists in the Southeast. Tell me, anybody on the platform, which region in Nigeria now is sitting at home? Today is Monday. Tell me the region that is sitting at home. Which region?
It's Abuja.
No, it's Zamfara. It's Zamfara.
It's Abuja.
They're sitting down.
So, and then who made such order for them to be sitting down? And if you violate that order, what happens?
Not to go to work.
And then if you violate such order, what happens to you?
Comparable facts. Let me tell you something. Do you know that Benue and Plateau they want to go to? Do you know that it's not even on their list? Am I looking at something different? Because I can see Borno, Yobe, Kogi, Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina.
America said communal clash in the North Central. They did not even say terrorism.
Yeah. America are not even saying people should not even go to Benue. You understand? No, I want comparable fact to be sensitive. Now that is where they said Christian genocide is happening, right? Benue, Plateau,
You understand? Those are the red area. But when you see the area, they say do not travel.
Do you know why I love coming here? I love the debate because I don't like to go everywhere where everybody's singing goodbye. I'm enjoying it. Everybody here is against me. Only on
I think you are being
against me, but I can take all of you on.
I'm
think you are being emotional.
supporting you. I'm supporting Southeast. I'm supporting Southeast. I'm supporting you because I've been calling.
Emotional,
They will fly both of you, enigmatic and man of God.
Remy, am I not supporting the wiping out?
Because if you don't go to work on Monday.
No, am I not supporting the wiping off of terrorist group? I'm supporting the wiping off of terrorist group from Southeast. You should embellish me. I'm supporting you. It means wipe off Nnamdi Kanu's IPOB and all the menace of IPOB or whatever it is in the Southeast, so that Southeast people will not be sitting down at home on Mondays when people have been productive.
Okay. Let me read the updated to you because everything is level 3. We consider traveling. There's no level 3. It's even more than level 3 now because it's like this one, a modulator. There are specific states classified as do not travel. Borno State, Yobe, Kogi, and the northern part of Adamawa due to terrorism and kidnapping. Then Bauchi, Gombe State, Kaduna, Kano State, Katsina State, Sokoto State, and Safara due to kidnapping. Then we come to Abia State, Anambra State, Bayelsa State, Delta State, Enugu State, Imo State, and River State, except for the city of Port Harcourt, due to crime, kidnapping, armed gangs. So you see what we are saying now. Even now in all this, even where Trump focuses on, it's not even on the list.
Ola, could you?
No. Pay attention, Remy. Remy.
Pay attention to what Ola said. Pay attention to what Ola said.
You need to get it.
Remy, pay attention.
Pay attention to
No, pay attention. Plateau is not on the list. Benue is not on the list. And that is where there is supposed to be Christian genocide.
Yes.
What is happening?
What does that
I don't know. Ask comparative fact. He has the fact and
the answer is what I've said earlier, right? The entire thing is being propagated and being orchestrated by the IPOB people. You know already. That's why some of them will come over here and be pointing you to that place. But when you point the finger back to their own, they will start crying.
Enigmatic and all. I want to say this. This America, they will tell you this state is not good, that state is kidnapping. What about America itself? Where are safe places to go in America? Are all the states safe? You guys that are living in America. Because we had gun violence.
Let's leave America. Stop changing the narrative. We are talking about your country.
Let's leave America.
Why should they come and help us? If we cannot help
because you need help. Your country has not been able to do nothing. They have been ineffective doing, trying to resolve the problem.
Just like he said, he has just told you now that the Southeast need help, that they need to come and wipe out the terrorists. That's what he's just telling you.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah.
So the problem, y'all are missing the point. The problem that Donald Trump never said that he's coming to solve your violent problem. He said he's coming for genocide, for religious freedom purpose. No, that is the only reason.
Comparable fact. Hold on. Comparable fact.
Those people who are killing people, who are wiping out people in the Southeast, are they Fulani people or are they traditionalists? Are they not Christians? What is the majority of Southeast? What is the majority of Southeast?
Christians.
Are we not supposed to be clamoring for America to come and help us wipe out Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB terrorists?
Some terrorists are buying them.
Southeast people, are they from Lesotho or from Burundi? Are they not Nigerians too? Are the people in Benue State that you are clamoring for, are they more Nigerian than the people from Southeast? Do you love them better than the Southeast? Why am I clamoring for Southeast and you are crying? But you are
what enigmatic is not paying attention to is you understand. You want to come to Nigeria to wipe out terrorists, right? Where Christian genocide is happening, right? and that is Benue, according, put in a quote,
And
because
those
that's not what I'm
places are
saying.
not even on the list. They are not even on the list.
You understand? Those places are not on the list. You understand? But other places where are not supposed to be Christian genocide, they're on the list. So that's why I'm asking
They
you.
want to drive the political narrative with that, and we are ready to drag it with them. That's why we are telling them that
If you're in doubt,
that is where terrorists originate. They originate from not not
that's
east.
why I tell you, you don't even
That's
know
why
your
you need to be
region.
targeted.
I tell you, you don't even know Southeast. Do you know Masop? Do you know what is Masop? Have you ever heard of Masop? Do you know Wazurike before he handed over to Nnamdi Kanu and transmitted it to IPOB? I told you you left Nigeria maybe at 2 years or whatever. You don't know. You don't even know. You just came out 2 years ago when they started giving you those years about what to talk about on the platform. When we are talking to you, we are your teachers. Listen, you don't know your region that you are clamoring for. Do you know what is Masop? Do you know what Masop?
Okay.
Masop is an
Comparative
special tribe
fact.
in the southeast.
Can you please read this thing for me?
You the only one. I listen to you. I'm
No.
not
Okay, can you please read this one? Look at this. Now, this is travel.state.gov. Now you can see the United States, US Department of State. Yeah, you can see, right? Then what level? Level 3. See, red. Now, they updated. You understand? So now look at this now. Do not travel. Borno, Yobe, Kogi, and North Adamawa State due to terrorism and kidnapping. Where stated, right?
You don't have to read it. I read it already. I already read them. You don't have to go to, maybe you're reading to them, but I already seen it.
Me, I would love to hear it. Please read. Please read. Let me see.
So when you now look at it now, okay, they mention. So they now say, okay, then the second category: Bauchi, Gombe, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, and Zamfara State due to kidnapping. Then Abia, Anambra, Bayelsa, Delta, Enugu, Imo. Is there any state in the statute that is not mentioned?
All.
You understand? And Rivers State, with exception of Port Harcourt, due to crime, kidnapping, and armed gangs. Then they now continue with the country summary. Violence crime is common in the country, blah, blah, blah. So they now say terrorism. Terrorism is a risk of so they now just list everything, right? You understand? They listed everything. This is the website. So we are not hiding anything here. You understand? This is exactly what we are saying, that in this country we are okay. They even put this one now in level 4. You understand? They put Borno, Yobe, Kogi, and Northern Adamawa to level 4 now. I don't know what level 4 means. So you can see what I'm saying is, okay, Anambra is even on level 4. You understand? Anambra is on level 4.
Anambra.
You understand? Abia, Anambra, Enugu, Imo.
It's not really here.
It's only Ebonyi that is not there. So the question is this: you understand?
No, Ebonyi, they are peaceful. It's a peaceful.
Now the question is this: in all of this, did you see? Did you see Benue State? Did you see Benue State? Did you see Taraba? Did you see Nasarawa? Just pay close attention.
None.
Did you see all those places? Now ask yourself questions. Where did Donald Trump got his own data? Why jumping the obvious and now decide to make a
what you need to also
do you ask me a question and let me answer. Let people not interrupt. This is a question directed to me. You need to be very cordial here. Let's have some decorum.
So as to which area they should go and which area they should not go.
And not people like Progressive or AY interrupting.
May you talk now. One of Pressy used to be talk.
What do you mean used to be? Stop giving me that nonsense. What do you mean used to be?
Okay, comparative for talk. I didn't hear Akim very well. Comparative for talk. Whether I was trying to listen to Akim, but
yourself. Let's hear you.
So
go ahead,
what you said, it's a fact. It's a data. It's an empirical data. So we're not going to come here and sugarcoat what is a fact. A fact is a fact. We're documented. You have brought an empirical data that everybody can see what it is. I never come here and say Southeast is stable or whatever. You have given all those level, where you give right now level of threat. That is true. Southeast has a moderate, high-risk separatism and armed conflict. There's no doubt about it. So, but the point I'm trying to make here, the reason why I want Donald Trump to come in, because Nigeria, with our military and everything, we can solve, if the Nigerian government had the boldness, they can solve all those separatism and military and kidnapping. That is what the government is supposed to do, But when it comes to terrorists, where you have the extreme danger, the bandit and terrorists, which are part of the genocide that we have in Nigeria, this is the area Trump wants to come. All this high level or whatever, level 3 or level 4, it has been there in the last 3 or 4. It has been in the last 10 years. Trump never said he wants to come. It's because of the Christian genocide, the Benue, the people in the middle belt, Pastor Ezekiel, all of them, they are crying like they are being quiet every day. The problem with people here is not happening to you. These atrocities are being made to. They are the one complaining, and everybody here is making an excuse until it happened to you. That's what people don't realize. Trump is coming for a targeted terrorist, where there's a high danger, because
So
Nigerian government don't have a goal. Hold on, they are complicit. They are comparable to the terrorists going on in Nigeria. So they're not going to solve it, but they can solve other ones. So this is where Trump come in.
Let me say this.
I know. Please
okay.
minimize the situation.
Okay, comparable fact. Let's listen to Enigmatic now.
After Enigmatic, I want to say something.
From the list that you actually read out, right?
Yeah.
It is very clear, very crystal clear now that even the places that these propagandists usually point their fingers to as a precursor to this genocidal, quote and unquote, thing that they want to use, those places are not even on the list. But the place that is on the list, because judging from what he said those people who have suffered losses, right, and who are still suffering losses. You ask the question, how did America get their hands on, or how do they come to the conclusion that those places that are not on the list should be the focus area? Let me give you how they got because American veterans of Igbo descendants in America, right, working with that Arnold, you have their photos there. Not everything I'm saying now, you can go and check it.
But Arnold is avoiding them now because someone warned him to avoid them.
Yes,
so that he will not lose his integrity.
I told you last week, right, that even we, the real American veterans, we are going to do our own part to let them know that we have a group in Nigeria, and they've identified those groups now who are feeding them this false narrative, feeding them these doctored data, right? And then World Igbo Congress in America and IPOP group in the USA. They are the ones who are compiling these things. So do you think these individuals that are learning IPOP, do you think they will rather focus on their areas or focus on the areas that they want to point America to, why they are not reporting anything about their area? Even why, because from what he said people that have been affected. Are you telling me people are not being affected in the Southeast? And I ask again today, as of today, what region in Nigeria is sitting at home now? What is the reason for that sit at home? Who gave the order for that sit at home? If you violate the order of that sit at home, what happens to you? Is it not also on record that a Southeast governor said 99.999% of those that are being killed or pie in their region are Christians, and they are being pie by who? Number 2. Number 3, right? Is it not the same governor, some governors too, and with empirical fact and data that says 70% of people from this same region, that Nnamdi Kanu's terroristic group of IPOB, that they are fleeing the Southeast to other regions of the country? All these things are record that are on the table. But when you read out the list of the states, that genocidal clause, quote and unquote, none of those places that they want to continue to point you to are on the list. But there are places, their own place that is on the list these groups that are submitting these false narratives, they excluded their own people. Why? Why did they do that? So does it mean the lives of their people that are being killed amounts to that life of a frog or a chicken, and the life of the people they are trying to point you to, right, is a golden life that should be protected, and theirs shouldn't be protected? So this is why we say some American veterans too, because these people, they branch out completely from the American veterans. They now call themselves American veterans of Igbo descendant. They are the one, they have their pictures. Immediately when that news came up, they pasted themselves on social media, thanking Donald Trump, thanking this Arnold, and Arnold is running from them now. There's other one man that is running from them now, the lobbyist group that they've been paying. Is it not on fact that they paid $20,000 to
Elias, Abi? They are the Elias.
They're all running
Elias,
from them now because they know that these people are just hyper people.
Let me add something actually.
Man.
Let me
go ahead, why?
Yeah, what is actually surprising me, the way Comparable Fact carried this matter, they said he's the one. He's not a fan of Trump anyway, but apart from that, what you guys are saying, I think in Nigeria we lack emotional intelligence. Honestly, I mean, in the East, the killing has reduced a little bit. But when this thing was very tough, where ESN and IPOB were slaughtering people in the East, I never see Comparable Fact complain like that too. I'm actually very surprised I'm not gonna lie, I'm very surprised. Because you go to, if I'm on Dr. Dayameni, that's how they will argue with you. No, the people killing people in Southeast, they are from South. They also speak Igbo. I'm like, what are you talking about? You see people speaking Igbo with guns, you are still questioning where they are from. Some will say, oh, it's Fulani. We deceive ourselves. Again, for me in the north, I'm not even saying people are not dying. People are dying, but from every part. This is not, I will never believe that this is a religious thing. It's both Muslim and Christian that are dying massively in the north. I would really love the government to put security, but let's not reduce all this. Me, I don't even find it interesting reducing all this discussion. Everything is religion, tribe, kini. Yesterday, the man that was under the damages, I don't know if any of you listened to that man. Spurious allegations. You see, he was full of hate, talk a lot of nonsense. It's like Christian never ruled Nigeria.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about
Hold on. Let me finish.
Is it yesterday? I just want to get it right. Are you talking about yesterday?
Hold on. I gave them the fact later. I said, listen, you are even looking at it from religion. I said, from 1999 here till today, Christian has actually ruled Nigeria more than the Muslim. Apart from that, from 1999 to date, we had 13 chief of defense. Only 3 are Muslim. Only 3. Then I asked them, I said, are you saying that this chief of defense will sit down in security meeting and said, like from what the man said, oh, the government are involved. Are you saying the chief of defense will sit down on a table, a Christian? You will say, you say, go and kill my people, or you are saying that Obasanjo sat on the table, or Kulo sat on the table and said, yeah, go and kill my people. I say, people just, they want to divide the country at all costs. Why are you making it look, even this Tinubu government they are accusing is Muslim ticket. Go and check the government. Did you hear Muslim complaining?
Christians more than Muslim
From the security, from the economic team, go and check it. To me, I don't want to dwell on this, but when they dwell on it, I'm like, Tinubu Muslim.
Let me have.
You know what AY just
One
did?
second.
AY just painted.
Hold on. Hold on.
That's their narrative.
Hold on. Tinubu Muslim ticket is purely politics. Nobody can prove otherwise. It's purely politics. If you know politics in Nigeria, you will know it's purely. This is not the first time, but they just look for any way. Even like I said it on the other time during the Biafra War, when the president was Muslim, the president was Christian, the vice president was Christian. They still accuse people of religious fight. So I'm tired of the discussion sometimes.
Okay, in addition to what you just said, let me add my own. The way I see it is this. I look at it from different regions. When you go to the Northeast, more than 80% of the people living in the Northeast are Muslims. And when this insurgents or this terrible human being started buying people, you cannot tell me, I repeat, you cannot tell me they are buying more Christian than the Muslim there. That's a capital lie. And when you go to the Northwest, the same thing. In the Northwest, more than 90% of them are Muslims. And if these people are also buying people, you cannot tell me they are buying more Christian than Muslim there. That is not attainable. And when you go to the North Central, when you look at the total population of people living in North Central, we can say 60% Muslim and maybe 55% Muslim and 45% Christian. Because there are some 4 states in that North Central that are predominantly Muslims. I'm talking about Niger, Kogi, Kwara, and Niger. I'm sorry, I'm Nasarawa. Nasarawa can be 55 to 45, maybe 55% Muslim and 45% Christian. Maybe in Plateau and Benue, we have more Christian, maybe 60 or maybe 65% to 35% or 25% Muslim. So when you now look at everything, you see that they even buy more Muslim than Christian when you put everything aggregate together. So all these things you are coming here, the genocide, it's not bullshit to me. It's not working.
Beyond what you just said now, in the entire southern part of Nigeria, right? We do not have a single Muslim governor. The entire governors in the south.
God bless you. This is a region of 50-50 Muslim Christian.
They are all Christians.
Did you hear them complaining?
In the Christians. Even in Tinubu's cabinet, there are more Christians in Tinubu's cabinet than Muslims.
There are more Christians than Muslims.
So let's go there if you want to play politics. If what you guys are saying is that APC did the same thing, you to go and coordinate yourself and do it and see if it take you to Aso Rock. If it takes you to Aso Rock.
On that Tinubu Shetima, this thing, it's clear. Those people that know me, I initially move against it, but later, I just realized that because to me, I will have to be honest with you. I did not want Shetima because of what happened in Borno.
No, not even the Muslim ticket I'm talking about. They always want to tell you APC, Buhari, all of them in 2014, they went to US to use Christian genocide. So they want to create their own Christian genocidal narrative too. And I'm telling them too now, okay, you too now, right? You are using it. You are using the Christian genocidal. Use that to take you to Aso Rock. Let's see how far you
present your card.
Okay. Now, see, let me break down the problem of Nigeria. This thing, you understand? There are 4 groups now, categorized to 4 groups. Now, in the Northeast, we have Boko Haram and ISWAP issued in Northeast. Those people are full terrorists. Like I said the other time, they are mostly cannoris. Then, when you go to Northwest, they are bandits and criminal gangs. You understand? Looking for resources. You understand? Those ones are in the Northwest. And those people, they clear everybody. The one in the Northeast, they clear everybody. It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian. Even if you're a Muslim, as long as you don't align and you don't align with this thing, they clear you, they clear everybody. Then when you come to the middle belt, it's Fulani militants and S-men. That one, S-men used to be there, but Fulani join now. Then when you go to the Southeast, you understand, it's still criminal now. Criminal armed gangs. You understand?
Terrorists and Southeast.
No. I don't want to call it. I don't want to put my own English.
IPOB was prescribed as a terrorist group. Fact.
I know. Even whether you call it terrorist or no terrorist, is it good for a non-state actor to carry arm against the citizens? So this thing, it does not even matter because
you are being reasonable with your conversation. These people are
no because normal armed robbery in Nigeria normally it should be death penalty, right? Even armed robbery in Nigeria. So now, as far as I'm concerned, all these people and
I don't know why a fellow Nigerian would be clamoring for annihilation and wiping out of a terrorist group, IPOB, and somebody will not be happy with that. Are you a terrorist about that?
Now, so the problem we are having that we are because we are not being sensitive. Why am I saying we are not being sensitive with this? Those people that want to stay with the Christian genocide narrative only. Because the thing is this: in the Hausa group, the Hausa that call themselves pure Hausa, although they can still tolerate the Hausa that got married to Fulani, especially if you are that they can accept you if you identify with them. Now, they are telling you, they are even telling the people that they should discard whatever Islam that the Fulani are bringing to them. That they want to tell you categorically that these people, they don't even believe in Islam. They are just using it as weapon. Go online, you will see. You see, go online and Google and come and tell me. I can even give you some links. This is becoming a serious thing. If you go to Express now, you will see them hosting meeting.
They're animists. You're right. They're animists. They're not Muslim. Most of the Kawahadis. Yeah.
Hausa people are telling you that they be practicing Islamic before this guy. That these guys, they are not Muslim. That they just key in. They key in. They speak your language. They are not going to share your language, yo. They key into they speak your language. They speak Hausa. You understand? That they will now the religion that you know. They say, oh, you have to do it this way. And the thing was so done on them that they fell for the indoctrination. You understand? To the extent that they overthrew the kingdom and installed the emirates. Now, you know they've been trying to do that in Southwest, where they are sending their radical, well, what kind of those two crook radical clerics to the Southwest. That Southwest say, I'll be saying that don't bring these people to us at all. Because whenever they want to identify with you like that, whatever you have on ground is what they are going to use against you. They won't change your language.
They will just modify it for. They will just modify.
They will just only tell you that that's your religion. You are not doing the way you are supposed to do it. You understand? That's the thing. So what I'm saying that if Hausa group, quote it, is Hausa group are even separating themselves now. That's why I'm saying we need every reasonable Nigerian to gather together and force these extremists out. It's either they done too completely and we overthrow them from, and we never allow them access to power. See, I'm in support of what those Hausa people are doing, because they are doing this in such a way that don't even wait till these people will come and give them the Fulanis. Right from the process, we want Hausa people to even be at the top. We want Hausa governors. We want Hausa local government chairmen. We want Hausa National Assembly rep, State Assembly rep. I'm in total support. But this guy, I say, okay.
Then vote for Atiku. Vote for Atiku.
Atiku is a Fulani. Which Atiku?
No, it's not Fulani. It's not. It's Hausa.
No, Atiku is
Fulani.
They will never say Atiku as one of them.
Okay, Atiku. Yeah, but can I come in now? Because
let me tell you one thing. Even his Nigerianness is even in doubt. Even Atiku Nigerianness is in doubt. So we are not voting Atiku. So
okay, after AY, after you respond.
Perish that thought. Even in 2021, I would rather go for someone from middle belt or pure Hausa person. You understand? Why do you think the like of El-Rufai is no longer speaking? Why do you think the like of El-Rufai is no longer speaking? El-Rufai wanted to hijack Buhari the political machinery, and Buhari, unfortunately for El-Rufai, gets El-Rufai a very big blow by coming out and stylishly, indirectly denouncing, you understand, repelling El-Rufai, you understand, coupled with the rumor of this recent coup. I just see El-Rufai now moving around.
Yeah. Do you know what? Do you know what? Based on my personal experience, okay.
Can I come in now, please, just for 2 minutes, Ola? Just for 2 minutes.
Okay. I think you've been speaking, but if you wanna go, you can go. I'll come after you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna respond to Ewa, then I'm gonna make a point. I watched the man we have the guest we have yesterday on Dr. Dame. Normally I don't go in here on Sunday because Sunday is my family day. But I was there on Saturday. The guy that came on, Mr. Ezekiel, a pastor in Benue State. Everybody has seen on the video, crying about the genocide going on. It's just kind of very insidious and disingenuous for AY to come here and accuse the man. Speaking on the point, like he's, on the point of Gumi. That's exactly what AY just did here. Okay, I'm gonna call you out. That's exactly what you just did here.
No, how did that accuse you? Can you say
my time? And saying there's no genocide going on. The fact is that there's a genocide. I can give you a figure.
from 2019 to 2023, there's about 16,000 Christians killed compared to only about 6,000
What is the
Muslims
source?
killed.
Tell us
And
the source of the figure.
you're going to come here and say there's no
The
genocide.
source
Tell
is
us the
from
source.
Igbo
Tell us the source.
They are from Igbo descent out of America.
Any data to dispute what the
Give us the
what the
source
Western
now.
country has compiled.
What is the
So you're
source?
here-
Well, what is the source, man of press? Give us the source of the data.
Go to the NGO. Go to
What do you mean
humanitarian,
NGO?
go to religious,
Hold on. AY, we don't even need
I
to.
can give you region by
Papa,
region.
you fight, hold on. Papa, you fight, hold on. We don't even need to. We don't even need to argue. We don't even need to argue whether there's genocide or there's no genocide. You understand? There are genocide. There are category of genocide. Too plenty in Nigeria.
Yeah.
There are genocide against certain ethnic group.
Yeah.
There are genocide against Christian, and there are genocide against some people because, in fact, there are genocide against traditional belief. Traditionalists in Kwara State. But what we are saying is this: if we have like about 7 to 10 categories of genocide in Nigeria, the question is this: why picking interest in one? Why don't we? Because all those genocide are terrorism. Why do you have to sit down on a particular definition? That is what we'll be asking you. So, are you saying? Hold on.
You want to come under the religious act.
Genocide is genocide.
America has a
that's not the point.
Rule when it comes to religion.
That's not the point. Okay, as a traditionalist now, if I were able to be in Ilorin and they pie me now, so they targeted me because I'm Manifa practitioner. Are you saying? Are you saying? Oh, okay. No. Are you saying?
Religion? It's about Christianity.
Every life matter.
The thing we are saying is
every life should matter. I mean, even let me. I'm gonna be fair.
Where are we falling for American tricks? That's what I'm. Where are we falling? And we are flexing muscle for American politics.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, you man of prestige. I understand where you're coming from. At least you've been honest that you got you're Christian, you're biased towards Christian. It's the same thing with Muslims. As a Muslim, you know, AY will tell you this: we're very biased towards our people. Sometimes I actually overlook my own tribal brother over another person from a different tribe that's Muslim. If, for example, if someone, the Fulani guy that's not a Muslim, pick on AY now, I'll actually defend AY because as a Muslim, it's our first duty, you know, to love another one and love one another and protect one another, regardless of your tribe or the religion come first. I understand that, but we need to be balanced. We have to have balanced approach into everything because if we don't have balanced approach to everything, then we're going to be in trouble because we're going to look like we actually hypocrites, you know? That's what we should be looking at. But all I'm saying is, you know, like what you guys described just now, you know, it's very interesting conversation. I actually nodded to a lot of the stuff that you said because a lot of the people that you call Islamic terrorists in Nigeria, these are people that do not believe in the religion. They just are not Muslims. They don't represent Muslims. In fact, I was reading a report in southwestern Borno, where a Fulani village was completely wiped out by Boko Haram. Completely. Women's and children's, you know, Fulani, be wiped out. And these are Muslim. They've been wiped out by a Muslim terrorist group that claimed to be fighting to promote, you know, Wahhabism or whatever type of Islam that we do not accept. So it's a very difficult one. Also, you got so-called Fulani herders in the central belt, as you guys mentioned. You know, I don't know because I'm not there, but I take your word for it, killing people and replace them in their lands, which I totally disagree on. I've been here speaking against it, you know, because I don't know, I don't have the data, but I take your word for it, yeah. And I disagree with it, and I totally disagree with people killing people, regardless if they came from my tribe or they came from my religion, because we have to be fair, we have to be human, you know. And That's the civilized way. This is how you build a nation. It's not based on your tribe or religion. You have to love your country and your fellow countrymen, you know. And the only point I disagree on, saying there are people in the northern Nigeria who are pure Hausa, who never want a Fulani guy to be a president, or they should only have a house pure Hausa and this and that. Why is it pure Hausa? Why is it pure Fulani in northern Nigeria? If you understand really the relationship between the Hausa and the Fulani and the Kanuris, how long they went back, you wouldn't ever see that, because you know these people, even if it's a pure Hausa in the household, my neighbor is a Hausa. My neighbor is a, let me ask you. You can come back. You can come back when you finish. My neighbor, my former neighbor, before I just moved, he's a pure Hausa. He don't have any Fulani blood, right? But his half brothers and half sisters are Hausa and Fulani, and that you have that so much in the Hausa household, even though they're pure Hausa, but they have cousins and other people who are Fulani, and also with the Fulani people and the Kanuri. So it's a very, very difficult for you guys in the south of Nigeria to think you can split the northern bloodline based on political interest.
I know, Africa. Let me hold on. Let me correct him there. Those people saying it at Hausas, if they were speaking Hausa clearly. Hold on. Just hold on. They were speaking Hausa. I was just reading the translation. You understand?
Yes.
I was reading the translation. Now, the thing is
I
this.
understand that, but there's so many Hausa.
You said we people in the south. You said we people in the south. I just want to tell you that the people that are saying that are the Hausa people. They did the statistics. Hold on. They did the statistic of those people that are Fulani that occupy political position. They carry over. They carry over 90% of the political position.
Yeah,
and they are Fulanis.
Yeah, but
Now,
you guys don't know
hold on.
Who is not? Oh God, listen.
Now,
Okay, let me just make one point. There are a lot of Hausa and other tribes in the northern Nigeria that will claim Fulani heritage, but they're not Fulani, because the reason why they do that, okay, this is what my Hausa brother told me. He said the reason why they do that, by claiming that they're Fulani, they have more chance of getting there than if they're just certain tribe. Atuku father is a Hausa. I'll give an example. His father is Hausa, pure. His mother is Fulani. Buhari, late Muhammad Buhari, his father is a Hausa, the father is Fulani, real Fulani, pure. But his mother is a Kanuri. Okay? So nobody will probably told you this before. But Buhari is half Fulani.
No matter what you're going to say here, we all know that when we talk about political power in the northern part of Nigeria, especially northwest and northwest, the Fulani hold the sway. And the Hausa people, because they are not, let me finish. They are not as educated or exposed like the Fulani. So they are, that's not nice. Let me finish. They have been having the power for a long time. So it's now that things are turning around for the Hausa too. They're also craving for the same power because they are the majority. So you can't blame them for talking or doing that way.
I did ask the same thing.
You're also using the religion. You're also using the religion to also buy most of them, because most of them are defenseless, like as against the Fulani that have people that are in power that can support them. So you can't blame them for crying.
No, I don't blame them at all. I mean, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I don't blame people for having their views. People should be able to have their views, regardless whether it's right or wrong. But all I'm saying is, when I speak to my brother who is a pure Hausa, right? He's the one that told me, because I asked him, I said, I hear a lot of people in the south of Nigeria defending you guys against Fulani, because they said, you Fulani, came to the territory and this. He said, all these people, that the reason why they're doing this, they're saying it, is not because they care about Hausa people. Someone interviewed. You guys against Fulani, because they said, you Fulani, why is that so accurate? Is that somebody to you, bro? Okay, thank you. So he's saying people are using it. I said, why can't you guys come out online and air this view you know, about what people are saying, how marginalized you are by the
We are
Fulani.
still saying the same thing here. I told you before, these people are not educated and well exposed like the Fulani there.
No, I don't buy that.
That is the reason.
Are you
That
going
is
to tell me
why
what is the population of the Hausa? What is the population of Hausa?
So what that come on, when the
No, but I'm
largest,
asking you, what is the population of the Hausa? What is the Hausa population in Nigeria? In
because
northern Nigeria?
they are the original inhabitant of that northern Nigeria.
Yeah. In some region in northern Nigeria, if you want to be 100% forensic, in some region in northern Nigeria, it belongs to the Hausa, but some region in northern Nigeria is not for the Hausa. Okay, some part of northern Nigeria
I
is the
know
Hausa.
that part of Borno, they are Kanuri people.
Thank you. Some part of northwestern Nigeria,
mostly in the northwest, they are Hausa people. It is the Fulani.
You're very okay. I would love you to let me speak.
So let me. I want to say something. Is the Fulani from
Okay,
other part of Africa, maybe from Chad, Senegal, Nigeria, or whatever, to the jihadist movement or whatever that came there more than several decades ago, and they lodged their religion on them. And these people, because they are predominantly maybe farmers or maybe till the land, they are not exposed to this kind of education, even if it's Islam as an education for them. And they use this to wipe them to order. And you know, religion is the easiest way to wipe people to order. But unfortunately, after several decades, the same set of people you are claiming that you have integrated and you are helping them, how come their life is not getting better? Only the Fulani people are finding themselves in juicy position. And
do you know the richest, financially? I think you're taking over my time and you're not letting me speak.
No, I'm not taking your time. You can also talk. We're having conversation.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The Hausa are more financially wealthier than the Fulani. I don't know if you know that. Hausa people have.
No,
Okay.
Hausas are regular traders. They are regular business people.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Houses are
financially.
No,
we know that. We know that. But when it comes to politics, okay, go ahead.
You guys, you know what I don't like here? When someone is trying to give you fact, if you don't like the fact, you can just block your ears. But trying to stop them telling you, exposing your narrative is not right, because then it's gonna be a dishonest conversation. The houses, in fact, the houses go all the way further down a little bit, not all the way to this middle belt. We know the middle belt is sort of mixed with other tribes, and that came there to settle, to mine and farm and stuff like that with other tribes. That's fine. But the northeast, some part of the northeast, right, is a Kanuri. Some part of the northeast, like Adamawa, Adamawa is a Fulani state. Adamawa was taken over by Modibo Adamawa, who was a Fulani guy. Hausa got nothing to do with Adamawa. But if you look at Adamawa today, you probably will find more Hausas over there than Fulani. You find more Christians over there than Muslims. And in fact, if you're going to be looking at vote between a Christian and Muslim, the Muslim will probably struggle to win the vote based on religion. And Adamawa was a Fulani territory by Modibo Adamawa. Okay, so let's debunk all this saying Fulani came and take outside territory. If you go to northern Burkina Faso, the Hausas are not native to Burkina Faso, but if they came there with the Fulani brought them there during the time of spreading Islam. The Fulani brought the Hausas to Ghana to spread Islam, and they're still there. The Fulani came to Sudan, the land of the black.
Fulani didn't take Islam to Ghana. It was Hausa people too.
That's what I'm saying. They went there together to spread Islam. I know the Zango community of Ghana.
Maybe Kaimo said it's the Hausa and the Fulani that brought Islam to Nigeria also, have you?
No. Don't put what
you said something. No. Let me tell you one thing. Africa. Fulani was never a Nigeria ethnic national
No, they never was. They never was. That's true.
Fulani was never a Nigerian.
At one, they was in Chad. At the Lake Chad. Okay, let me tell you how it all started. Okay. Because you guys don't understand, you need to speak to a proper Hausa who know their history, will tell you, right? Where Hausa people came from? Do you know where Hausa came from? Hausa people actually came from Ethiopia. to northern Nigeria.
Everybody came from somewhere. We know that.
No,
Forget what we are saying. Everybody came from somewhere.
Okay, oh yeah, that's very true. So they came from Ethiopia, yeah, and the Fulani and to the Lake Chad region, okay, to the Lake Chad, not to northern Nigeria first, to that Lake Chad region. So the Fulani and the Hausas and the Kanuris, they have been in that Lake Chad region around the 14th century, right? And that's around 14th century. If you look at the average Fulani and average Kanuri and the average Hausa in that region, you will not differentiate how they look, how they are genetically, because they've been intermarrying for a long time. Because the Fulani used to bring cattle from during the Mali Empire to that region and go all the way back to Futa Jalon. That's the reason why most of the Fulani, in fact, in Futa Jalon in Guinea, when they do their DNA test, they got like 5, 10%, 15% Nigerian in them. And they wonder how did you have this? That's because of that intermarriages that was going on between the East and the West, from far west to the Lake Chad region. So just to debunk that. So that's the reason why they have this ancestral link. When Danfodio came to Nigeria, the Fulanis already been in that region. Danfodio did not bring all the Fulanis with him. So that's just a lie. He came there on his own to teach Islam, because the type of Islam that was followed in northern Nigeria was already washed down, because the kings or the rulers of the northern Nigeria, the houses, were enslaving their own, the Fulani and the Hausa and the Nupe and all this group of people that you have in the north, yeah, and they was treating them badly. And in Islam, AY will tell you, in Islam, as a Muslim, you're not allowed to slave your own Muslim brother. You're not allowed. So these are the things that Danfodio came in and actually trying to stop. And the Hausa king did not like it. You think this guy is a threat to me, because these farmers were working for free. They've been overtaxed. They've been slave and stuff. Anyway, let's cut the crap, right? So if you take all the, like most of the tribes you see in northern Nigeria today, right? There's a big bunch of them who came from the west and the way you call Nigeria Republic and Mali, who settled in northern Nigeria as we speak. And then you got the Hausa, and you got the Nupe, you got the Kaduris, add to that, you got the Fulani that adds to that. So most of the time, this Hausa guy told me when there's a voting, he said, no, it's not only Hausa that vote for Fulani president. It's a majority of the people that vote for Fulani in the northern Nigeria are the minority other group who came and settled in northern Nigeria from West Africa, because they're still there. There's more than 10, 15 tribes who settled in northern Nigeria later after the Fulanis, yeah, and during the Fulani time, who have formed the group, which comprise as a minority of northern Nigeria. So when I hear you guys,
you know the narrative against this. You said, yeah, when we told you that Fulani never had any land in Nigeria, you tried to say no. Fulani, all those most areas you see,
yes. Some
areas. They settled with the Hausas, who were the original owners of the land.
But
it's just like when you talk of Ilorin now. Hold on. Just like Ilorin now, we know that Ilorin is Yoruba land. But just because, we even have some Yoruba Muslim cleric, Islamic cleric now. Do you understand? All those people that have been indoctrinated, that are, those are the ones that are called fake Muslim, because real Muslim, they don't speak that way. You understand?
I don't know what Fulani that will say Ilorin is Kwara.
They are telling us that Ilorin is not Yoruba land. Those are the fake. Those are fake clerics, just because of what they are going to eat. They are lying to everybody. When you are saying Ilorin is not Yoruba, it's not Yoruba land, but the household in Ilorin is more than 90% Yoruba.
Ilorin is a Yoruba. Kwara is Yoruba state. Everybody knows that. It's not secret. It belongs to the Yorubas. It's always been. The people that live in Kwara now are from Africa. In fact, my friend Lawal is from Kwara state. He's in Sierra Leone. I speak to him every day. Yeah, that's where he's from. In fact, majority of the Yorubas that we have in Sierra Leone that I mentioned, they're from Kwara. I know all the history. Kwara is majority, probably 90% or 99% Yorubas, but they mix Fulani in there. Well, Kwara is still a Yoruba state. I don't know I never met one person in my entire life that said Kwara is not belong to the Yoruba.
Africa.
Well,
Let me ask you a question, Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. You sound like you are a student of Fulanism. So having said that, I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh, that's quite
We all know that the Fulanis are not indigenous of Nigeria. We know how they migrated. We know
So
the history.
how long do you have to be in
Hold
the
on,
country
let me ask you a question. We know the history of
don't shout.
Cambodia and everything. And the population of Fulani in the north is only about 10 to 15,000 compared to the Hausa about 35,000. I think Kanuri about 2,000. So, like I said, so my question about you, being a Fulani, do you have a culture of conquer and dominance? Is that embedded in you? Can you answer that?
Hold on. Before I proceed, comparable fact. You are missing the fact. Africa, hold on. Let me tell you something. You see that Fulani population you mentioned is an exaggerated figure. Ijaws are actually the fourth biggest ethnic group in Nigeria. You see, that's one kind of what do we call this? Tekia, or what do they call it? All this conny way. You know, when all those Fulani came, they started calling it Hausa Fulani, so that they will magnify themselves. It was later during Buhari period they started changing the narrative.
Hausa Fulani is when one of your parents is Fulani, the other one is Hausa.
No. They use that thing as politics.
That's not like that. It's not. They just combine the two tribes together. It's not as if
so that they can amplify themselves.
That's not what my Hausa brother said to me.
Tell us the story of our country more than us.
No, but he's
Hausa.
He told me I learned a lot.
Do you know what Africa? Do you know why I love the beavers and this NIVM, all this kind of thing? It's beginning to reveal a lot of things about the data fraud in that country. You see, during the election period, they used to bring people across the border, you understand, to come and vote, and they will claim. That is why you will see that Kano is more than Lagos. Is that not wonderful? Is that not a surprise to you?
I don't know about all this political.
Kano, all of a sudden, no, go and look at every other country. You understand? Interland versus coastal area. All of a sudden, Interland, you understand?
I want Africa to answer my question, please.
Okay, Ola, okay. I mean, I don't know. I can't really go into that. I don't know about your place. To be honest, I'm not really that. The only thing I can tell you that people that I know that's actually pure Hausa, who actually sometimes me and them sit there and listen and laugh about some of the things that's been said in Nigeria. You know, they find it really interesting. They find it very cringy when other tribes claiming to fight for their cause, like they're actually disabled, when they actually are the biggest ethnic group in Africa, and also they have very highly educated and very wealthy group that spread through the continent, and people claiming to be really caring about them and actually trying to defend them when they know their interest, where their interest lies. But at the end of the day, right? You know, I don't know how bad the Fulanis in Nigeria are, but for some reason, the last time I done my research, and according to my Hausa brother, in fact, he blamed the Fulani. The number one thing he said to me, he said, this president that you have in Nigeria now, he said, I blame Fulani because he said Fulani Hausa would never ever vote Tinubu. I said, why? This is how I know Atiku is not Fulani. I said, why? He said, majority of the Hausa voted for Atiku in northern Nigeria. I said, why? He said, because Atiku father is Hausa. He said, Hausa would never vote for Yoruba people. I said, why? He said, because we don't trust them. He said, they're not trustworthy people. And this is when Tinubu just got elected as a president. I said,
no. Hold on. I'm interested.
Let me just finish.
Was there any group of the parents that said that? I'm interested in.
He said that my Hausa ex-neighbor, I speak to him every time. A lot of the stuff I learned about Nigeria is from him. He said, us Hausa will never ever trust Yoruba people. We will never ever will do that. I said, hang on a minute. I said, but Obasanjo was Yoruba. I said, because I grew up with Yoruba people. No matter what people said about them, it never sink into me. You know what? Because I grew up with the Yoruba guys. Even now, as I speak, my best friend I grew up with since as a child is Yoruba. Ola Adetayo, Adekule. All these guys are my best Yoruba friends. We go out, party, grow up together, eat food together, come in my house.
Africa, let me quickly correct that for you, please. So
your friend has been giving you lamba. Ask your friend.
In Nigeria, right? The vote coming from the north, they are not usually differentiated. To be honest, when the North...
No, but I understand that. But what he's saying is...
It's not correct. It's not correct.
Okay,
Straight up.
okay, maybe, okay, that's
So,
fine. But what is...
Hausa Fulani, like I said, it's very hard now to really split them.
It's not possible.
It's
it is
very,
not possible.
very difficult.
If you can split them, do it.
You go to some family, for example, some Hausa Fulani, some... It's even hard to see somebody that is pure Hausa, pure Fulani. Is becoming much difficult. And mind you, we have a lot of minority tribe in the north too, right? Like Kanuri, they are not really minority. Kanuri, they are occupying almost 2 states. Yeah, Borno and Yobe. They occupy these 2 states. Majority. That's why their governor is always from Kanuri. But we have other minority tribe. I think the language, right, was able to capture everybody in the north. That really kind of like formed some level of unity in the north. So it's really easy for them.
Why you're so spot on, because my Hausa brother said, he said people think Fulani have conquered the Hausa. He said, well, you don't understand.
It's people, if you don't understand it, is very tricky. We're actually more divided in the south than in the north. In the north, they can easily line up for one person in the election. But in the south, Igbo are on one side, Yoruba on one side, South people they are on one side. So it's very tricky. So sometimes people
that's
just
because of religion or AY. AY is religion. You know, when it's because you know that me and you as a brother, you know, especially you as a we have a lot of soft spot for one another as a Muslim. This is how the Northerners think. They would intermarriage, you know, because for example, as I said the other day, in Sierra Leone we have 2 major tribes in Sierra Leone, but you will not find I would say
it's out.
If we have forgotten one thing,
his friend is just giving him so much.
It was the colonials that made this thing easy to look like that for the Fulani, and you have forgotten that.
Africa is dropped. See, AY. Like I said, I encourage everyone to visit all those.
I'm talking now.
Oh, sorry.
Then AY, you are saying it's difficult for them to know whether who is Fulani. That's what you are saying is not true. They know themselves. They know themselves clearly. Clearly.
They know that. So I'm talking about.
So why are you saying that it's very difficult for them to differentiate between
Let me tell you why it's difficult.
Or you're just saying it to shoot whatever.
No. Let me tell you why it's difficult. Majority of them, for example, I have a lot of friends from the north. You will see the mother is Fulani, the father is Hausa, the grandmother is Fulani, the grandfather is Hausa.
Let me ask you, how many of that do we have in the south that you see even Yoruba, Igbo? People intermarriage between us now, but we don't because of that one now say this is Hausa Igbo, Abi Yoruba Igbo, or Yoruba Igbo, or Yoruba Igbo.
Yeah, it's still different, right? Don't forget the Yoruba Igbo intermarriage it become very common, let's say in the past 20 years. It's becoming more common. But mind you, if you still see that matter, I usually feel like it's majorly on one sided.
Let me tell you, the reason why that make it look like other tribes gave up to the Fulani is because they were in power at the early stage of inception of that country, and the other tribe gave up to them because that is the only way they can get up. That's the only way they can get to position. That is it. It's not as if they don't know themselves. It's not as if they don't know themselves.
Someone just cut me off. If you don't want me to come on the platform, just
nobody cut you off Africa.
Nobody cut you off Africa. I think your network. Yeah, nobody cut you.
I'm the moderator and I didn't cut you off. I know that for
Okay,
sure.
no problem.
Maybe maybe you're a Fulani from
Africa. For Africa, before you proceed.
No let comparative hear you.
Africa, let me give you one guarantee. If I'm moderating here, I don't cut anybody, even those people that abuse me. Anybody here we know. Even those people that insult me, I don't call them. I can just give you warning. So nobody will ever cut you off.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
It's not nobody can even cut you, or they can only take you to backstage. Nobody can remove you from the platform.
So
and you are not backstage.
Africa, before you proceed, let me just tell you.
Okay.
Your friend has been giving you enough lamba to fill up the entire.
To him, and that was why he was speaking as if he was telling us.
Explain what lamba means, so he may not understand lamba.
Lamba is a lie. It's lie.
Lamba is L as in Lima, A as in Alpha, M as in Mike, B as in Bravo, A as in Alpha. Lamba means.
Ola, I've told you about lamba before now.
Monumental lies of untenable proportion. Your friend has fed you enough lamba to fill up the Maracana Stadium.
Okay. I'll, I'll actually listen to this audio.
If you go to the Midwest people now, the way they are feeling, if you tell them all this lamba, they will probably stone you from the screen of the TV or whatever they are listening from.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna let you know. I'll let you know.
So why you are pardoned is because you are